Good morning, it's Friday. Welcome to Midnight's Edge in the Morning. I'm Tom. With me is the boss man, Andre. How you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I am doing good. Excited for today's show, which I think is going to be a packed one.
Okay. Also joining us is Culture Casino. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here, or afternoon or evening, wherever you are. I think I agree with Andre. We got a lot to talk about.
Indeed. I haven't even seen any of the trailers yet. Also joining us is Script Doctor. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Happy to be here.
And last and definitely not least, Mr. WDW Pro. How you doing?
Fantastic, and happy to be joining the panel today. How's everybody doing out there?
Glad to have you. Well, we're hanging in there, I think. Let's see how the folks are hanging in there. We've got Daniel right away this morning who sends in a super chat. Says, for anyone asking themselves, why is Disney bringing back Rey? Stop trying to understand why an arsonist burns things down. Take Alfred's advice. Yeah. Why did they announce something with Rey?
They did. It's our
no,
main
of course
topic
not.
of today, actually. So, yeah. Big Star Wars celebration is going on, and we've had announcements. And one of them pertains to Rey. So we, of course, will be getting into that.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
As I said, we have a packed show today, and that would be one of the things.
No,
Rey
just
is
no. Fuck
officially
this. We've been telling you guys this for a while, but whatever.
Yeah, WDW Pro was also broke the scoop on that, but now it's official.
Yeah, so this has been out there, I guess, for about 2 or 3 months. I've been reporting on this, and want to give all the credit to the sources out there who continue to give me the information that allows me to do this. The thing is, what they're trying to do is they're trying to wrap up the Mando-verse. We know that now also from the announcements at Star Wars Celebration. They're going to wrap it up. They're going to do a movie with Dave Filoni leading that movie effort to be the culmination of all the things Mando-verse. It seems to me that they had always intended for that to go longer, and the fact that they're wrapping it up now makes me wonder, is Jon Favreau ready to leave? But they're wrapping it up, and I suspect that that has something to do with the reporting that I did 2 or 3 months ago, that they want to put Baby Yoda / Grogu with Rey, and they want to do that in order to protect the character, because there's no incentive for Star Wars fans to go see this. Now, I do want to bring to your attention also that Star Wars Celebration, they're making a big hurrah about all of this. Of course, there's tons of money behind it, but there is no doubt that this is extremely unpopular. And the way that you can know it is the number of people watching Star Wars Celebration online. Is everybody ready for this number? Because it's going to blow your minds.
Yeah, let's hear
The number
it.
of
Let's
the
get
number of
get into
online
this right
watchers.
away. We have the story here. What's the number watching Star Wars Celebration?
22,000
Yeah.
is the high point for Star Wars Celebration online. That is all that they are pulling currently for Star Wars Celebration. If you can believe it, there is no anticipation.
Yeah, that's the numbers you get from your average YouTube channel over 2 million in subscribers.
It's definitely not good.
Mhm.
And so this is like watching a fantastic funeral. I mean, they're going all out, but the audiences have checked out. So what are they going to do? The Mandalorian has dropped its audience in at least half. We're watching that audience number drop even farther. Nobody watched Andor. The Book of Boba Fett was dreadful. Everybody left after Kenobi. And they can bring Rey back. They can attempt this, and they can even package it with Baby Yoda, thinking that, oh, well, at least families will go see it no matter. But now that they are just desecrating this franchise, I don't think anybody wants to participate in that. If you think about what this means, them bringing Rey back specifically to have her restore the Jedi Order, well, that's just another slam on the original story, on George Lucas' vision. Anakin is no longer the chosen one, and Luke Skywalker no longer brought the Jedi back. It's Rey. She's a Palpatine. So in some strange way, the way that Kathleen Kennedy has structured this now, Emperor Palpatine is the good guy in the story, because he creates the offspring that saves the galaxy.
From his own tyranny, ironically. Yeah, and at this point here, after seeing the last few episodes of The Mandalorian, it feels more like Jon Favreau has checked out as opposed to trying to tell a good story. And so far on the roster, I don't see Jon Favreau actually doing anything on Celebration for at least today. You've got a lot of Tony Gilroy. You've got Dave Filoni on the lineup. I haven't seen Favreau, but if he is there, please point it out to me, because I'm interested to seeing his discussion on stage in front of this. And it is physically there over at D23. It is a packed house.
Sure.
So from the perspective of the people on stage and working that, they're probably not even paying attention to the low turnout and online viewership.
Here's another thing to note too, and somebody will have to work to go find the clip if you want to play it during the show. But there's a point where they bring out the people who worked on, I believe it's on Andor. They bring them out on stage to talk about it, and they bring out different people, and there's this huge audience applause, and people stand on their feet, and then they call out, "Executive producer Kathleen Kennedy," and she walks out. And even these people who have to be the craziest Londonite Star Wars fans ever, they go dead silent for Kathleen Kennedy. And Kathleen Kennedy throws her hand up like she's going to wave and then drops it down immediately. So you can tell she goes, whoa. I mean, it's palpable.
Was it
I'm amazed that she
palpatinable?
wasn't booed.
Well, in most settings, she'd be booed, but not in this setting. That would be difficult, I think.
Even if they did, they'd change the audio to where we couldn't hear it.
Yes, exactly.
They're saying boo earns or boo. I believe they're saying boo earns, sir.
Should have maybe had the music swell when she came out.
Yeah.
So yeah, but just to sum up for those that have joined us since we started talking about this, we now have more than 1,000 watching. Everyone, please smash that like, help share this stream. Just to get into it right away, on today's Star Wars Celebration Europe, we got not one but 3 movies announced. One is a James Mangold directed movie that will go back to the dawn of the Jedi. So basically one in the past. Then we have a movie that takes place in the quote-unquote present, which will be directed by Dave Filoni, and this will round out the story begun in the New Republic with the Mando and the Book of Boba Fett, Ahsoka, what have you not. All of this will be concluded in this movie by Dave Filoni. And then in the future, we have a 3rd movie by Charmin Obaid Chinoy, which will be set after the events of Rise of Skywalker. And this one features Daisy Ridley back as Rey, as she builds a new Jedi Order. So here then is our post-sequel trilogy, which takes place over the course of 3 timelines. Now, we've heard some bits and pieces here, but I want to hear from each and every one of you how excited you are of this then 3 time zone trilogy, if indeed it does happen. Culture, does this make you excited for Star Wars again?
No, because of the people that are involved here. I mean, I'm not interested in any of the new films. I'm out of Star Wars. As far as I'm concerned, and I've said this before, Star Wars is dead. The interest in even the most popular thing, Grogu, has waned substantially. I personally don't feel like anything that was presented here is something to get excited about, and I'm very concerned that they brought in a pretty radical activist in Charmin Obaid Chinoy to be a part of this new vision for Star Wars. So, yeah.
Script, how about you? How excited are you for this new trilogy?
I would say my interest is more like looking at a car wreck or some sort of tragic accident. What can I learn and study from this, as opposed to can I be entertained? I'm having also, given Disney's track record over the past 5 years, having some doubts that they'll be able to pull this off. I know they have fully intentioned to do so, but will they be able to actually pull it off? And if they do pull it off, what are the odds that there's going to be a new head of Disney at that time? Because what is it? Iger's only there for 2 more years,
Yeah.
And so that's means that they have to rush this into production to get it out under Iger. But if they can't, then you're going to have a new head of Disney at the helm, and we'd have no idea what direction that person's going to want to take. And one of the habits that happens in Hollywood is that when a new head comes into power, they tend to like to discard everything that's in development or in pre-production in favor of going in their own direction that they can put a stamp on. So I don't know for sure if this is going to happen. For those that are going to be working on it, like a crew, people that don't have some of the crazy ideologies on that, talent and crew to a degree, I wish them luck and I hope they get the work. But with the habit that we've seen, the patterns that have been displayed by Disney and Lucasfilm suggest that the likelihood is going to be very difficult for them to pull off.
Yeah. And as for myself, what has me the most worried here is actually the Dave Filoni project. Because if Tom has taught me one thing, it is not, well, actually, Tom has taught me many things, but one of them is to not trust Dave Filoni as far as I can throw him. And what Jon Favreau said about there not being any kind of like external influence on The Mandalorian, I believe it was an external influence that made him say that. I think that Jon Favreau is no longer as in charge of Star Wars as we would like to believe, that Filoni, if anything, has more sway, being a closer ally to Kathleen Kennedy. And that has me worried about The Mandalorian and where that is headed. It has me worried about the past because the director, he's another close ally of Kathleen Kennedy who will be very happy to twist Star Wars into something else, make a new origin that's going to fit right in with the end, and make Rey the uber girl boss the whole time. Tom, what say you?
Well, first of all, secondly, I don't care. I've been so far past this now that it just makes me giggle. It's kind of like just watching somebody that you dislike constantly fall flat on their face at this point. I mean, really, what's going to end this quicker than anything else is if you bring Rey back. Let's be real. Nobody likes her. Nobody wants her. I'm not surprised by it. We've been hearing about it for a while. And if Kathleen Kennedy knew there was one way to piss off everybody, that was it. At this point, it's nothing. Filoni, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I know that's the one thing that's getting a little bit of buzz is the Ahsoka trailer. I haven't even bothered watching it yet because I don't give a shit. Mangold, he's getting this for basically probably putting up with all the Indiana Jones crap. Although, let's not forget, he was supposed to direct a Boba Fett project at one point. Yeah, I'm very surprised of the one person who isn't here.
Yeah, Jon Favreau, right?
No, well, besides Jon Favreau, that's his big.
Also, George Lucas. Yeah.
Well, no, Rian Johnson. I thought he was getting his trilogy.
No, they already announced that's not happening a couple months ago.
No, they never officially announced it.
But the other part too is Andre. Yeah, I think Favreau is accurate. There is no external conflict pushing in on him. It's all internal. It's the people inside the room with him that's pushing back and telling him he can't do stuff. If that is the case, if there is that tug of war going on there,
he kind of signified that in an interview of sorts.
Yeah,
because he was asked how he had to deal with the changing things with like Gina Carano and all that business, and he said, "Well, I seen it as a challenge and all that shit." It's like, yeah, I challenged you, all right.
He was being extremely diplomatic. That's what he was. Even though it was something that obviously was detrimental to everything he was trying to do. But WDW Pro, now we have learned of not one but 3 movies. Did your sources see this coming? Like, obviously, you knew of Rey because I believe you were one of the first, if not the first, to break that and make a video about it. But here, 3 movies. Are you surprised by that? And have you heard anything from your sources about which direction they may be taking this.
Well, I'm not surprised at all by the 3 movies. We knew that they needed to make some kind of splash. It's whether or not those movies actually get made that are probably of most interest. They can announce whatever they want. But with the 3 movies, one thing to note here is that they have the Rey movie coming. And as I've said before, and I think this was a source of major contention behind the scenes, I think this is why we saw some writers leave Lucasfilm again. This idea that they need to tie Baby Yoda, Grogu, to the Rey character, and that's in order to protect her. They don't want to put Rey back out there again and do more damage to Star Wars, especially the sequel trilogy, which is a definite possibility. If you put Rey in her own movie and nobody shows up at all, well, that damages the theme parks. It damages merchandise for the sequel trilogy, although that's already fairly non-existent. But there are major concerns about putting her out there by herself. At the same time, Jon Favreau has a sweetheart deal with Disney, where as long as he continues producing this Mando-verse content, his characters are his. He has creative control over them. And I think there's been some major negotiations in the back. And that's why we were getting this second Mando-verse film that's going to conclude all of the stuff we've been watching on Disney+. And that may also be why we're watching Lucasfilm now scramble to move everything into the High Republic era, which, by the way, is one of the most unpopular things you could possibly do. It's so unpopular, this High Republic era. It's so unpopular that when they contracted Barnes & Nobles to have to use in-cap space in their stores to put High Republic novels, and by the way, in-cap space inside of a bookstore is the most sought-after real estate in that store. Barnes & Noble had such bad success with trying to get people to buy High Republic that they actually started putting it on the ground. We have photographic evidence of this on that Park Place from multiple stores. They started putting it on the ground in front of the end cap so that they were contractually still okay to do so. But then they started putting the Timothy Zahn novels from 30 years ago in that space because they found a loophole that allowed them to do it. That's how unpopular the High Republic is. So am I surprised by 3 movies? No, they have to get something. They've got to wrap up the Mando-verse so they can get Grogu with Rey. They have to get Grogu with Rey because they're scared to death to put Rey out there by herself. They need kids who've been watching The Mandalorian to say, Mommy, I have to go watch Baby Yoda on a movie. That's the whole idea. Because think about it this way. When we went through the sequel trilogy, why did people go see the films? They went to go see what happened to the original characters. And Rey was fine in the first film, right, in The Force Awakens, and nobody really hated her at that point. There were some people out there who had some concerns. Then you came to The Last Jedi, and people were just appalled at what they had witnessed. The only thing that saved then The Rise of Palpatine, the third film, the only thing that saved it from being just completely abolished at the box office was the fact that there were so many people who had watched these films since the 70s. And they were saying, I have invested, 2/3 of my life. I have invested half my life. Whatever it is, I have loved these characters, and they have treated this terribly. But I am going to go watch and see what happens in the end. I have invested this much time. I'm going to do it. And there were enough of those people that it still made over $1 billion. But without that thing, without that MacGuffin to draw people in and force them to go to theaters, there's no Luke, there's no Leia, there's no nothing. There's Baby Yoda. You really think that's going to do it after what we're watching? After this latest Lizzo and Jack Black episode? You really think Baby Yoda is going to force people to go watch Rey again? I think not. Now, one thing I do want to bring up, this is exclusive, and I'm working on it. This is also rumor and speculation, but I had the world exclusive on Rey coming back to play, or Daisy really to come back and play this character. But I do want everybody to know I am hearing from sources that this is a multi-movie contract that she's signing, that there's a single movie on the contract, and then there's an option for 2 more. Whether or not those options happen, I don't know. That will probably depend on the new leadership at Disney, which I think there will be a massive overhaul at the company. And then it also depends on the reception of this movie. But I do have a bit of schadenfreude here because I recognize that this is truly, for everybody out there who's depressed about this is your chance. They have literally given you the chance of a lifetime to say back to them exactly what you think about this character and about this sequel trilogy. Because if nobody shows up, then the Emperor has no clothes anymore. I'll say this one last thing and then hand it back to everybody, but it's also interesting to me that at the same time that we've just watched Marvel cinematic universe implode by going full on MCU, that is to take phase 4 and turn it into a gender swapping excursion in boredom, well, guess what we're getting with Star Wars now? Star Wars is going to double down, triple down, quadruple down on that theme. Look at every property they're doing. In The Mandalorian, Bo-Katan is now basically the hero there, not the Mandalorian. He's become inept in the same pattern that we've witnessed before. Ahsoka is a movie, of course, or a series, of course, that's all about a female lead. We have The Acolyte, which we said in the High Republic, and is led yet again by women. No problem there if that's what you want to do. But I don't know that swapping Star Wars completely over to being the Force's female is a highly successful endeavor. And then finally, we have Rey returning yet again, so that Luke is not the person who creates the Jedi Order. Anakin is not the one who is the chosen one. It's all Rey all the time. And so I am now calling this Stargirls, because that is what Kathleen Kennedy has made it. And so I congratulate Kathleen Kennedy. She has succeeded in pushing her Force's female ideology, as I believe that she's preparing to go out the door, maybe later this year, maybe next year. But as she exits, she is blowing all the cachet that she has, and she is creating Stargirls. It is impressive to watch. Like Pharaoh in the story of the Exodus, this lady continues to harden her heart, while Star Wars fans just say, let my characters go.
Yeah, so basically the good news here, as you see them, is that they have presented us with an opportunity to not see the next 3 movies coming out.
It's like a boxer that sticks their chin out at you. I mean, it's amazing. I can't believe they're giving us this chance.
Yeah, no, I agree. I do hope that many will reward Lucasfilm by taking the opportunity to not see these products or spend any kind of money on them. Culture, do you think that there are many potential fans there that can be brought back with the right trailer and will be flocking to see these 3 movies? If
I
indeed
still
they
feel,
are made.
yeah, I still feel, and I mean, this is probably as concise as I can put it. I still feel like there are maybe 30% of the fans left that might be interested in seeing some new Star Wars film. But if the numbers from The Mandalorian are indicative of, or indicate, if they indicate what I think,
indicative. That's one of those weird
what
syllabic words.
Yeah, I was trying to say that properly, but no. If it basically indicates that the interest in even Grogu's falling off a cliff. I mean, Pro's done a great job covering the ratings over there, and obviously here on Midnight's Edge we've done the same, where the ratings have just fallen off for this show. And I don't know that bringing Rey and Grogu together is going to work. I feel like a lot of us are going to call that out for what it is, which is just Mando with Rey. You just replace Rey and Mando, and or swap them, and you're settled there. I'm not saying there won't be any interest in a film like that, but I don't see it doing very well. I think, again, as Script mentioned and Pro mentioned and a lot of other people are going to mention, the even idea that this film actually gets all the way through production and to a screen has to be questioned at this point. And you know what?
It's funny you say that, Culture, because I was just going to suggest, what if they're just announcing all this shit because they're going to try and sell Disney?
Well, how about
sell Lucasfilm?
Yeah, that would be more.
Well, they'll sell Disney altogether.
There have been
They'll never sell
rumors that Iger has been having talks with Apple, have been picking up steam in the last 48 hours here.
So
I don't know what to think about
that. You may not think that's a possibility.
What court's going to allow it?
Yeah, that doesn't mean they won't have to divulge of certain things, just like Warner did. But
you know what would be the funniest thing of Disney if Apple were to buy Disney? I would love to watch all the Disney people, and I don't think this is going to happen, but if it were, in whatever universe it happens, there's a multiverse, right? Maybe it does happen somewhere. Maybe
well, I'd love to address that, but I'm not going to distract you. So make your point.
But what would be so lovely about this is if, in that very odd chance it occurs, there would be John Lasseter with arms wide open, welcoming back all of the animators to Apple and saying, "Who's ready for a hug? Who's ready for a hug?"
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think this film is going to bring in anybody. I don't think any of these films are going to bring people in. I mean, I'm going to watch the TV ratings closely for Ahsoka and see if there's anything left there, and if they're really going to use this activist radical lady to try to bring in the Let's Get High Republic. I have a feeling that's going to be all women centric, because that's all this lady wants to do is push that. So
No, there's going to be a male character. It's that little baby Yoda. That's enough for you. You don't need any other males in the movie. Come on.
No, I don't.
You're trying to change Stargirls.
I like Stargirls, but I don't like what they've done with Star Wars. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't see a lot of people going to see that film. I have a feeling that this would actually be a flop for Star Wars, which really they've only had one, that we can outright call a flop in Solo. But would they make like a major investment in a film that was going to flop? I don't know. Maybe we'll see what happens with Indy. I think Indy is going to be a telltale for Lucasfilm. And I think that might determine whether or not they'd be willing to part with and or license out any Star Wars stuff in the future. But that's just my thoughts.
I think culture's absolutely on it, because this summer is going to be the barometer for Disney. And you could see Indy be a box office bomb. I don't know that will happen, but you could see that. It's looking more and more likely that you will see Elemental, the next Pixar film, be a bomb. And if you see multiple failures at the box office from Disney, then that will get the very quick attention of so many as they begin to realize this whole ship is sinking. The only positive out there is that somehow it seems that perhaps The Little Mermaid will manage right now to do okay. But if they continue the type of marketing they've been doing for that, and if that ramps up before it releases, they may even self-sabotage their only opportunity to have $1 billion film this year, other than Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
I'm not so sure Guardians is going to do so hot now either, to be honest. Not after Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. I think that the entire Disney and Marvel brand has taken it to the chin. And I don't know that the excitement for even Guardians of the Galaxy is there. I mean, just look at The Mandalorian. The audience has been halved, and it's not that it was like that there were massive viewers for the first episode of season 3 of The Mandalorian. No. There were so many people that never came back, that lost interest since season 2 and just weren't back again. I'm seriously starting to think that may just happen with Guardians of the Galaxy too. That people have lost faith in the brand to the point that Guardians of the Galaxy Part 3 ain't going to be enough to bring them back again.
Well, I would agree with you, Andre. I would say that the shareholders meeting has already shown you how the tide has turned against Disney. When you have, retail shareholders such as myself and others being able to circumvent the screening process to really put, Iger's feet to the fire. I'm not sure they're going to be real excited to go into next year's annual shareholders meeting, knowing full well that they're going to be called out for all of their activities. I strongly suspect that we've already seen indication that the fans overall of Disney brand have turned on them, and they want their family company back.
Isn't it interesting, too, that at the same time that Disney has lost their audience and abdicated their throne as the king, queen, and everything in between of family entertainment, that simultaneously the Mario movie is doing fantastic. It's blowing every expectation. Every time you check on it, the number has climbed higher on the ceiling for this thing.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's currently on the trajectory to possibly be the biggest film for Illumination in its history. Yet critics despise it. They hate it. They loathe it. They can't stand that Princess Peach
problematic.
needs to be rescued. Yes, it's problematic. It's part
Actually,
of
she doesn't even really need to be rescued. That's not the part they have a problem with.
Gentlemen, before we get into Super Mario, are there final words on Star Wars, and then we'll do the Star Wars.
Here's my final words on Star Wars, Andre. Fuck Star Wars.
Yeah. Script, do you have anything to add to that, or do you stand with Tom on this one?
No, all I say is that in good hands, any franchise will survive, and they just don't have good hands right now. That's basically it. A great movie will definitely bring Star Wars back. However, it will not be at the box office. It will literally be once it gets to VOD and word of mouth, because the brand is so damaged that it'd be remarkable if it was able to actually have a huge box office success with a great Star Wars movie again. It's just a lot of people are going to be very doubtful of that. But as time goes on and they decide to check it out on VOD or rental, or if it's on streaming service, that could be where people start to realize, oh, wait, hey, these other creators that have took the reins of Star Wars can make a good movie. I don't see that happening with this Rey film coming up. I don't think it's going to be happening for many years to come until we see some of the old guard retire or leave at their own accord, and some fresh blood with a passion for telling a story instead of preaching an ideology take the reins.
Yeah. And then going to run through a couple of super chats here, specific to Star Wars before we move on to Super Mario. Now, the first few super chats here are the ones that were sent before the stream started, and they were sent early enough that we weren't able to grab them behind the scenes. But I do have copies in my dashboard here behind the scenes, so you're just going to have to listen carefully, because I shall say this only once.
Visualize them.
And bonus points for those that caught that reference. Callum Lyle says for $5 Australian, Ahsoka. There was a time when I wanted a show, but now I want to put a noose around my neck. And Spider-Verse 2 looks another Black versus Latina movie. Yeah, the hashtag Tom was right. And then McGonagall says for $1.99, WDW Pro and Valiant have been batting 1,000. Keep it up. McGonagall also says for another $19.99. So thank you, McGonagall, so far, the sponsor of this show. These woke assholes did more that ruin Star Wars. They are destroying Walt Disney's legacy. Watching that shit show of a shareholders meeting was the most entertaining Disney has been in a decade. Let's see more of that. Yeah, well, we will do our best to give you more of that.
Great alliteration.
Ash Ben Ray, sorry if I mispronounced that, said for $1.99, Disney doubling down on failure is fun to watch. And then we have caught up to where we actually can bring super chats up on screen. The first one is one we already got. Daniel, who said, for anyone asking themselves, why is Disney bringing back Rey? Stop trying to understand why an arsonist burns things down. Take Alfred's advice. Very, very true. Mario Trujillo says, this is the way to bankruptcy. Dr. Longdongler sent us a super sticker, and in that spirit, everyone smash that like, help share this stream. We now have more than 2,300 watching. So please smash that like, and we shall resume with Super Mario and more Disney buffoonery momentarily. But first, Joel Rice says for €5, now is the time when we all turn our heads backwards and laugh. Ready?
Oh, I thought we were all doing it together.
1977 till 2012. Yeah,
Yep.
It's hard to disagree with that. And Jerry Good says for $2, but will the movies have more dinosaurs?
We could only fucking hope.
Yeah.
But it's actually funny because remember, like that planche we saw from the Lucasfilm storyboard.
Yeah.
Diversity and dinosaurs. And what was it that come and ate that little Mando kid in the first episode of season 3 in the
a big crocodile,
Mandalorian, if not an underwater dinosaur?
Yeah, it was
and
more
what
like a
was
big
it that
crocodile.
came and ate that kid in a later episode? Well, it was a flying dinosaur. So yeah, Diversity in
Unfortunately for
dinosaurs.
Lucasfilm, their budgets are dropping, so they're going to have to go back and reuse the puppets from the '90s sitcom Dinosaurs. So,
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, those
Yeah.
pups are smelling.
Probably
they're a little bit old
deteriorated
now.
by now.
Yeah, but Tom,
Um,
if it makes you feel better, none of those dinosaurs had nunchucks, so your idea
Well, of
remains
course.
fresh.
They do. I'm going to nunchuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'll be like, you're stealing my shit. Shirogami says Star Wars doubled down as princess franchise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I said the trick is you turn all the boys into girls, and then you don't have to worry about it, right? So
Stargirl.
Tommy Table says, "How do you come back from this? I am so demoralized. I know right where you're at.
Yeah,
I've been this way for a while now. It's
Some of Disney's shareholders are very happy that you're feeling that way. So I would suggest that you find a way to come back, not necessarily to Star Wars, but in general, because otherwise you let them win.
Go watch Mario 5 times and laugh the whole
Yeah.
way.
Yes.
Yes, go see Mario.
There you
Mario
go.
is a good way to come back.
Master Clockwork says somehow Ray Palpatine returned. That's the thing with Palpatines; they seem to find a way back.
Yeah,
Good
even
point,
death
Tom.
won't stop them.
She, and that's really the only way I'm going to address her on my channel going forward is Ray Palpatine.
Well, that's not what I've been saying.
You're
in the past
dead naming her culture.
years.
good.
Good, yeah. Dun Fury says all abort. I hear you. Master Clockwork says Marvel fatigue. Star Wars says hold my blue milk.
Yes.
Or Bud Light.
Experiment at this
no.
point.
I did too many jokes of those last night. Oh, by the way, I'm probably going to get canceled, Andre. By the way, just so you know.
Yeah, it was probably Bud Light and those milky, like that Star Wars walrus was probably like giving off, Bud Light from its teats the whole time. So
Well, we know who will play that character in the future, right? The one with the milkable teats. It'll be one. Never mind. I won't say who's going to play it, but they're a sponsor for Bud Light.
Like I said, we better get the hell out
Moving
of here
on.
with that one. Yeah,
Moving
I already
on.
got enough trouble last night, I'm sure. And yes, again, Mr. Tickle Trunk. And then we've got, let's see here. We've got Ryan Johnson. G-Man says, I didn't see Ryan Johnson at Celebration. He must be super busy with all his other projects. Technically, he is. I find it kind of hilarious, but Script is right. The bigger absence was Favreau.
Can I ask a question to the panel? You guys would know better than me, better than I. How many Star Wars projects have been announced and then not announced anymore?
36.
At one of these events?
I would say I don't have the exact numbers, but I can tell even without looking that plenty more have been announced and actually happening. And there's a very, very big risk, because we don't know that this is going to play out, but it's very big risk that in a year or 2 years from now, we will have added 3 more movies to the didn't happen column, because I believe that these will happen when I see the cameras rolling.
It's like 5 or 6 by now.
I think it's more than that, actually.
Well, Dan
And
Dave were-
remember, Iger is right now cutting $5 billion from the complete content creation column.
Just
Like
between
these-
Benioff and Weiss and Ryan Johnson, that's 2 trilogies. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Andre,
6
at least they're
movies right now.
spending money on things that will work, though. I mean, thank goodness for that.
But anyway, I'm not willing
Yeah.
to place these movies in the got made category yet. So I think there's a very real chance that the didn't get made after all is going to increase by 3. For
All
the
I
sake
know-
of the Star Wars brand, I certainly hope so.
Schrodinger's box is filling up quite quickly with all these Star Wars projects, let's say. Mecha J says KK is determined to push the Force's female narrative with Rey's Palpatine movie. Yeah, totally. This is all KK, completely head to toe.
We finally get a chance to kill it, so let's do it. This is a great chance.
Nobody
to put it on
goes
display.
see. That's
How
going to be the
unpopular
beauty
it
of
is.
this, right? Nobody's going to see this fucking movie.
That's
You know what
right.
I look forward to? I look forward to, if these movies actually end up happening, I look forward to the Midnight's Edge watch parties we will be having for all our viewers on the opening day of all of these new movies, where we will watch with our viewers the original trilogy instead.
You know what's funny
who
about
knows?
this? Go
Go
ahead,
ahead, Tom.
bro.
No, you go ahead, Tom.
I was going to say, what's funny about this is these guys think that these are getchas for us, right? Like a lot of the stuff, the reason they're doing a lot of this shit isn't to benefit anything, isn't because Rey's a success of any kind, because Lord knows they can't argue that in any way. This, like many other things they like to do, is just a getcha for people like us, because they know we're going to gripe about it. They know we're going to hate it. But I say good, let them keep doing it, because they're just going to keep buying me cool shit.
Yeah, and if the
Because
funny
at this
thing is,
point-
too, then, I mean, if having us grumble about something is worth going in the whole 800 million, have
Exactly.
at it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if they
So happy
think
to
we're
bring
the
them joy that
losers for
way.
bitch abouting it or whatever, I don't think they're seeing the bigger picture here, right? Like you're literally destroying a franchise to say fuck you to a group of people. Is what
No,
you're doing.
You know what would make
been
this even
doing.
more fun? What would be even more fun is if we get to do the watch party, and on the same day, a Nintendo Cinematic Universe movie comes out that goes head to head with Rey. Because I personally would love to see Zelda take down Rey. That would make my day. Or let's do it with female character to female character. Let's get a Metroid film versus Rey, and let's see what happens.
I think Grace Randolph would wind up in an insane asylum if that happened.
Hello, and welcome to this week's Movie Math from the Asylum.
Yeah.
God,
So
you're
they're
amazing
lying
at
about the box
imitation.
office. Because, you know, whenever she's wrong, they're lying every time.
They're lying. They're lying. Yeah, when her tiny little head's going to explode on Monday morning when she reads the domestic box office. Domestic only is 185.
It's going to be dead by Friday, culture.
Oh no, 185 million bucks domestically, and maybe equal that internationally. And her little tiny little brain's going to explode at $360 million open for Mario.
Spoiler alert, right now I'm working on my editorial on the Super Mario movie. I have never devoted any kind of time to what any other YouTubers or content creators really have said. But on this particular occasion, there's gonna be some. I'm gonna call. Let's be political and call it references to Grace's review.
So Andre, are you going deep?
The theme here is how out of touch the establishment critics are.
Yep.
Andre, are you going deep with explanations as to why these characters wear gloves or why they wear red and green costumes? Because frankly, the movie didn't tell that to me.
Actually, yes. That is in there. I do have that. I even had clipped that thing. I can give you that spoiler where I even say, what movie did she watch? Because this is literally explained in the movie.
I feel like maybe she needed a binder maybe like a binder when she sat down in the theater that read explicitly, by the way, it's going to say it in the movie, but in case you don't understand, here's why they wear
She needed one of those
Dune.
She needed one of those Dune guides to get you through the movie clearly, because she is no. And I got a message from somebody last night, and this is kind of funny. They said, I don't like Grace Randolph any more than you do, but did you have to call her a bitch so many times? I said yes.
Wow.
Well, we love Grace. She's just misguided in this one and other situation.
Because I called her a dumb bitch 5 times, I think. Something like that.
You did lack a little kindness.
I don't care. I am sick of her. Why is she a thing? She is the most uninformed, uneducated moron that has ever been considered a professional critic. This is the problem. This is the fucking problem.
Scott Mendelson is giving her.
He's a dumb bitch too.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
Rails, we have left you.
As long as we have some dudes we can refer to as dumb bitches, then at least we're mutual.
It's not anything to do with the fact that she's a woman. It's the fact that she can't ever take a loss. She can't never. Even when James Gunn's sitting there throwing fucking mics at her, she's like, he's lying. It's like, no, just take the fucking L, Grace, and walk the fuck away, man. Jesus. You know what? We had actually good news in a loss this week. We didn't hear a big fucking announcement 2 days ago from Star Trek, did we? Yay!
Oh, we did. That was great.
I'm glad we were wrong.
Actually, that thing there, it wasn't, to be fair, it wasn't we that said April 5th. That was Trek movie, so they were wrong. But I have heard some more news from behind the scenes there, which may serve to explain it. But we will get back to that in due course. basically there's chaos behind the scenes at Star Trek right now. But let's continue with the
If it makes
Star
anybody feel any
Wars.
better, Scotty's a bigger bitch, but like, because he
fine.
blocked me. She hasn't blocked me yet, so.
But let's move on with the Star Wars.
Fat
Super
Steven
Chats,
says,
then
how
we'll
does
get
Rey
into,
train a new order with no
yeah.
training? That's a good point. How does she know how to train anybody when she's never actually had any training herself?
She's going the way of the very first Jedi who had to figure it out on their own. But of course,
Yeah.
Rey's not going to make mistakes, so it's just going to feel completely unbelievable.
She's
Yeah.
going to bypass the training.
Yeah, she's like, you are all now blessed with my Mary Soonis.
Yeah. And then we've got
Everybody Shazam.
Nert Alert, who says, what would you say were the big things that started the culture war we're in now?
Oh, that's a very, very big question, and it goes beyond the cultured one. So let's be very careful with how we answer this. Let's be
The easiest way to say it without pissing on anything like I was just a few minutes ago is basically it started in colleges. It started in colleges probably in the late...
Yeah, I would say around 2002.
Oh, okay, I'd say late 90s, but okay, early 2000s if you want to go there. Because I started noticing it when I was in college. But it wasn't to that point. Like, then it got to a point where they wouldn't allow certain people to speak, right? Like, that became a norm. And then that spread into comic books. It was already kind of in music already, but that was never a big deal. Because you already had enough indie artists to get away with that. The comic books, and then it spread into video games and movies and television, and that's kind of where we're at now. That's the easiest way of saying it without pointing any fingers at anybody specifically.
Let me take a shot at it, if it's okay.
Yeah.
yeah, go for it.
I think the culture war boils down to truth versus post-truth world. I think there are people out there who think that there is objective truth, and I think that there are people out there who believe that might is right and power is all that there is. And that is what we are battling currently, are the people who think that there are correct answers to life's problems, and there are those who think that they can get ahead simply by making power plays, and then they create all of these little groups and demographics and try to create a coalition to build up power and take over whatever hierarchy they want to invent. So that's ultimately what I think the culture war is.
I can tell you how that possibly facilitated. I think it came with the encouragement of the fact that a lot of people wanted to become teachers, whether it be for school, public school, high school, secondary school, what have you. And instead of doing what was traditionally done, which is finding someone who had some life experience between the time they left school to the time they became a teacher, and they just skipped all that, where they actually had people who went from high school to teachers college and from teachers college to teaching kids. And because they had no experience in between that, you ended up getting basically affirmation to conjecturous ideas that kids experience in their adolescence that they don't realize are wrong without the experience of living in the actual world. And when you have teachers being able to promote that and push that on kids and make them double down, it becomes a snowball effect, and that's how we got where we are today.
You're making me think of the great quote from Ghostbusters where Ray tells Peter that you don't want to go into the
private
how
sector.
does he say it? In the private sector,
Because
everything
they
requires
expect-
results.
They
I
expect
expect results.
Exactly.
I love that line.
But that's the other part too. One thing I noticed when I was entering college is there was a lot of college programs that were just designed for you to become a college professor in a certain subject. But it's like, well, where's the practicality in that in outside of school?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, if there's no practicality to that outside of school, then does it have value? And
Right.
the philosophy teachers was what was teaching me that in college at the time. And it's something that to consider, because I think that's kind of the root cause, because there's no better way for perverted people, and I'm not using that in a sexual context, just in an ideological context, to infiltrate and manipulate society than through the education system, especially one that doesn't reward people that have mastered something in practicality outside of the education system, but instead says, no, you did really well in school. You got all the right grades. You answered all the right questions. You should be a teacher to teach other kids to think exactly like you instead of how to think.
Mm-hmm.
And
Script
I
went
think
to a
that's how we got here.
philosophy class and came out with the ideas of pragmatism.
I think you just said the main point there, Script Doctor, is there was a point when the teachers stopped teaching children how to think, or, on the cusp of adults, how to think, and started telling them what to think. That is the key point right there. I think you're 100% right.
But
Yeah,
I mean, it's,
culture. Anything you want to add to that?
yeah, I mean, it's all under the guise of trying to convert our society into some kind of a quasi-socialist Marxist environment. I mean, let's just be fair. That's all this has been about. It's been a generational warfare trying to convert everybody to a Maoist ideology. In fact, it mirrors like if you go back in time and you look at the cultural shifts in China, right now we very much mirror what happened there, all the way down to the identitarianism and everything else. So, but
it's why we have to win, by the way. It's why we have to be on here telling the truth each and every day, even if it's just about entertainment. Entertainment is what, is the canary in the coal mine for culture. So we have to be out here doing this. It's important. It's not just silly to talk about Star Wars.
Influences culture, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And
exactly. And
how many generations looked up to Luke Skywalker, and that was the vision that they had, that they wanted to be like Luke, and they wanted to redeem the sins of their father. They wanted to see good in the worst of people. And now we have this new generation, looking at Rey, and Rey is just perfect, and there's no questioning.
Well, and I think Grace Randolph pointed out exactly the problem with the people in the writers' room and a lot of these people that are making these movies. They don't even understand the fundamental difference between heroes and villains.
Nope.
Right? And we'll probably get into that.
Did you just say that Grace Randolph got that right?
No, I said she doesn't. She got it completely wrong. Yeah, like when she was griping in her review about Bowser, it's like, yeah, that's what makes a villain, Grace.
That's what's so funny. Yes, Bowser took away the autonomy of Princess Peach. It's like, what do you want a bad guy to do if not bad things? Like, how are we going to know it's the bad guy?
Yeah. Just to round this off, so we can move on to Super Mario proper here before we start losing panelists. You are, of course, correct. Every last one of you cover this different aspects of it. Culture is right in that when you look at what is motivating this, none of this is organic. None of this came on its own. This is all funded, it's all organized, and it's done with a purpose. And this is something that goes back generations. I mean, most acutely, it started post-World War II, but it goes back to even before World War II. So leaving the motivations aside, what's happening right here is societal, what's the word I'm looking for? Demotivation or
sterilization.
In a sense, all of this. And yes, but the most acute phase right now, the foot soldiers of the people that are actually pushing this from certain boardrooms are at the universities. That's where it started. That's where you have the foot soldiers that have been doing the good work since like around 2002, influencing a whole generation that has then gone all over society and wreaked havoc wherever they go since then. That is the sum of it. We'll do a few more Star Wars Super Chats before we move into Super Mario. Everyone smash that like. We have 2,400 watching. So let's get to 1,000 likes. Dash Attack says Grogu should have stayed with Luke, period.
Well, I think that was the initial plan. Yeah. And I think between the whole Gina Carano business and Kathleen Kennedy coming back into the mix, I think that all changed. And then Abdulio says, I wonder how Doomcock will spin this to somehow still be leading to a retcon. Just don't care anymore. The only Star Wars is Lucas and the original EU. Well, there is some line in it about altering the timeline, but I don't think it means what people think it means.
It feels to me like Jon Favreau has given up, and people can make of that what they will, but something about all of this suggests to me that Favreau has not been successful in doing what Favreau wanted.
I think you're right.
It's very out of his realm, because I've seen what he has written for television and film prior to associating with Disney, and it's like we're seeing a completely different guy. And it's not as a byproduct of the level of success that you can give to other writers, such as like Paul Dini and the groups over at Batman the Animated Series, who they got huge success from that show, and then when they came to work on other stuff, they just didn't deliver the same level of work. They lost their hunger. With Jon Favreau, when you look at the stuff he does, when you look at his Chef Netflix series, the guy's still hungry creatively, and it seems like someone is kind of feeding him trash that he is stuck stuck having
Well,
to eat for the time being.
There's some weirdness, and I wish Six was here today. Not just because of super chats, obviously, but because I think she'd know the timeline on this. But there's some weirdness that went down a while back. There was one point when Favreau was appointed the head of all the television Star Wars entertainment, and then all of a sudden Filoni got some new title, and I believe at that point then Favreau had to start answering to Filoni, which is fucked up.
Let me jump in here, because this is something most people don't know. There's a very interesting thing too here going on, where when Chapek was in power at Disney in the very early days, I'm told, I'm going to preface it that way, I'm told that Favreau was offered the opportunity to go and work as being essentially the new John Lasseter, the new creative over all of his content at Disney. Okay, now remember, almost all of the people that Chapek liked and had in power outside of Bergman, okay, but even like Kareem Daniel, even a minority figure who was over trying to filter out all this stuff and over DMed, even he, when Iger came back in power, was removed. Iger has removed the people that Chapek thought were excellent. Now, I don't know what's going on with Favreau in terms of, you know, how Iger views him or whatnot, but I do find it interesting that it seems to me that he was probably in talks with Chapek to take that position. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if Iger canceled it or what. But then we have the Gina Carano situation. The first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian were excellent, I think, in terms of their quality. Directly following those, we have the Book of Boba Fett, which the quality is, I mean, we go from excellent Western with the 2 first seasons of The Mandalorian to we've got metrosexuals on Vespas, on rainbow-colored Vespas riding around for Boba Fett. Then we go to this 3rd season of The Mandalorian, and it looks like Alice in Wonderland from the 90s Disney Channel. You know, it's like it has the production values of Eureka's Castle. And something has changed. And I don't know if him losing out with those talks with Chapek, if that sort of made him disgruntled with all of Disney. I don't know if he's on his way out now that Iger is back and trying to preserve the legacy that he bought into. Remember, Iger bought into the sequel trilogy. He bought into the Rey Palpatine idea.
Yeah, he did.
That's his legacy. And so I don't know what's going on friction-wise there, but I do find it interesting.
Well, I mean, and to be fair, I mean, he bought in so hard because of the dailies from The Force Awakens that they changed the scale and the scope of a theme park expansion that they did in both Florida and California to the tune of $1 billion in each location, which makes me argue that they still have not made $1 on their Star Wars investment. In fact, they're sitting maybe quite in the red because of the diminishing box office performance and the 2 theme park expansions and the $300 and something million they spent on the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel. My guess at this point is they're sitting still all the way $4 billion in the red for what they've done so far with Star Wars. So,
well, I'd love to research that. I don't know the exact numbers right off the top of my head, or even ballpark it, but it's not going to get better based on what we're seeing out of Star Wars Celebration.
No, but you put another $2.3 billion into that. I would argue that you really haven't yielded much theme park wise. You haven't increased your merchandise sales. If anything, you've reduced them or eliminated them almost entirely. The things that they do sell are still original trilogy, the things that appeal to fans my age, right? That the very fans they tried to eliminate, the 50-year-olds who, you know, of course, bring their kids and their grandkids to the theme parks and to see the films and stuff like that. And you turn them off, you're losing generations of fans by, you know, leaning into this ideological garbage that they've been dealing with.
Let me just bring this one question up and we don't have to linger on it at all. I know we're pressed. We've got tons of stuff to cover.
Yeah.
But think about this. It's very simple. This is business. It's not even 101. It's 01. You're going to the High Republic. You're going to do the Acolyte. You're going to do the Rey movie, all of that. Okay. How successful is that versus if you just did a Luke Skywalker series where he's a real Jedi Master on Disney Plus? That's all you got to think about. Disney doesn't want your money.
No. Well, they don't want my money. They want this fractional modern audience that they haven't been able to produce in any of their material yet, as of yet. Or if they have, it's been incredibly limited.
What happens if at Star Wars Celebration today they come out and they say, we're going to make a Luke Skywalker Jedi Master movie. We're going to do a branched timeline. He's going to be the Luke that you thought you'd get. Goes nuts. You have the critics out there screeching, the same ones who hate Mario, but the market would go nuts.
Yeah, well, and you would be actually, indicating to shareholders that you're at least considering the idea of profits.
At least considering.
Well,
yes.
here's where I think they're fucked, right? Because within the last week here, between the shit that Bob has said, they are clearly not acting within the interest of their shareholders at this point. Like, I think there's going to be huge. Like, I don't know. I have a feeling Bob Iger might be out by it within the next few months. If something bigger doesn't happen in the meantime, because after this last week, shit is hitting the fan. They have no fucking money. These Star Wars projects aren't going to go anywhere. They're announcing them now. We're not going to see them for 5 years, even if they do come to fruition. Like, what is their end goal here? They should be really kind of reassessing what they're doing as a whole company. We know this, you know this, we all know this. But is this just the calm before the storm for them, or what's going on here? Because they don't even have enough people watching this fucking thing to make it worthwhile at this point, it sounds like to me. And
let's see what happens after Indy. I think things begin to dramatically change after Indy.
Yeah. But on that note, Matthias Fredrickson says, used to love Grace Randolph and stuff happened. Well, I've never cared for her. And on that note, I think that's a good segue into the Mario business. Because Mario is just ripping through the box office, isn't it? Culture, what did it do last night?
Well, I you know what? I don't even have the latest numbers up. I know that on Wednesday we did $31 million domestically. Internationally did $34.7 million. So just Wednesday alone, it did $66.4 million. Based on his performance, I don't know, Pro, did you get the numbers for today yet?
I got 26 million here.
Yeah.
And so we have watched the ceiling on this go up and up and up. Yeah. It was I think 90 million was the ceiling at one point a few months ago. Then it increased to 110. I'm doing this off the cuff, so anybody correct me.
No, I think you're right.
I'm claiming to know this authoritative, but then it went to 128.
Yes.
Then it was at 135.
Yes.
A couple of days ago, I think they were saying 141, and that's where it had stopped.
That was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
Okay, so today I think they're saying that 150 is possible. I think that's the latest numbers. I'll have to go look again to see, but I think 150 now.
I predicted last night it might hit somewhere over 150 to 175.
Yeah, and
domestically.
I'm actually going to have to change my number again, because I think 160 may be short of where this thing's going to hang out. I think we are looking at 185 possibly. I think domestically, I'm thinking.
You know what this reminds me of?
Yeah.
This reminds me of what Marvel movies used to be 1 decade ago, because that's when you had initially high projections, but they constantly had to be revised upwards and upwards and upwards, and then the final box office tally was higher than even that, because the word of mouth was just that strong. And I've seen this movie myself, and the reviews that I have heard, both from people online, people I've seen in the real world, and most importantly from their kids, is 100% approval rating. And the ones that they get the most are the parents of the kids who are the target audience.
Yeah.
So I've got a note from a contact, and I'm not claiming that I'm not putting this on the level of a source. Don't mistake me. But what I've got here, and maybe it's from the Deadline article, I'm not sure. People can check this, but is that Universal is actually the one holding on to the 141 right now and not going higher with the projection, because they're trying to maintain expectations at this point as everybody grapples with what this film has done in the first, 3 days. Of course, we've not concluded the third day, but we've got an idea of what the third day is going to do But so that's Universal itself is
I don't
out there
blame
trying
them.
to.
You know why?
Yeah,
Because they don't want to suddenly increase projections by too much.
Yeah.
Because then suddenly they increase them more than the actuals. Then the movie is still a win across the board. But then suddenly the headline is going to be from an industry trade that is a dead set against this movie that, oh, the movie came in below projections. That's why they don't want to increase projections. They see that, oh, this guy is going to go way past projections. But
yeah. And why would you not?
keep the projections low, and that way get that extra media win by Deadline Hollywood and the Hollywood Reporter and all of those who are championing against this movie being forced to admit that it opened higher than projections.
Andre, you've nailed it. Why would they not? I hadn't thought of that, but why would they not want every single day of this weekend a new headline that says Mario beats expectations? And they do that by saying, hey guys, whoa, we're still at 141 right now.
Exactly. Because
yeah, you nailed it.
That way you get the headlines higher than projections and expectations. The moment they increase it, or if anyone does, that's when they get the opportunity to say, if it suddenly comes below the elevated expectations, but it opened below expectations. And then you're able to put a negative spin on something that right now is blowing everything Hollywood wants to do good out of the water. Make no mistake about it. And WDW Pro, you know this. Hollywood was dead set against this movie. I really enjoyed your reporting from 2 weeks ago, and I do reference it in my upcoming movie. How you exclusively reported that there was pressure within Hollywood to make this a typical identity politics fair, where
yes,
the movie was going to be about Peach, who could do absolutely no wrong. And as you also correctly reported, there would be traces of this in the movie. But Nintendo intervened and made sure that it's still ultimately about Mario. And the movie that we got is obviously a compromise between two competing visions. But
you can feel it too.
Having power and sway, I think what ended up was close to perfect. But yes, carry it away.
Well, so I agree with you on all points there. So what I had been told was that this movie, when you watch it, and this was, I think like a month ago is when I started talking about this Princess Peach issue. Of course, I had talked about the Nintendo Cinematic Universe going back, I believe, almost to the very beginning of when I started my YouTube channel. January 13th, I think, is the first time I mentioned it. And I think I exclusively broke the Nintendo Cinematic Universe news here on Midnight's Edge. Is that right?
I believe so, yes. Because I think that was way back in December. It's actually when we had Adam Kotelik on, I believe. We randomly started talking about it. And I think that I started by saying that I think that Super Mario is going to be the biggest movie of 2023. And that's when you said, whoa, it's amazing. You came in because we were talking about it anyway. And then you were ecstatic in the chat and we sent you the link. And that's when you started talking about it.
Isn't that fun that it happened organically, that I came on and said, oh, guys, I've got
organic.
something you have to know about.
Yeah.
Well, so yes, and it's been so pleasant to see Chris Pratt now come out and just literally say it in exactly the way that I said it, only, I guess, 4 months later now, but that there is a Nintendo Cinematic Universe, that this is going to be a decade or more of these movies. I do suspect that we're going to arrive at a Super Smash Brothers, Avengers-style amalgamation of all of these properties come together. I even believe that there will be negotiations going forward to bring Sonic the Hedgehog into that, maybe Pac-Man, maybe some other characters, because I think this is going to be so huge that these other studios like Paramount are going to want to forge a Sony-Disney kind of alliance. The other cool thing about this is that I think that Disney, by choosing to go divisive and choosing to please the critics, and Illumination choosing to listen to Nintendo and go with a more traditional story that critics despise, they hate it, they loathe it, but audiences love it.
Yeah,
this has really put them in a position where who cares what the critics say? It's going to be a decade of the Nintendo Cinematic Universe owning the box office. I mean, I don't see any opportunity for Disney and their animated films to ever overcome these movies. If you think about it, Iron Man did not start off the Marvel Cinematic Universe and stay as the top movie of all time. It was overcome over and over as the thing grew and became bigger. Why would we not suspect the same would be true of the Nintendo Cinematic Universe? So if you have a starting point of a 5-day $150 million or more, why would you not think that Zelda has the opportunity to make 180, 190, 200? Why would you not believe that? And then you think about all of these different Nintendo properties that are out there. You could easily begin to see year after year after year, Nintendo is the number one box office pull for families, and Disney is sitting there eating the crumbs in third place. What are they going to beat it with? Honestly, you think Strange World 2 is going to come out and clean its clocks? You think Elemental or Wish are going to do it? They're going to have to. I mean, Frozen 3 maybe has a chance, but I doubt it. Does Frozen 3 at this point beat Zelda? Does Frozen 3 at this point beat a Pokemon movie that's made with Nintendo actually at the helm now, saying, no, we're not doing another Detective Pikachu. We're going back to what works. And to your point about the influence that Disney or that Nintendo had on this movie, I actually think that there are points in this movie where you can detect that Nintendo came in and said, no, we're going to explain this. There's a part where Peach, and I don't want to spoil it, but where Peach comes in and says why it is that she has the abilities she has. She is not a Rey Skywalker.
Yeah.
And so, those are those feelings where you're like, okay, I can feel the tension in the script where at some point somebody came in and said, no, that we do have girl boss heroes in our universe, but Peach is not one of them. She's really cool. She's been a part of these games, but she is a feminine character. She is a princess, and we understand that she can't be directly rescued, but she's going to be somewhat rescued because that's the role that Mario and Luigi play. And you can kind of feel that. And I think, too, that the critics, they have just been pulling at straws trying to find something they can criticize because their darling Disney is falling apart at their behest. And Nintendo is doing well while they wish that it did something completely different, something else. So I think that Chris Pratt, his voice is fine. He does a great job. I thought that Jack Black as Bowser was fantastic. And I think the critics really don't have anything to complain about. They just hate that they don't have influence.
The fucked up part is that when you listen to Grace Randolph's review, for instance, it's like she's trying to use the same critical points we would be normally for a film, only she's just trying to apply it where it doesn't exist.
Right.
Yes, making things up.
Yeah, she
exactly. And it's like she's trying to do what we would do to a review normally for a movie that is woke, but she's doing it for a movie that's anti-woke, or not necessarily anti-woke, but just not woke, really. So and I think that's the part. That,
give an example real quick to the audience. She comes out at one point and says, and I hate to do this to anybody, God bless her, but there's a point where in the criticism it said that Brooklyn looks photorealistic and the other people look photorealistic. So why do Mario and Luigi look different? And I went to the movie expecting that because I'd heard that, and I walked in and was like, that's not like, were you drunk when you saw this?
Yeah,
they look like all the other characters.
Yeah,
cohesive.
Yeah. And again, she's wrong. Brooklyn does not look photorealistic. But
no, it all is a cohesive art style.
Exactly, and that's again, it's something that I think I'm convinced, and I said this last night a couple of times, and maybe even hanging out with you yesterday, Pro, that she and we watched different films. Or she didn't see the film at all and just took somebody else's talking points because
it's one thing culture. It's one thing to, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's one thing to say, I dislike a movie because this happened in it and I don't like that. That's fine. Right. It's another thing to say that something happened and you watch the movie and you're like, that's not in there. Yeah. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's very strange, and the things that she complained about that weren't explained were explained with like lines of dialogue in the film. I'm like, I can't go too deeply into it, but I will say this before I have to step out here and say this. I fully expect this film domestically to make now. I'm moving my prediction up to about 180 million. Can you imagine this film opening to 360 million global on the 5-day? It's made a profit at that point easily. I can't imagine them spending more than 110 million on this film. And I don't blame Universal, Comcast Universal for not adjusting their.
They did Minions for 90.
I know. That's what I'm saying with the celebrity voices, right? I would say 110 would be the top I would give it, is how much you spent on it. But
Culture, who was the voice actor for Toad?
Key and Peele guy.
So
Yeah.
he doesn't get enough credit either.
No,
The only voice that's not great is the is Donkey Kong. I just don't
Seth Rogen.
Rogen.
yeah,
But
it doesn't fit the character.
I wasn't as hopped up on. I was critical of Chris Pine's voice. I love Chris Pine as an actor, but I did not feel like. Or sorry, Chris Pratt. Yeah,
How
I did not
dare
feel.
you, sir?
But I didn't feel like he was a good matchup for Mario.
And
I felt like everybody else aside from Seth Rogen and him were great matches for their characters. But
and I disagree with you, but that's okay.
You guys feel free to disagree. I'm just saying that I just.
But last but not least, I don't blame Universal for not adjusting their things because, as Pro said and Andre said, in business you want to underpromise and overdeliver when you're trying to make a first impression, and this, as Pro has pointed out, is the first impression for a Nintendo Cinematic Universe.
But those are like the biggest of my gripes, right? Like outside of that, I was more surprised by the film than I thought I would be. And Jack Black is the best performance probably he's ever done.
He does phenomenal. He does.
I have to step out, gentlemen. I apologize. I wish I could stick around longer. I appreciate everything you guys are going to talk about. Be listening to you while I am doing some other things I got to take care of. I appreciate all of you. You guys, you should be subscribed to all of these gentlemen. They are amazing, and I will see you all again. Bye.
As well as you, Culture.
Bye,
Well,
Culture.
thanks for joining us, and everyone should also be subscribed to Culture Casino. So check him out in the description, where you'll find a link for everyone in the panel. But with that, yes, W, carry on.
Well, real quick too, I want to give an example to these movie critics out there who, for whatever reason, they decided that a children's animated film was a place to make up crazy lies. I mean, if you don't like it, that's okay. There's parts about the movie that I didn't care for. I thought it needed to be 10 minutes longer, but my gosh, I'm not going to go out there and say, crazy stuff where anybody can go verify within, the next day or two that didn't happen. But here's an example of those movie critics on how to make amends. Culture was just referencing the Pro Show that we did 5 to 7 yesterday, and it's Thursdays 5 to 7. But we always lead into Midnight's Edge after dark as well. That's where we redirect to. And we should have taken care of getting Tom on the show yesterday, and we failed and messed up at that. And so apologies to Tom. I don't like when anybody is mistreated, and especially not Tom Connors. He's too big of a guy to do that to. So movie critics.
You told me you weren't going to make fun of my weight no more.
So movie critics, take that as an example. We all mess up, right? We all have errors, and we can fix that just by saying, you know what? I messed up there. And so I would like to see on Movie Math, I don't know that I'll watch it, but I think it may be the highest grossing Movie Math in terms of audience ever. But I would like to see some of these movie critics come out and say, whoops, this is really popular. Maybe we didn't understand what the charm is. Maybe we need to reassess. Maybe there is something to this Mario idea. Maybe families do just want to take their kids and have fun and be entertained and not have to walk out of the studio and say to their child, now let's talk about how two mommies can have a baby.
Yeah.
Good credit.
Eating mushrooms? Oh, nope, that's Mario.
I thought it was good credit.
Well, I mean, parents are in charge, so they don't have to answer questions they don't want to of their kids. So
That's true.
That is true. But it would be, but I think families have become fatigued from Disney content that continually asks them to be put in awkward situations that they may not have been ready for. It's not that parents are inept, but you can take any number of Disney movies that have come out recently, and it just puts parents in a spot where they're like, I just wanted to have fun. I'm going to go do the Minions instead next time because we don't have to do these kinds of car rides home.
And I wouldn't be giving the critics such a hard time on this one because normally this is the kind of rating I would expect them to give a movie like this. Same thing with all these superhero films. Like, that's the abnormality, right? As soon as the critics started liking this crap is when the audience said, fuck you. Because, yeah, they never used to make this kind of crap for the goddamn critics. They already knew that the critics were going to hate this shit. It was kind of preordained that way. And to me, it's just like, I'm sticking up for a film that is about at best a 7. Look, I'm going to be probably on the middling ground with this Mario movie. I'm not a huge Mario person. I enjoyed it, but I don't understand why they're giving it such a hard time, right? Like, what the hell do you expect from a movie called Super Mario Brothers? Well, we clearly get what they expect from it. Just listen to Grace Randolph. She's not getting the messaging she wants.
Exactly.
You know, she is freaking out over the villain actually doing villainous things.
Exactly.
You know, in the Me
Chris
Too
Pratt,
era.
Chris Pratt is a Christian, and she doesn't like that.
And let's not even just the fact that she's just trying to find reasons to hate the movie because Chris Pratt's in it is just the most disturbing of all. But hey, it is what it is. Like at this point, it's like, why do these critics? What do they expect out of a fucking Mario movie? They're like, their biggest complaints are it's simplistic and it's 90 minutes long. And I'm like, good. Good. I am sick of kids' movies that are over 2 hours long. Tell you, sit in a Pixar movie with a 6-year-old and a fucking 4-year-old for over 2 hours and see what happens. After about 90 minutes, they're like, can we go? Is the movie over yet? Can I get a candy? Can I go play one of the video games?
Sticky floor.
Exactly. They're like, blah, 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 blah. They don't care after that point. 90 minutes is like the most you could expect kids to sit and be interested in a film. After that, they start to just wander.
My favorite criticism they do has got to be where they say, and they do this over and over, that if you're not familiar with Mario, then you're not going to like this movie. And I'm sitting here thinking, who's not familiar with Mario? Like, this has become ubiquitous with childhood. Like, everybody has sat down with some version of this character at some point and gets the concept. I mean, and this is one of the most recognized brands on the planet.
Yeah. And to Tom's point, though, even if in the hypothetical event that you as a parent are not familiar with Mario, or say that you're a grandparent who skipped out on it altogether, it doesn't matter because the movie works completely on its own. No prior knowledge of the source material is required whatsoever to enjoy the movie. And anyone who claims that they didn't enjoy the movie because it was too complicated, too much lore, and it wasn't friendly to those not familiar to the lore, they are flat out lying. It's an excuse to dislike the movie.
You guys think we get a change to Rotten Tomatoes yet again to try to make this where they don't get tomato on their face? They continually do this where when audiences don't agree with the critics, they have to do something about it. I just wonder.
Yeah, and I mean, I made this point on Twitter because a few people were bringing that up, and I dug out my old images from our videos where, you know, it showed a ton of examples where the discrepancy between the audience and the critics. And there was even articles that were brought out about it not even a year ago where there's this, at no time in history has there been a bigger discrepancy between the critics and the audience, right? There always kind of been this curve or whatever you want to call it, where the audience and the critics would cross over at some point, but they were usually always diametrically opposed when it came to certain things like, you know, adventure films or action films, exploitation film, you know, children's films, for instance. Like Pixar was like an anomaly, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Pro. Like when Pixar came on the block, that changed everything. Not only did it change just the way movies were made and how studios produced and, you know, distributed their animated films and how they advertised them. They literally made an Academy Award because the Pixar films kept getting nominated for Best Picture. And they got
just called the John Lasseter Award.
They might as well have, because that's basically what happened is they created a brand new award for Best Animated Film because every single year they were getting sick and tired of Pixar movies getting nominated for Best Picture.
and yet they ran off the guy who was that good that Pixar won every single time to the point they had to have a category. They ran that guy off, and now they're suffering the consequences. It turns out that when you have a genius who is at the very extreme of the Pareto principle, running that genius off is one stupid, stupid thing to do.
Yeah. And that's exactly what this needed.
And what's funny is the upstart company kind of, sort of, because, I mean, Illumination's kind of the new kid on the block in comparison to the rest of them. And now they're whomping all their ass, really.
They're going to have to hire a lot of people. They're going to have to expand, and they've got to do it in a way they can maintain the quality they have. And by the way, here's something I haven't brought up at all about Mario. You guys tell me if you saw this, but every character in the movie was animated correctly according to, I'm sure, what the Nintendo Bible showed for them, you know, on how to keyframe this. Mario's run animations are correct. His jumps are correct. His facial expressions, for the most part, are correct. There's one comical scene where it looks more Minions-esque. But the one character who does not fit the Nintendo style is Peach. And every time I watch Peach, I thought, this is the same animator, the same lead animator who did the Grinch. It's got to be, because she has that wonky, like rubber bandy face emotive look that Illumination characters often have. But everything else was just, Toad it looks perfect, Luigi looks perfect, but Princess Peach, she just kind of, she's got that weird kind of thing going on there that you see out of Gru and the kids from Despicable Me.
I kind of see what you're saying, yeah. It's harder for me to notice in computer animation. I notice it more in 2D animation. But I get what you're saying, yeah, where you can tell one animator clearly worked on, because that's usually how it works, especially the main characters.
So they're going to have to grow like crazy, because let's think about this. They want to do their own original films, no problem there. How else do you birth new IPs? So absolutely. They're rebirthing Shrek. We all know this now, right? So Shrek's coming back. I would suspect they're not bringing Shrek back for a single film. I would suspect they want to do, multiple.
Plus
they've got the Despicable Me series, right? Because Minions are so popular, you can't let the Minions go. Anything that you can produce for $100 million and make $1 billion, there's no way on this world that they're going to drop that. And now they've got the Nintendo Cinematic Universe, which honestly could support 2 films a year. So
Actually,
that's a studio.
They shouldn't go beyond 2 films a year.
No, I agree. Don't
And
go
that's
beyond.
for quality control as opposed to oversaturation.
Yes,
Yeah, Script, I want
that's
to
a
hear
studio
your
that needs to
thoughts
grow.
on this, because I know you only have very limited time.
No, I think this is fantastic. I have no idea why in the Mario they wear the white gloves. I can only assume that maybe it's an homage to the fact that there are private services that offer what's called a white glove service, and that's what they're doing with Mario to justify and explain that. That's what I would do as a writer, because that's a thing. You can hire plumbers, you can hire movers, and they say we offer a white glove service, and that's what I get. And I don't understand any type of criticism against that anyways. It's part of the characters. But no, I think Universal's doing really well going this route. I think they are, if the box office performs correctly and they keep the story simple and they make them fun and enjoyable and hit those 4 quadrants, which basically means it's a broad appeal family film. They could definitely dominate the decade. And if they are, the smartest thing for them to do is to learn from all the mistakes that Marvel has made over the past 5 years. And they're right out there plain to see. So we can only hope that that's the case. And I think DreamWorks jumping back into Shrek is a good idea, and some of the other properties that they have as well.
You're right. I conflated those 2 studios. That's my fault.
Oh no, that's okay. I mean, listen, it's all computer animation. So many people thought Shrek was a Disney film for years. It's clearly not. But it just happens to be that way because, again, Shrek used a whole bunch of fairy tale properties that Disney no longer had a license to.
But what's interesting, and you corrected me there, and I appreciate you doing that. I don't want to be wrong any more than I have to, especially not in front of an audience. So thank you for correcting that DreamWorks is Shrek. But that is yet another danger to Disney then, because you have now 2 studios which are bringing their A game, and after seeing what Puss in Boots did, why would they not? So here you have 2 studios that are seeing great success on very low production budgets. And Disney's out here producing these animated films for $250 million. And they can't make a profit lately.
Well, because this axiom is true. Necessity is the mother of invention. And this could actually segue into your next topic, which is that the less money you give a creative, the more they have to be creative in order to pull off what they have with the limited resources at their disposal. And that was one of Ike Perlmutter's mandates when it came to his participation in Marvel. And
now, Script, let's pretend that I was wrong on purpose and that I knew that about Shrek. Let's pretend that you and I did that as a script, let's say, it seems apropos, so that Grace Randolph and the other critics can see how this is done when you are wrong.
Sure.
We'll go with that. But
Andre
yeah,
doesn't
before
sound
we
convinced
move
so
on-
far. Andre
Yeah.
seems a little skeptical on that one.
But Script, we are regrettably losing you. I just want to say thank you for being here today and for, as always, sharing your valuable insights. Everyone should check out Script's channel as well as Patreon, both of which are linked to in the description. Anything that you want to plug on the way out?
No, other than on my Patreon, I dropped a brief video for all patrons of the premium tier. So, and it's only like 2 minutes, but it's just little thoughts on Star Trek Picard, and eventually that will drop on my channel. But yes, just pay attention to what I'm doing on Twitter, because I'll be directing you here. Stick around to this show. They have a few more topics to address, some of which are very great and support
And tons of super chats and member chats.
and tons of super chats, but some are very great, especially the ones that where Tom, Andre, and myself have had conversations years before about how fans putting all their eggs in the one basket that is Kevin Feige is not to their benefit. And so stick around and see how that plays out, and have a wonderful day and a weekend, and happy Easter for everyone that celebrates. Take care.
Yes.
Take care, Script.
Absolutely.
See you, Script.
Thank you, Script. And before we move on, everyone, please smash that like. We have 2,400 watching. Help share this stream. And that actually, the final comments from Script there gave me one question, which I think we can use to round out the Mario discussion before we get into Super Chats. And that is this. Now, with Mario, a guaranteed blockbuster hit, the only thing that is left is determining how big a hit is it going to be. Will it be the biggest movie of the year, or will it just be the second biggest movie of the year? That's kind of where we are right now. With that, there's going to come much scrutiny and much more attention, and I think much more pressure from Hollywood to wokeify the next one so that it does go the way of Marvel. Do we think that Nintendo alone can stop this? And will the powers that be at Illumination and Universal want to do what made the money the first time, or try to infuse them some message for industry clout and brownie points? What say you, WDW Pro?
Well, I think that Nintendo, having allegedly stepped in and de-wokeified the storyboards on this original story where Princess Peach may have been too powerful and Mario may not have been the hero of his own story, and that goes right along with what Hollywood does. But I think that's evidence that Nintendo is not going to budge, and Nintendo has much to lose. If you think about Disney, Disney has so many different divisions out there, and they can do so many different things. They have theme parks, they have cruise lines. Now, I know all of that, other than the theme parks and the cruise lines, are in decline, but Disney has a massive portfolio, right? Disney has ESPN as a third of their corporate structure now. Nintendo has games, and now they have a movie, but Nintendo has games. Nintendo is not going to partner with anyone and take a passive position where they allow their characters to be damaged and thus their games be damaged. That is not going to happen. And I think Miyamoto and the others at Nintendo, I think that they are not out of the Western culture and where the Western culture has gone. I think they are firmly planted in traditional storytelling, traditional values. And it would surprise me if we go into in the near-term future, Nintendo Cinematic Universe movies. I'm not going to project 7 years out. Who knows what happens then? But in the near term, I don't think we're going to get any of those movies that move into this woke or divisive ideology. And furthermore, I think that it's going against now what these studios are realizing. Because if you look at this, what are our big movies from last year? Well, we've got Top Gun Maverick, we've got Minions, we've got Sonic, we've got Avatar: The Way of Water. All of these have, to some degree, paternal themes running through them. And now what do we get this year? Well, we're seeing this already out of Mario. We've had John Wick do exceedingly well for its budget. And we're going to get Mission Impossible. All of the biggest movies are following the same pattern. And as much as these people hate that pattern, I believe that the market ultimately wins out. I know that not everybody believes this. I just did an interview with John Trent of Bounding into Comics this morning, and he doesn't feel that the market will actually win out because he thinks these people have turned quasi-religious in their endeavors to change entertainment. But I think that ultimately that the money is the power that drives all of entertainment, and the money's drying up for this divisive stuff. The families have caught on.
Yeah. Tom, any thoughts on that before we move on to some of these super chats?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure if there was ever like this massive woke problem with Peach, because from what I've heard from a lot of folks, a lot of what's in the movie is stuff that was coming straight out of the games. And I mean, there's just so much in this movie that's so chock full of everything from Nintendo. And I highly doubt, even if there was a moment where Illumination was doing something that Disney or that Nintendo didn't agree with, that they wouldn't just say, oh, don't worry about that. We'll change whatever you want, sirs and ma'ams.
Oh, I don't think there was a conflict. I think Nintendo said,
yeah,
we're
no.
going to, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
well, and they did it gladly, because at this point they knew that what they had here. This is the first time Nintendo has worked with Hollywood in 30 years, so this is a big deal, and they knew it was a big deal, and they had to get it right the first time. And how do you do that? By trusting the people that have made this shit for 40 years, right? See, and to me, that's what I saw on screen. I'm not a big, huge Mario guy. I don't know all this stuff. I got some of the Easter eggs, and I know some of the stuff vicariously, but full disclosure, I haven't played a full Mario game probably since Super Mario Brothers 3, and I've only played part of Mario World and Dr. Mario, and long enough to say, oh, it's a Tetris ripoff. Like, that's what I'm saying. I've never picked up Mario 64. I have not played any of the games past that. So to me, I still knew all this stuff, and that's all that matters. I watched the movie and I walked out of it, and I could give it a Roger Ebert review. Is it for me? Not necessarily. I enjoyed myself. I had a good time with it, but you know what? I know kids are going to love this movie. In fact, I had a review from an 8-year-old yesterday. It is the greatest movie ever made.
Well, in their years, they might be right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's all that matters, right there.
From a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old as well.
See, that's all that matters right now. Is if the kids come out thinking this is the greatest movie ever made, they have won. They have done their fucking job. End of discussion. It doesn't
matter. It gets
matter.
better because the parents who took them had a good time too. And the parents will appreciate the messaging that is in the movie. Like when I saw this, I was just smiling because of that messaging. And for those that complain about like Peach being this girl power princess and all that jazz, there's just one line in the whole movie that is problematic. Everything else is par for the course with the brand, because what one has to keep in mind is that the brand is no longer what we remember it to be. Like, we remember back in the day when Peach basically was a damsel in the distress that needed to be rescued, only for Mario to learn that she was in another castle the whole time. That is what we remember.
That made me laugh.
Exactly. But for kids 15 and younger, they do not recall a time when Peach wasn't a playable character who could do the action every single bit as much as Mario could. Meaning that is who you have to cater to, and the movie has to be adapted to that. Peach is a playable character now. From the point of view of kids, there are two main characters. One is Mario, because every single boy out there identifies with Mario, and it is
or
Peach.
Luigi.
Because they're not. No one is going to be like, "Oh yeah, I see myself as Luigi." They identify with Mario, and they like Luigi. And that's the same thing with the girls. They identify with Peach, and they like Luigi, which means that it's perfectly acceptable to make Luigi the damsel in distress. But Tom, you had an objection.
Well, it's not an objection so much as I was talking about this last night with Mr. H on his stream, and we were talking about Yoshi, and I said, you know what? I bet you Yoshi's probably the most popular character. Because I remember when it came out, he was a smash, and he's just one of those characters. Whenever anything Yoshi related, people just go gaga over it. So I looked it up. Guess who the most popular character in Super Mario Brothers is?
Yoshi?
Luigi.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because
Luigi. Everybody loves Luigi.
Exactly. And that's why it's perfect that he's the one who's rescued, because everyone loves Luigi. Boys, they identify with Mario, but they love Luigi. Girls, they identify with Peach, but they love Luigi. Everyone wants to rescue Luigi.
You know, Luigi is like the Rick Moranis of the Mario Brothers franchise, and everybody loves Rick Moranis, right? So,
which is why it actually makes both financial and storytelling sense for the modern audience today that you have Peach and Mario be the kind of like leads and the character that the boy and girl audience respectively can project themselves into, and everyone wants to rescue Luigi because they all love Luigi. See, it's
Wario
the right
is more
decision.
popular than you would think too. Wario is very popular.
Well, sequels.
Just think
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
entire roster from the Super Smash Brothers games, which are like 70 or 80 characters. There is a built-in brand recognition for so many stories. There are more characters that are more well known than there are comic book superheroes in Marvel. So
Yeah.
and talking about leverage, Tom, you know, why there wasn't this big kerfuffle behind the scenes between Nintendo and Illumination as they negotiated this out. Well, of course, Nintendo hasn't opened this up to anybody in 30 years. And you're talking about Nintendo handing over a Mickey Mouse level brand recognized character for somebody to use. I mean, there's no telling what the value is in that. We're finding it out right now. But if you look at the top 3 characters recognized the world over, just cartoon characters, Mickey Mouse, Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog. And it's not necessarily, you know, Sonic's not on the same level necessarily, but their designs are so distinct that their silhouettes are just perfectly known. People have grown up with these. They're multi-generational, brand recognized characters, and they are worth a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
absolutely.
playing this exactly right. I mean, I even noticed, and I wasn't even saying it to like cut down on the film. I take it you've seen it now, Andre. It sounds like you
I have, yes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
we
I
didn't
can
get a chance to talk about it.
That's why I can talk about like the one problematic line and why
I
everything
figured.
else
I
kind
figured.
of are the correct decisions.
Well, then you probably
Andre,
would
do
have
you
noticed.
think?
Oh, go ahead and ask your question.
Andre, do you think now that we'll see a full CGI Sonic the Hedgehog series come out of this because of the success of this full CGI Mario?
I hope not, for the simple reason that that's the way to overexposure. I hope that with Sonic they're going to carry on with the movies and then just expand the Sega Cinematic Universe. But to your point of like a Super Smash Bros. Team Up event and everything, in Sonic with the rings and the jumping through portals, you already have what is needed to jump into the Nintendo-verse.
Who plays Pac-Man? If we could pick any actor from any point in history, you know, I go with Chris Farley for Pac-Man, or maybe
that'd
John
been
Candy.
amazing.
But who do we get for Pac-Man to play that character if he shows up in the Super Smash Brothers movie? Maybe the chat can tell us who we should use.
Considering he'd probably get the shaft, that would have been where I'd been better off just leaving Seth Rogen out of this, and I wouldn't have probably cared so much if he was Pac-Man, because
Seth Rogen is Pac-Man.
One or
He's
two
had
lines, fine. Like, I'm eating all the things. Like, that's all he needs to say. Because as Donkey Kong, he pulled me out of the movie, because Donkey Kong is one of my favorite fucking characters, and I'm like, dude, Jack Black should have played both Donkey Kong and Bowser, and nobody would have known, because he could have pulled it off.
I have to be honest, because like I had not read who was the cast going in. Like, I knew obviously that Chris Pratt was Mario, and I knew that Anna Taylor-Green was or Joy or whatever her name is, that she was Peach. But beyond that, honestly, I had no clue who the voice cast was. I did not recognize the voice of Jack Black until I saw the end credits, nor did I Seth Rogen. What I will say, I was like thinking as
You didn't recognize Seth Rogen? He
No.
didn't even do nothing.
No, but that's the whole point. I was like thinking, this guy does nothing, but he sucks.
That's
I've
Seth
seen a lot
Rogen's
of,
regular voice. He doesn't know how to do voices.
I've seen a lot of Danny DeVito's for Pac-Man. I have to say, that's pretty funny.
That's funny. I would have rather had him play Mario, but yeah, I'd take that.
Yeah. Now, whoever put Jennifer Lawrence, you're just cruel.
You're just being mean.
And the person who put Lizzo, that's even worse. We're still
But
waiting
even-
for Lizzo to do an acting appearance on it.
Oh Lord, not Lizzo. She not even as Miss Pac-Man. No, basically, I think you guys are right. You get Danny DeVito and Rhea Perlman to play Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that
that'd
would be
be fun.
great.
I'd totally go for that, yeah.
Because I mean, really, why not? I mean, it'd be for the adults. If you're gonna do this shit, do it right. Because that was one thing I was complaining about. Because that's one thing DreamWorks and Pixar are most responsible for, and that is taking jobs away from actual voice actors and making it this big, huge thing to put people like Chris Pratt into these movies. And again, most people haven't had a problem with it. I totally understand that. That was one of my biggest gripes besides Seth Rogen, is that to me, he just didn't really quite fit the character. And I love Chris Pratt, so he's not the problem. It was just, to me, that's my personal take. But at the same time, the reason we have all these movies constantly with big actors' names in them is because of things like Shrek and Pixar films. That's where shit changed. And I think they need to get away from that again, because kids don't give a shit. They're doing it for the adults. They're doing it to slap a name on the poster. And I think the stupidity hit a peak already with the Chipmunks, right? Like when they did the Chipmunk movie, the original version, like weeks before the movie was set to be released, the original voice actors from the 80s cartoon, the son of Ross Bagdasarian and his wife, did the voices in the movie. Then the studio's like, well, we need some names for the poster. So then they got, what's his name? Justin Long, and like the kid from One Direction, and somebody else to do the voices of the Chipmunks. Like, you can fucking tell because they're fucking chipmunks. Like,
is the original version of that with the original voice actor, is it available anywhere?
No, but if you watch some of the early trailers, if you find it, you can tell it's a different
I would love
voice
because
it's and all the singing parts in the movie, all the singing parts in the movie are the 80s voices, basically.
Gotcha.
It's just when they're talking, and you could kind of tell it's Justin Long just because he's got a little bit of a, that Justin Long voice in it, but that's it. But he's a chipmunk, so it don't freaking matter. And it's kind of the same thing here. Nobody really cares if it was Chris Pratt doing the voice of Mario or not, necessarily one way or the other. But I think it would have gone a lot farther had they had the guy who does the voice in either the games do it, or somebody who would be more appropriate, like Danny DeVito.
Well, so Martinet is in the movie. We're not going to do spoilers.
In a cameo, yeah.
Yeah. But I thought it was very respectful how they did that. And I think maybe what they were considering on that is, did people really want to sit through 90 minutes of, it's me, I'll save you, Peach. Hold on a minute, I don't know if
I
we
would have.
that carried a decade.
I know Paul would have. He's got a green van. Are you going out and giving away candy? It's supposed to be white, Paul.
No, there's my son redoing the brake lines of a Honda.
Hey, son.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I was expecting at any moment to see the Mario van in there. This is going to be a huge cameo opportunity here.
So I thought after I finished my shoot to see whether you guys were still hanging out. And
we've got a lot of super chats and messages to get through. We're just finishing up our Mario discussion.
I've ever had a larger backlog of super chats.
No, and it's a good problem to have.
Maybe we should make Paul read them. Maybe that's what he could do here.
I'm happy to do it.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Well, yeah, we can. Let's get started on them. Yeah, so we got Lope Hunter first here, who says,
why expect change if D sold to Apple still woke?
Yeah,
Perhaps.
So Lope Hunter wonders if Disney were to be sold to Apple, what kind of change could we expect? What say you, Paul?
Well,
would anything change?
Well, that's Apple is a woke company, but they're very concerned about the quality of the product that they're putting out. They kind of have the Pixar DNA that Steve Jobs left them. And right now, J.J. Abrams' Bad Robot is in the middle of doing some project for Apple. I can't remember what it is, but I have heard that the Apple execs don't like what he's doing and have kind of slowed it all down. So they are willing to make a decision based on just the quality of the product, which Disney doesn't seem to care about.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. WDW
Apple, but that's not Apple's modus operandi. They won't buy Disney.
Do you
that's
think
what I think
that could happen?
Pardon me?
Yeah, no, WDW Pro, if he thinks that could happen.
Well, anything can happen. Do I think it's likely to happen? No. And in order for Disney to stop being in the vein that they have been, Disney will have to eliminate the people who make the decisions. Disney is not just some sort of, what would you say? Some sort of esoteric idea that produces content, out of the ether. Disney is made of people. And the people make the decisions in the content. And the people that Disney currently have in charge, they're making the kinds of things they believe are successful for whatever reason. So they have to go if you want to see a change in direction.
Yeah. I'm going to quote Mr. Clamp from Gremlins 2 when he said, I want to make a place for people. I built a place for stuff and stuff and things showed up. Like, that's kind of what Disney has become, right? It's no longer for the people. But I think there's a plausibility it could happen. It's just not likely anytime soon. I'm just saying that this whole announcement thing feels to me more like they're trying to position the company for a sale. Because I know they'll never sell Lucasfilm or Marvel off, but they would sell the whole company, especially in the shape they're in right now with all this crap they're dealing with. But anyway, unless Andre has any more to add or subtract from that.
I have nothing to add to that, but Paul, Jim Watari has a super chat he wants you to read.
Yes. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. And good times creates Jimmy Walker.
Dynamite!
I have to say that.
That does sum it up. So thank
This is
you,
a
Jim,
great
for the
saying.
$20.
I don't know who came up with this. I've heard this before. It's
Yeah.
really quite
Great
a
cycle.
fun. I like
And a
this
good
saying.
time can create a hard man.
Yeah, and I am of the opinion that the 90s and early 2000s, they were the height of civilization, and since then we have had nothing but cultural stagnation, and we're seeing the results of that right now. The good times led to weak men and bad times, which is what we're starting to see right now.
Well,
Not so bad either.
weak men doesn't necessarily mean skinny men, but Camille Paglia.
No, it's not a physical thing. It's more like I think it's more a matter of like mental fortitude and attitudes.
But one of the things Camille Paglia, in a seminar I saw her do about 6 years ago, mentioned, and this is maybe just a coincidence, the decline of each major civilizations happened. It coincided when the civilizations, how do you say it? Put strong men into the background and weaker men into the foreground, and there was a feminization of men in the Roman Empire. There's many empires where society got to the point where the feminization of men became popular, and after that happened, they all collapsed. Whether you're in the middle of that, I don't know.
True. Yeah, that is exactly true, and many of the things that we have seen in our society the past few decades are exactly the same kind of things that history in a sense has warned about. But we're not going to dwell on that because Ryan sent us 50 euros. Thank you, Ryan. Paul, would you have the honor?
Were Lucasfilm writers tripping on DMT when they wrote this week's Mando episode? It was a fever dream of Alice in Wonderland, SNL cartoons, and a hint of Blade Runner wrapped in the finest veneer of Star Wars. I think there's spite writing now.
I love Ryan's comment. Oh my gosh, that's great.
Yeah, and sorry it took us so long to get to it, Ryan, but thank you so much. Yes.
I did not. I stopped watching Mando, so I'm in your hands.
I have stopped watching Mando too. I'll catch up at some point here, but I did see Nerdrotic's recap of the series so far in his video from yesterday, and all I can say is that they weren't tripping on just DMT, but all kinds of uppers and downers known to man and then some, because whatever they were smoking, they need to pass some around, because that made them high.
Andre, are you telling me that you don't think that Baby Yoda being knighted for assisting with zero gravity space beer pong was a fantastic storyline?
No, and also either Jon Favreau has completely lost it, or has completely given up, or he wasn't that good to begin with. And I
Or
would
maybe
just
not
like
even
to
there.
go back to our post-mortem of the Boba Fett series, where we concluded after extensive research that mistakes were obviously made. Kathleen Kennedy, she allowed Rodriguez to bring in those stupid Spy Kids-like things, and that was a mistake. But the real problem that brought the series down was Jon Favreau himself and his stupid take on the Godfather for the series. That's what kind of ended it. Whereas Rodriguez wanted to make or continue to have a barbarian, he knew exactly who his boss was. That was Favreau, and it was Kennedy who did what the two of them wanted, and what they wanted together was a piece of shit.
And I got to say, he clearly didn't watch The Godfather or misinterpreted it. That's for sure.
Yes.
There's a weird habit at Disney. Two examples I can give, and I know there's more. In Andor, the whole thing started with Andor looking for his sister, and then that was it. She was jettisoned. We never heard another thing.
Yeah.
This season's Mandalorian had to get what was the robot's name? D11 something 11
For no good apparent reason. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I need to get this part to fix him. Where is it? Like, he's no longer searching for the part. These
They also forgot his prejudice against robots in the process of it all. But yeah,
They really need an Amazon kind of service in Star Wars.
Yes,
It would solve a lot of these side quests.
but they wasn't the one of the main motivators of Andor was finding his sister, and she disappeared. I mean, there was no more quest for her.
pretty much after the first episode, it was dropped.
Yeah, and I see this all the time in all the Disney episodes. It's just a small quirk that seems to be a window onto their complete dysfunction. It's a small thing, but I think it's a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. John Apocalypse, it must be Greek. Mario is great. Hated licensed music and Seth laugh.
I liked the music. I thought the music was like welcome. Even
I say
Take
Beastie
Off
Boys,
by
better use of Beastie Boys than Star Trek.
Oh hell yeah!
No Sleep Till Brooklyn, yeah.
Yeah. And
No Sleep Till.
And I was thinking of Paul because we spoke about Aha that you also finished earlier this week.
Yes,
That's right. I totally spaced out. That's in the movie too, yeah.
Aha is in the Mario.
The song is, yeah.
Tickle Me is in the Mario movie.
That's great.
I thought the soundtrack was great.
Yeah, because it's during the racing sequence when they see like the racing cars and everything. How perfect is that? Just calling back to that to the music video you were discussing.
You know what I kind of thought about? The fact
genius.
that they had that remade song in the Lego movie that used the riff from Take On Me. Mario just had the real song in there.
Yeah, exactly.
They had a bigger budget.
And yeah, that is true. And it's such a good song. So it's the family classic, and not just because it's Norwegian, but it's a good song. Yeah.
Well, the
And
funny
Seth
thing about
Rogen
that
really
song-
pissed me off because it could have been a really funny bit between Mario and him.
The funny thing about Aha is that one song sounds nothing like anything else that they do.
Nope. And all their other music is really good as well, but that is the one that was like genetically engineered to become a hit. But their other songs are still really, really good.
Well, and you guys have seen Mario. I haven't.
Yes. It's a really good movie.
All thumbs up.
Yeah, all thumbs up. But it's best for kids with young parents. So you need to go get yourself some grandkids soon, so you'll see it with them.
Well,
Ellis,
Paul, on the other hand,
getting some grandkids. No. He's,
But no, well, Paul, you're a bit of a gamer, so you might just have fun with it alone, just for the
I will.
the
I'm gonna go see
references
it.
and all that stuff.
No,
Yeah.
I'm absolutely going to go see it.
No, I think you'll enjoy it. We've officially hit 100 of these now, so we're
I'm,
gonna be
I'm
here for a
going to
little
see it for no other reason than to kick Disney in the nuts.
bit.
Yeah.
And we got
Well, that's a good reason to see it right there.
So we got Warachi for
Warachi.
$5. Requiescent in place. Stella Belli. We will always have the old movies. Requiescent in pace. What an interesting. Is that the name of a movie?
maybe it's
I
an
think
anime.
it's a reference to We'll Always Have Casablanca.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And now we've got Mario Trujillo, whatever. Also, can we get the Sam Jackson Pulp Fiction quote as a clip every time Tom messes up a super chat, or is that a little much?
Well, we don't want to get copyright stricken by Samuel L. Jackson unless he
Which
comes to
one?
us personally. Then that's all good and well.
Yeah, I mean, I got that behind me already. I mean, I could just show that. But I don't know if that's the quote he's thinking of.
Is Samuel Jackson slumming at Disney? That's what I want to know.
You know what? I don't think he's slumming it per se, but it does truly feel like that secret
Invasion
thing it is totally phoning it in or something. Like something feels off about it.
And yet another opportunity to see if Disney is continuing to go down. I mean, if the ratings for that are poor, you know, everything is just dropping. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, Guardians of the Galaxy is coming soon.
That is a bright spot.
They have to
Yeah,
hope
well,
for
we'll
it.
see. I'm not so sure that's going to do so good anymore.
Yeah. Then we got a super sticker from Stian Munstad. Let me see if I can see what that is. It is probably a thumbs up, but you never know.
The jumping bean. Could be your number one.
Darius send us a popcorn, so that's not it. Stian, send us a thumbs up. If you haven't hit that thumbs up yet, please do. There's over 2,000 you still watching.
Exactly. More than 2,000 watching. Everyone, please smash that like, help share the stream, and we'll be talking some more Disney shenanigans because they've had a week from hell with Perlmutter now speaking out against them.
Oh, has he spoken?
Oh,
yes.
Oh, wow.
Loudly.
We got Slark, who's been a member for 3 months and says, "Hail chat." Well, hail to you, Slark. And then we've got John Apocalypse, who's been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much. The Kaiju Gamer says, "Hi, gang. Gonna see the D&D movie tonight. Andre and Tom, have you seen the tweet I sent you? It's a comment I made under Grace's Mario review."
Yes, I did see that. I did see your comment, and yeah, I think it's on point. One should just be careful about references to how they might be better off not wasting the planet's precious air. But other than that, on point.
I take it Grace didn't like the movie?
Oh, no.
I think what's causing the backlash is that she seems to have either not watched the movie or fabricated parts of it. It's hard to hard to line up.
It's a weird review. It's been a review that we've all been e-fapping for the last day or so. It is hilarious how stupid she gets in that review. But anyway,
wild.
Yeah. Fat Steven Seagal is in the house. How you doing, buddy? Says, how does Ray train a new? Oh, we got this one already. But thank you again, Fat Steven.
Yeah, Ray is back apparently.
Yeah, we talked about the
She's
top of the
training
show.
people despite she never having received training in the first place.
That's
Right.
right.
And one of 3 Star Wars movies announced just in the last couple of hours.
She said that Star Wars ruined her career, and now she's dipping back into it.
Yes, because they're paying her, so it no longer ruined her career.
Well, that's kind of what she was griping about. She's like, I can't get any work after Star Wars. It's like, We're in the middle of a pandemic, and you're in more movies than most actors. What are you griping about? Like,
And also, I think it's also fair to remind everyone that prior to Star Wars, her biggest claim to fame was playing topless corpse on a slab.
That is correct. Yes, yes,
saying
that's
anything. She was
deep cut.
movie number 3.
Playing what?
Yeah,
sorry,
Yes,
there
it's
was like
blown.
tons of noise on your end there. She
Yeah.
played a topless
Dead body
corpse.
number 3,
Oh.
which was topless corpse on a slab.
I gotcha. Wow.
And that was her big claim to fame prior to Star Wars. So
Is this
basically-
background noise hurting your transmission?
Just a minute there was getting a little loud, and it's not so bad
Okay.
now. Nerd Alert says, what would you say were the big things that started the culture? Oh, we got this one already. Thank you so much, though, Nerd Alert. Thought I got rid of that one before, but I did not. Giselle Comics sends us $50.
Wow.
Says, thank
you.
you, Midnight's Edge, for influencing me all things Conan. In turn, I was blessed to take part in Red Sonja D&D inspired comic called Savage Sin. Currently on Kickstarter campaign, ends soon on April 8th. Wow,
All right,
well, that's
very cool.
amazing, Giselle. If our mods can find that and get the link for everybody in the chat, that'd be great. Savage Sin, it's called. Thank you so much.
Very cool.
Yeah. Dash Attack says, I don't like Filoni, like some on the panel, but I don't hate Filoni, sorry, like some on the panel, but he does what KK wants, so his projects and characters get made. I appreciate most of his stuff. Yeah, that's fair. PS says, Florida floating tolls, hotel tax for Disney. Wow.
Okay, pause for a minute. I got to explain
Yes.
this because this is one of those things that not many people know. There have been those in the media who have been jumping up and down excited, thinking that Disney has defeated DeSantis in terms of what they did at the last minute with their Reedy Creek Improvement District. No, I'm not taking a political position at all. I just want people to understand, and I know this is going to be a shock, that the media has not spun this correctly to you. They don't want you to know the actual truth of it. But I find this fascinating that at the last minute and the 11th hour, Disney attempted to declare all of Walt Disney World, 40 square miles of it, to be a homeowners association using homeowner association covenant rules under Florida law to try to usurp the government and prevent the government from being in charge of the new special district that governs Disney. And so I think the floating tolls and the hotel tax that could potentially come to Disney are the least of Disney's worries. There's a criminal investigation now that's been opened. They are in, I won't go into all of it right now because they have fake cities that they've been running for decades that also put them in a lot of hot water, but Disney has a lot to worry about in Central Florida.
Yeah. And we're going to get into a little bit of that here in just a few minutes on the other business here, but we've got to get through some of these super chats. You guys have been so generous and so patient. We apologize, but it's been a morning with a lot to discuss. Tommy Table sends in $6.99 Canadian and says, can we hope that these movies will be canceled? That's all I'm clinging to right now.
Yeah.
I think the chances these movies are being canceled are pretty damn good. They're so good that I bet they won't even take bets on them in Vegas.
Yeah.
I hope they get made.
Paul,
It's
I
the
just
chance
want
to it's the chance to
Yeah.
witness it.
Paul, I just want, you obviously been busy with the shoot this whole morning. You haven't heard any announcements, so I'm just going to give you the question real simple. 3 Star Wars movies have been announced. What's the over and under on them ever happening?
I'd say 10-1 against.
That'd have been pretty good odds. I'd go harder.
So yeah, WDW. Paul is not too excited about these prospects or optimistic about them ever happening. What say you?
Oh, I mean, I'm hoping for them to be made because what glorious moments would be revealed. The truths that would finally make it out in the marketplace as we all discover that Star Wars isn't popular. It's dead.
But
I welcome the
If-
chance for the market to respond.
If KK has been shunted off to the side and the king making of Filoni and Favreau has not happened, who's creating these rumors or making these decisions that there's going to be 3 more?
Well, I think Kathleen Kennedy is in. I mean, she's in power. I think she's taken advantage of the fact that Disney has had such turmoil, because Chapek was not a fan of her. Iger, I don't think, is a fan of her, and yet she has managed to do this. I suspect because there's been such, well, Kareem Daniel, for example, was the one who was filtering a lot of the content. He's been exited, so she seems to have been able to really get a lot done in manifesting her idea of the Force as female. We're calling it Star Girls. I don't know if you've seen the movies and content.
Yeah, like
that are
the
coming,
Acolyte is shooting now.
All female
and some other
led
stuff. Yeah,
yeah. So
all her stuff. Yeah.
The reason that there's a chance that these aren't made more than usual is if Indiana Jones does poorly at the box office,
Right.
and if these other Star Wars items continue to drop, then I just don't see that Kathleen Kennedy can stay. And if she can't stay, who wants to come in and create the content that she came up with versus start over with the vision that you have? Whoever's in charge is going to want to be in charge.
Well, you already brought up
the latest Indiana Jones trailer. I just saw it was horrible.
It was.
Yes, it's muddy and muddled.
And going off of that right there, you kind of answered one of them. The Mangold Project, unless Indiana Jones 5 is a huge success, it ain't happening. He's getting shit canned as soon as that movie tanks, because we know that's KK's MO.
There is an awful lot of excitement, though.
It is. But
I mean,
this trailer, I don't know how people can get excited over. I watch. It is what the fuck are you doing with a Rolling Stones song in a fucking Indiana Jones trailer?
No, but the people who love the brand, they're very excited about seeing Harrison Ford in his.
We got to see him sleeping in his chair in his fucking underwear. Whoopee! Oh my god!
Listening to the Rolling Stones.
It's like it's subliminally telling us.
Look at this.
It's like it's subliminally telling us that they made a deal with the fucking devil or something to get this shit done. Like, what the fuck?
Now, there's way more Phoebe in this trailer. Now, you guys have probably already discussed it.
We haven't actually.
I was surprised at how much Phoebe was in this particular trailer.
And she's oh, guys, okay. Just now seeing this. Lucasfilm has disabled the downvotes on the trailer.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So this is the usual, right about now is when I'm usually doing my investigating for that park place.
Well, let me explain myself a little bit here. I think this trailer is going to do damage to this movie, and let me explain why. Because for weeks now, I have been saying this, and people have asked me, how do you think Indiana Jones is going to do? And I've said Indiana Jones has a little bit different audience than Star Wars. There is some crossover, but Indiana Jones has more in common with the audience that went to see Top Gun, is what I was trying to tell people. You have a problem now. You get some people who see this trailer, they're going to say what I just said. What the fuck is a Rolling Stones song doing in an Indiana Jones trailer?
Yeah.
Because the tone that this trailer sets does not feel like an Indiana Jones movie at all. I don't know what the fuck this was. And you're right about Phoebe. She is, for as much as they missed her in the first trailer we got, she is double down on in this one.
Oh, but some of the comments are like, "Oh, look at the amount of energy Phoebe adds to the movie." Really? I didn't get that vibe at all.
When you've turned off the likes and the downvotes are disabled right out of the gate, I'm not putting much stock in the comments either. At that point, like something clearly is not well with the trailer. That's not what happens with a healthy media property coming out. They don't do this. They didn't do this for the Mario movie trailers. They don't do this for the Mission Impossible trailers. This is a specifically Lucasfilm thing now.
Well, Disney's been doing this a lot lately.
But
One
I
of the
do
top
think
comments
the Rey
is,
movie's
"I
gonna
got
happen.
chills when he says Chewie, we're home." So kudos to whoever came up with that.
But here's the thing: is now the Rey movie I think is going to happen, because isn't that the one that the Miss Marvel chick is directing? And wasn't that the one that Damon Lindelof left?
Yes,
the crazy
that's
one.
Because remember we were saying that.
I think this one. I think the one that's most likely to happen is the Mando concluding one with Dave Filoni. That one I think is most
that's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, because that's now part of the Mando-verse and the conclusion to it, the Kathleen Kennedy approved conclusion. So I don't.
But
think
again, Andre, don't let it be lost on anyone that means that if they're concluding that, They haven't. There's no incentive if it's healthy to end it. I mean, why would you ever stop making the shows in that era unless there's some reason to do so? And I suspect that Jon Favreau is walking away. I don't know that, but that's what it seems to indicate to me.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. That is very, very troubling that we get that movie announcement to me, because to me that signals that Favreau lost, as you are saying. Because
And we didn't
really,
get it. Why would we not get Favreau
if it
placed at the
wasn't,
top of it?
why would Filoni be directing it instead of Favreau?
Exactly.
That's an interesting point.
You would think it's his baby. You would think he would be the one to see it through, but he's
Yes.
not.
No, I think
Apparently
this
he's
is a
not there.
compromise. This is our proof that we've been saying all along. This whole thing has now become a compromise. Because don't you remember, this was supposed to lead into a whole big fucking open universe of a whole bunch of different shows and shit, guys. Where are those?
Lost in space.
Lost in space. Exactly. With Danger Will Robinson.
That's right. Oh, you crazy, stupid robot. Oh.
You thought you were going to get Rangers of the Republic show? Killybyte says, we'll believe new trilogy when it's actually in theaters. Yeah. How many movies has KK announced that have actually been made? This is just it. And that's what I was going through. And I was saying, like, the first one we mentioned, well, we already kind of know, like, notice they didn't say anything about the Taika Waititi movie here. That's probably dead now.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
She must
this
have a
Ray
record.
movie will, the other one, the Mangold one, has less of a chance of happening of all of them. The Ray one has a 50-50 shot, and we know we're going to get the Mando ending one, because that's obvious that they're going to end this shit. And what have we been saying for the last few weeks? This stuff feels like it's heading towards a fucking brick wall at this point. Like, we're not getting any extensions after this. This is it. People asking, like, is Gina Carano ever going to come back? No, because it's done, kids. It's over with.
No, that's
Right? Why would she want to come back?
Well, it killed it. That's what killed this whole fucking thing. Believe it or not, that's at the end of the day, they can't argue about it no more.
They
Yeah,
had
but that's
another
what
MCU
the whole time.
They killed it.
Yeah, if I'm allowed to bring back what I said the day that she was carried, fired. Sorry, one more time, I messed that up. Now is when we need that Samuel L. Jackson.
Do you
meme.
speak
But
English,
anyway,
motherfucker?
Exactly. What I was trying to say is that this is what I've been saying since the day Gina Carano was shit-canned. I've been comparing her to a load-bearing pillar. The moment you took her away, the whole structure collapsed. And that structure was all of Star Wars. What Jon Favreau was doing, he was creating a new foundation. And of that foundation, Gina Carano was a load-bearing pillar.
Funny that, isn't it?
And all of Star Wars collapsed on top of it. You didn't see it right away because it takes time for the collapse to happen, just like it took time for the Titanic to sink. But her firing destroyed Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't think anyone internally anticipated her popularity.
Well, and it's not just her, like Andre is saying, it's not just her firing. There was other things that were leading up to that, right? Like, because that exact
Obviously,
moment
but if
was
there
the time.
One thing.
Yeah.
If you
Chapek,
had-
that it was his big fuck up right there, was bringing Kathleen Kennedy back into the fucking fold over at Star Wars, because that's what it made that. That's when that all happened.
It was a series of events, but if you had to point to just one thing, I would say those were like the shots heard around the world. That was the one triggering event from which there was no coming back.
I would put it under the butterfly effect, where I don't
Yes.
think anyone anticipated a bit player like Gina Carano having such a profound effect on the franchise.
Well, and the
Of all
sad part
people.
is it's not even so much it's just what the fact of, like what Andre was saying. She was one of the pillars that were going to hold up this next level of Star Wars, right? She was just one of many. And Kathleen Kennedy came in like a fucking wrecking ball.
Well, they also allowed her to be
a
martyred.
load-bearing
They allowed her to be martyred in a way that caused people to feel as if they were being martyred themselves, because it was not she was not being taken out for necessarily a major mistake or faux pas. She was being taken out for her beliefs. And when you take out someone whose beliefs are shared by 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%, I don't know the exact number, but a huge chunk of your fan base, then it feels as if all of them have been castigated and they already don't want to support you. They're giving you a second chance. It's not a good idea to do that after the sequel trilogy did such damage.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that.
Well, I mean, everyone's doing it. Look at the director of Blue Beetle, who's clearly been told to shut up. And then the little, I hear nothing but the Spider-Verse inserts that people are going, well, that's it. I'm not watching it. Like, why do people keep doing this? I don't get it. It's so simple to just shut up and not antagonize half the United States. Like, how hard is it?
Yeah, it's
Can't
not
stop
that hard.
it.
Look at what Mario Brothers did this week so far, and it's only on its second day.
And what's the well, we are in Friday now. We won't know the Friday box office.
No, but it did 26 million last night. It did 36 million the night before, which I think that actually had like some midnight showings added into it. But yeah. So yeah, like it's looking to have a very, very, very good weekend. Yeah, I know we're going to be losing WDW Pro here soon, so we want to talk a little bit about Perlmutter, and then we're going to try to get through as many of his super chats as we can before he does. So, Andre, set us up here.
Yes, because for the past few weeks, we have been speaking about Disney's Week from Hell. But the thing is that as it is right now, every week is Disney's Week from Hell. I mean, like last week we had or this week we had the shareholder call that started us off with Bob Iger being ambushed. That has been adequately covered both by WDW Pro over on his channel, by Valiant Renegade, and in our video that covered both of those, in addition to a whole stream of live shows, including on Midnight's Edge After Dark. But it didn't end there. On Tuesday, someone had enough and decided to speak out in the financial press, namely Ike Pearlmutter. Now, Pearlmutter, of course, is the person who brought Marvel to Disney in the first place. He is one of the largest shareholders of Disney for that very reason. He used to run all of Marvel until he was outmaneuvered by Kevin Feige and Victoria Alonso. And what was his big crime? Well, he wanted them to be fiscally responsible. And the moment that he was removed, that's when budgets exploded. And one of the things that he said in this interview is that what he stood for was to keep budgets in check, because he didn't care about box office. That's for Hollywood types. What he cares about is the bottom line. And in order for profit to happen, budget and creatives needs to be kept in check. But that wasn't all. WDW Pro, please take us through it. What more did Mr. Perlmutter say when he spoke out? And why is that also bad news for Disney?
Well, Mr. Perlmutter is no fan of Robert Iger, that's for sure. He's no fan of Disney leadership. He seems to have been saying for quite a while that Kevin Feige is a problem. Now that Feige is no longer constrained, maybe we're all realizing that he has some truth to his words. I think the big news from this, though, is that simply put, Ike Perlmutter was fired, not, at least that's what he says, it's not that his position was axed as a result of the job layoffs that have become necessary because, again, Disney hasn't been able to control their budgets. And so that may be part of the reason that he's able now to speak so freely. One of the things that I find interesting about this is that Ike Perlmutter has something like $3 billion worth of Disney stock. And we were just covering for weeks on end the potential proxy war that was coming via Nelson Peltz. Now, Nelson Peltz and his Trian group, they only have about $1 billion of Disney stock, yet we thought that was tremendous. And it just so happens that Ike Perlmutter and Nelson Peltz are very, very good friends. They are neighbors, and they go out to dinner together, they and their wives. So if you think about it from that standpoint, I don't imagine that Nelson Peltz is very happy right now. No, I can't be a prognosticator of financial futures, but what I can say is that if you combine those two individuals together, my math tells me that's $4 billion of Disney stock. And if I look at some of the other major players out there who may be disinclined to continue with Disney's track record, I'm looking at you, George Lucas, and what they've done to your precious Star Wars, essentially desecrating the story that you created with Anakin and Luke and handing this all over to Palpatine and his progeny. But I can imagine that he's real thrilled watching his franchise be burned to the ground. I start to see that as Disney closes in on dismal ratings and dismal box office results, and potentially the parks also suffering in the future as well, it becomes less difficult to imagine a future where a successful proxy war could potentially result in major change at the top. And so I think, depending on how this summer goes for Disney, people like Perlmutter, who they're not officially with Disney any longer, right? He's been fired. But he still has tremendous control because of the power he holds over those stocks. I just wonder how long this company can falter before these individuals who have huge investments at Disney decide that enough is enough. I suspect that if the box office for things like Elemental, Indiana Jones, and then, oh my gosh, the Marvels coming down the road even farther, if those continue to fall, then it's very easy to get other people to come on board and say, yeah, we've seen enough here. It's time to make a change.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as like my understanding is as a shareholder, it obviously doesn't benefit him to speak out. But now that he's no longer a part of the company, despite them literally pushing him out of the company, he's in a position now where he can speak out against the company.
Exactly.
And he can say what he wants without any repercussions.
It
Outside
seems
of
he's
maybe
going
to his outside of maybe to his share, his shares. But at this point, this dude's got fuck you money. So this is all about the principle, right? Like, he's basically the Joker right now in Dark Knight, saying it was never about the money, it was about the message. And now he's sending his message. They've been all about the message for the last, X amount of years. Now he's sending the message of, fuck you, it's about money and entertaining people, and you guys have taken it to a completely other place. And I feel like this is where Nelson Peltz has made some penetrations, and this is why we saw so many people get through on the earnings call the other day and saying these things, because I think it's reached a point where we've said for a while, these people are going to basically be going, where's my money? Where is my money? You guys may be getting money from all this, DEI crap, but we're not necessarily, right? Like, because
I think Andre knocked it out of the park when he was talking about the week from hell. You guys remember, it wasn't very long ago, we had the so-called Summer of Love, which was lovely in only some senses, but not in many other ways.
Was that the summer up where you had left-wing rioters basically?
It was mostly peaceful. It was mostly peaceful. The fires were not so destructive.
Instantly went full authoritarian and started killing people. Was
yes,
that
well,
what you're talking about?
I think, Andre, that Disney is now looking at a summer of hell facing them, and potentially a fall of hell, and we'll see what happens at the end of that. But I don't think that many people are going to want to ride along with Disney as they do this. So we'll see what the shareholders have to say. I'm not making any financial predictions. I'm not telling anybody out there any financial advice at all. I'm simply saying that as the company suffers significant box office failures and more divisions having issues, that I think people in charge will be called to task for that.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I don't think you are wrong at all.
And I know there's been a lot of stuff said about Perlmutter. Some of it's true. And then in hindsight, you can kind of see where I start to understand more of why he acted out the way he did on certain things. The X-Men thing makes a bit more sense in hindsight too. You look back on it, it's like, I'm sure most of his frustration didn't come from the fact that there was X-Men movies and they were popular and all that shit. It probably more stemmed from the fact that Marvel made that stupid fucking deal with Fox and they got shit out of it. That's what pissed him off probably more than anything, right? Same can be said for Spider-Man. Okay? He turned around and he got him back the toy rights, arguably the most lucrative part of the Spider-Man franchise. And what did Disney do?
Tossed him to the side.
Gave him right back to fucking Sony to try and get back in on the Spider-Man game.
Yep.
I guarantee you that pissed him off. This guy, regardless of what has been said about him, he is probably the reason why we have Marvel today. There was a point when they were on the verge of bankruptcy. They made some of the stupidest fucking deals in the world with their characters. Yeah.
And folks, we've lost Paul. He is heading off. Somebody clock him and see what the speed is.
I just want to say that is the sound of fossil fuel, and I love it.
But it also sounded like you were
The
going to
last
comment
couple
on
of
something I
days,
said. Yeah.
I've been driving electrical, and that was some bullshit.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Now,
it
what
sounded like
kind of
you were
electric have you been driving, Andre?
The hybrid Toyota. And boy, was I happy to get my diesel back again.
Electric's
Okay.
boring. And,
Yeah.
and
I didn't know if
France
he
is,
was.
France is on the warpath against Germany because Germany has enacted electric only by 2035. But because France, the French automakers are always near bankruptcy, they don't have the money to invest in electric. So that means that, they won't be able to sell French-built cars into Germany anymore by 2035. So the
Well,
French,
it's not going to happen because Germany doesn't have electricity.
well,
That is a problem.
they get it from Russia, burning Russia's
bro.
gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to, but that was before we and another government blew up Nord Stream. So yeah,
Oh, yeah, and Greta convinced them to turn off all their nuclear reactors.
yeah, exactly. So like great going right there. So Germany, they can.
You know what's funny?
They can announce all the electrical car, fossil fuel car bans they want, but if people there are supposed to be driving cars, it's gonna be fossil, and it's gonna be around so much of them. So
This is the shit we're going to be talking about in the next few years because this is where movies are going. Going back to a super chat question or whatever it was we had way earlier, we were asked by Andre, and I don't think I even got to it, where we were asked if the woke stuff was going to go away, and if we had to worry about Illumination and Universal doing any woke stuff. No, we don't have to worry about the woke stuff because they've already moved on to the environmental stuff that I've been warning people about.
yeah.
Well,
That's
if
what
they just stopped
migration
cutting
is
down,
about.
if they'd stop cutting down trees to build their solar farms, I'd be more keen on all of this. But
This
seem-
will be the next conversation.
they seem determined to send slaves out to mine it out of African mines, and then destroy the wilderness and the wildlife habitats in order to build their solar farms. I don't
on that
understand why
note-
they don't put it in the desert.
But on that note, to bring it back around to Disney, that's why I'm surprised that in all the sidestepping and stuff like that Iger did the other day, I'm surprised he didn't, try to turn it around and distract with the environmental shit, because that's where they're headed with the stuff, because that's where the money they're after now. But
Well, he was
being
probably
said-
calling in from his yacht, so it's difficult to do.
Yeah,
it.
well, it seemed like he was reading from scripts most of the time anyway. But Pearlmutter ain't having none of this shit. So anything more real to get into on your part, Pro, or anything on that you want to get into, Andre, on that before we get to the super chats that are specifically for Pro, since we'll be losing him soon?
Well, I'll hold, because I do want to get all of those wonderful super chats that people have dropped those in, and I want to make sure I get an answer for them. So I'll hold on Pro.
Let's try to go through the super chat specifically for WDW Pro first, because there's
Yes.
lots to,
Well, that
to
was the
take.
plan.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll start from the top looking.
I already kind of got one here ready. Rod Thunderheart said, "Hail Andre, Tom, Culture Script, and WDW Pro. Friend told me yesterday the Batman 2 is moving forward and probable villain will be Clayface. Thoughts?"
Clayface is probably one of the more interesting villains they could bring that hasn't been done in theatrical release yet. So that sounds cool to me, but I don't have any particular insider information or inside rumors about that one.
Yeah, it's been getting ready to shoot. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out.
I think making it is a huge mistake that can
Yep.
only cause brand confusion.
Yep, I agree.
I agree on all that.
Did you find another one yet for him, Andre?
Not yet. I'm still looking. I only got to the one you had right there.
We're bereft of pro super chats today.
Yeah.
No. Here, I got one. I got one.
Hey, finally, we found one.
Rod Thunderhawk sent another one saying,
That's what I thought.
unless somebody appears on camera with him, I still say he's John Cena. I love your videos, WDW Pro. Great stuff to listen to on my drives everywhere. Okay, WDW Pro, apologize in Chinese. That's the only way to find out for certain.
Oh, watch this. Ready, everybody? Everybody ready for this? I'm going to disprove it right now. Taiwan. That's it.
Yeah,
That's it. I said it.
There we have.
Taiwan.
We now have conclusive evidence that you are indeed not John Cena, because he would never say that word.
Exactly. He would never broach it.
Yeah, nope, not anymore. And if he did, he would be apologizing even more profusely in Chinese. And then
Mario Trillo.
and then Mario Trujillo says, WDW Pro, just wanted to say thank you for being such a great source. Shine on, you glorious Hank Hill / Buffalo Bill love child. Respect, sir. Respect, sir.
I tell you, I'm just trying to shine as bright as propane. It's a beautiful gas, and I highly recommend it to all of you out there. In fact, if Germany would like to give me a call, I could solve a whole lot of their problems in France, too. Arlen would be glad to help you out. Oh.
That was beautiful right there.
Well,
ActionCom says, WDW, where can we get some younger actors for the next generation? They're well overdue for having a new Schwarzenegger or Tom Hanks.
Well, Tom Holland is coming into the age to be playing a lot of these action films and doing a great job with Spider-Man. You've got Miles Teller, had a wonderful summer 1 year ago and probably will continue to grow and grow. And so I think there are options on the table, but not perhaps as many as we had expected. I think Paul has something to say, but he's forgot he's still muted. Paul, what do you got?
The modern trend is the Timothy Chalamet versus the Cary Grant. So Cary Grant is and Schwarzenegger are your manly men, and now you have your Timothy Chalamet that Hollywood has manufactured a whole bunch of male hero figures of
He's
that,
not wrong.
of
Yeah,
that.
and they're not doing so well with their pick side.
Hiddleston's
This
another pretty
Jonathan
popular
Major,
one too with the ladies.
Yeah.
This Jonathan Majors issue is a problem for them too.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a
Majors
manly
isn't
man.
one of the ones that I've seen women gaga over though. Like, no, I think
He was supposed to be the rising star. He was, I mean, right? We saw people fawning over him with religious
Yeah, no.
terminology. Hats went up in smoke.
Yeah, no. Even before that, like, no, we're talking the type of men that women were going after. Like, there was some manlier men, like, Chris Pratt and whatnot, and
Jason
a lot of-
Momoa. Women
Jason
really
Momoa,
fought over him.
Henry Cavill. The women love like, God, I'm trying to think of his name.
ActionCom, we're going to find all those young actors that you want. They're just all going to be
Idris
CGI.
Elba, of course, and everything. They would love that. But no, like as far as like a breakout star like this, I think the movies are the
ChatGPT.
problem.
That's the next big star.
Yeah, right. No, the movies are the problem because the superheroes are the star now. The masks are the star now. The it's so hard to make a movie now where Taron Egerton in Tetris is a rarity, right? Like to have a movie like that where it is.
By the way, I love the
something that's
Tetris
not a-
review by Paul. That was a fantastic review he did.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed the movie.
It was great. It's my favorite movie of the year still. So, but yeah, I think that's the bigger deal here. Let's see. I think there was. I think that might have been it for Pro specifically. Anyway.
Well, perfect timing because I've only got 3 minutes left. So
There you go.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say is that if you troll the trailers, it looks like there's an avalanche of movies coming out soon.
Well, I
Well,
hope
we're
it's
going to
an
be
aval-
starting to get back to normal anyway. But
I mean, even the French Three Musketeers is going to be coming out. That's there's lots of niche ones that you've probably never heard of that I've trolled through, and I went, wow, there's an awful lot of trailers out there that no one's talking about. But I will try to. And WD Pro needs to also.
so yeah, Pro. Any final
Exactly.
thoughts on Disney or
Final
the whole
thought.
business? before you
Well,
head
it's
out?
better. I was outro the other day on a channel where they said, "Do you have any final words?" And I thought, "Whoa, that's ominous."
This is your
Easy
final
now. What have I
chance.
brought myself into? For Disney, like I said, this is going to be a year for them. It is going to be unprecedented territory. We'll see how leadership responds. We'll see how shareholders respond to leadership. And this Star Wars celebration, where it was garnering 22,000 viewers online, that's unsustainable. That's a glorified funeral. So thank goodness for them, because we get to cover it. And that's they're making tons of content.
Maybe final words is appropriate for Disney.
That's exactly right. For at least for Star Wars and any kind of foreseeable future. But I'll continue covering it. Having a lot of fun doing that on my channel. Had a lot of fun with the Pro Show yesterday, 5 to 7 on Thursdays. And I've just opened up memberships over on the WDW Pro channel, which has been a lot of fun. Huge support, and I would love for anybody who's interested, hop on over there, subscribe at the least. We'll continue to make the same amount of content I've been making, but for those who are interested in memberships, those are available too, with even more exclusives than before. So it's been an honor to be on with you guys, to get to share my thoughts on such a huge day. We're all so excited about everything Star Wars. Yay!
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, not so
Hope
much.
you guess Fleabag's name.
So it's, but the Schadenfreude is real. And I think that if this stuff comes out, we're going to find out just how unpopular it always was. It was always just super glued together by having the original cast and the original characters there, and that very quickly dimming hope that we would get something out of where we were going. It never materialized. It was in the opposite direction. They took our heroes that we loved and they gave them abysmal, horrible endings that turned out to prove they were frauds and failures all along. And nobody likes that.
Yeah, and also just to finish what you started there, the one good thing here is that we will all get an opportunity to experience that there's no Freude like Schadenfreude.
Exactly.
It's my favorite wine.
Yeah. Maybe Midnight's Edge could go into a brewery and we can have that one, and that is like our signature wine.
Everybody's making coffee. You guys could do that. Absolutely.
Yeah. I could go for a decent coffee. Well, my son is done with the brake lines. We're going to be heading out back home, so I'm going to be leaving also.
Well, get out of here. We're actually hanging out together.
Leaving us all by ourselves because Mikey said he was enjoying your readings. He's like, they're funny as hell. So
I can do another.
Chato, I really do appreciate you bleeding the brake lines for my car. I'm excited for us to get out of here. So let's head.
Well, thank you both for dropping in. Always a pleasure.
My son says I can stay for a bit longer, so I'll hang out until he tells me to go.
Well, I'm still leaving, darn it. I'm still getting out of this place.
Take care, Pro. Thank you for being here.
Bye, everybody. Everybody take care.
Pro.
Happy weekend. And everybody in the audience, thanks for being here.
No problem.
Majorly appreciated. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Take care.
And we still have almost 2,000 watching.
Wow.
So
wow.
Yeah, we had more than.
They're watching because of Paul's green
2,500
van
of us
back
here.
there. It's popular.
Yeah.
It's popular.
So yeah, smash that like, and we shall carry on with super chats. Want to take this one from Mr. Fickletrunk, Paul?
Sure. Do you think budgets will change while the mouse F's the corpse of the IPs it has in its greasy hands? Do they ever try to sell the IPs in 5+ years?
Yeah. Do you think that they'll try to sell maybe Lucasfilm and Star Wars after they've made sure no one can profit from them ever again?
Wow. That is a real admission of defeat.
Are the IPs going to be worth anything?
Well, yeah, that's the problem, is that the IPs. Here's my prediction. Someone's going to come in at some point who's competent, and they're going to resurrect them.
We can
They'll
hope.
find somebody, some genius. That's my thought.
His name will be Lucas George.
No, it won't be. No. He's done.
I know. That's why it's Lucas George.
Yeah,
not
I know.
George Lucas.
I got it. But I mean, it will. They're not going to sell them off on a fire sale. There's no value to them to do that.
That's what I was saying too last night about that, when people are asking, well, why would they sell them now when they're worth the least they've ever been worth, right? Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah, and I mean, they can still make some kind of ride out of something. They could have the Indiana Jones wheelchair race. Or
at this point, yeah, that might be the best they can do.
but
do you think that there's any chance that these 3 new movies that were announced today actually could be about that, about trying to make Lucasfilm more attractive for a potential before a potential sale?
Well, that's the trick that George pulled on Disney. I think they got to sell one of them. I think they're desperate. And which one would you sell if you were Disney?
Here's the only reason I don't think they sell anything, because they haven't done shit with the Muppets in years. They could have sold them several times over before they keep destroying them and destroying. They just keep trying with them. The only time they've ever done anything remotely close to this was the whole Power Rangers thing. But I don't think they ever had a grasp on what to do with the Power Rangers to begin with. Right? This is the thing, is even them setting this up for sale, them announcing a Rey movie doesn't help. And I can't believe they don't know that already, because they're the ones that have put themselves in this position. Because Bob even knew, and so did all the people within the company that were the money folks, knew that Star Wars wasn't worth what it initially was years ago. So they had to come up with ways to make it worth a little bit more on the books so that George could get the amount of money he wanted out of it. And the main reason was because they hadn't produced an Indiana Jones movie or a Star Wars movie or anything else Lucasfilm related in close to almost 20 years at that point it was. So,
and also, there was nothing actively in development. They had to start everything over from scratch.
So what George did was he developed 3 films for the sequels. He got all the main players signed on from the classic films. It was him that did that. And then, through that, they had Kathleen Kennedy take over the role as head of Lucasfilm, and then the sale happened the way that George wanted it. Now, for them to sell it, they would be lucky to get $2 billion out of Star Wars.
Yeah. And at that price point, it's not even worth it, because that's less money than they have to cut right now on just spending. Star Wars right now is worth less to them than the money they'd get for it. They'd be better off just keeping it.
Honestly,
on the books that sell it.
I know they won't do this, but them getting rid of Pearlmutter and the way Marvel's going, they'd get more out of selling Marvel. Because they wouldn't get as much as it could get out of it, but they'd probably get more than what they paid for it still. That'd be the only one that makes fiscal sense. And there's no fucking way they're going to part with Marvel. But that's the only thing they could put up on the auction block that anybody would give them anything close to what they originally paid for it. And that's just because they got Marvel for a steal in the first place.
Yeah.
Because Paramount basically had the option and they couldn't pony up the cash. And it wasn't even that much money. Or they didn't see it as, worth it for them in the long run. And that was their mistake. Because they could have been the biggest kid on the block now because of that. And frankly, I think Marvel and Paramount would both be in a much better place because of it. I think you're right earlier in the point you made. I think it was you, Andre, that made it earlier about Pearlmutter. He kind of saw the things that were to come and saw that, I think maybe it was Pro that said it, that Feige wasn't necessarily the guy that was going to, take this thing into the future. And yeah, that's what he's kind of saying now in the press, is that I saw these problems ahead of time and nobody listened to me.
Yeah. And they were obvious and easily spottable problems.
Well, because we could spot them. We're not even, you're a little bit more closer to working in finance and whatnot. But Paul has his, experience working as an executive and whatnot. But just me, from what little corporate knowledge I have, could see that coming from, a blind person could have seen this shit from a mile away. That's the problem, right? That's what he's kind of almost saying here, in a sense, is clearly he's being pushed out for other reasons. That's, I think, what he's telegraphing with this whole thing. But anyway.
absolutely.
Yeah. Anyhow,
There's
moving
something
on.
to be said for the old guard that understands money,
Yeah.
admits that they don't understand the creative part, but somehow manages to find the right people to trust. I can't remember, there was this record label, Prez, who said, I really don't understand what these kids are doing, but, go ahead and do it and don't fail. And then we're all happy.
It's a Frank Zappa story, actually. He basically talks about how the music industry changed.
Yes.
I believe is what you're referring to. And he
Yeah.
says, because it used to be you had a bunch of cigar chomping
Yeah.
older men, old white and Jewish guys basically running the companies going, I don't know what it is, but the kids seem to like it. Let's put it out there. If it does anything, great. Like you said, if it doesn't, no harm done.
Right.
Now it's the guys that were those guys then coming up into the industry who say, I know what the kids want. I'm going to tell them what they need to hear. Instead of those guys going, I don't know what this thing is. Let's just take a chance on it. Because that's how Star Wars got made, right? Star Wars got made because everybody told George Lucas, no, we're not going to make your fucking talking dog movie in space. And we don't get it. But Alan Ladd liked American Graffiti, and he goes, I don't get it, but I like you, and I trust you, George. I trust you to deliver this to me. Whatever the fuck this talking dog space movie is, you deliver it.
Yeah, but so Alan Ladd was a unique individual within the business. I would add Sir Lou Grade at the BBC. He resurrected the BBC. You might not know his history, but he's the one who greenlit a whole bunch of comedy that never would have happened. He never understood the comedy, but he was the kind of person that trusted all this talent.
These were the guys that brought the movie brats in, and the movie brats are the guys that changed Hollywood forever. That's Spielberg, Lucas, Coppola. These were guys that, and they're called the movie brats because they were the first generation that were raised on movies and television, that were making movies and television, and they graduated from USC. Exactly. They were the first film school kids. They were the first ones who grew up with television and films in their entire lifetime. And these were the guys that knew how to make the stuff that people wanted to see, right? And that's where Spielberg and all these guys, they knew that people
and
were.
Spielberg did go on to be one of the partners of DreamWorks. So he did perpetuate more good movies. Not everything DreamWorks did was successful, but I mean, like any.
No, but you could argue he had even bigger success with Amblin in the 80s with the amount of movies he produced.
Right. No, that's true. That's true. So he kept the fires burning, but now they're just burning.
Yep. Emilius was a part of that crew too. I've seen his name thrown out there. He's a little older though. Then you had De Palma. He was definitely one of the movie brats.
Yeah. Now
this is actually something I was talking to Andre about the other day.
And now we've got the agenda, and I would suggest that Iger is maintaining the woke agenda because I think he still has machinations of running for government.
Yeah. So Strong and Grand says it's amusing that Lucasfilm is willing to flush Grogu down the toilet to prop up Rey. Goes to show you how dry the well is at Lucasfilm. Yeah, this is like exactly. You can see this how desperate it is from a mile away.
What happened to Grogu?
They're going to be the rumor is, I guess, unless they've confirmed it now, is that Grogu and Rey are going to be brought together in some way in this new trilogy.
Oh,
because the question is, where was Grogu during the sequel trilogy?
And why can Grogu grow? Can he grow up?
Well, not in height, but he can develop beyond the mental abilities of a 2-year-old. So yeah,
language you could at least speak backwards.
Yeah, or at least pick up some words. Speak like a Chinese fortune cookie. That'd be a step in the right direction.
And forgive me for not mentioning Scorsese or some of the others. I know there's plenty of other movie brats that do belong in the pantheon. But anyway, yeah, no, as far as Grogu, yeah, they know that's the only thing they got right now. The only thing they got.
Oh, I don't think they have it. No one cares about them. They're tired.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, we have to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for being here.
Thanks for
on
having
location.
Me. On location at Markham Auto. Come on
With the
down.
mystery van in the background. That's an awesome cameo.
If duct tape can't fix it, neither can we.
Talk to you later, boys. We'll
Take care.
see you next time. Bye.
That was a red green
Take
joke
care.
for you. There you go. There we go. Take care. Gordon Cadell, I'm so sorry, sends in £2. Says some people can't help watching a car crash also. Yes. Well, that's kind of what this is now, right? That's kind of how I've gotten myself around to where I can watch some of this shit, because it used to bother me personally. And you know, I talk about Star Wars dealing with it like a divorce. And that's the only way I can deal with it now, is I just got to kind of laugh at it. I'm like an outside observer at this point. I'm not even really watching it, it feels like. But I am. You know, it's just I got to kind of detach myself from it. I don't know if that makes sense, Andre, but...
No, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing with Picard for a while there, too. Shadow Dancer, the Red Mage, says, but does Rey Palpatine achieve her true destiny as the villain? They should have in the first place.
Well, I would say that she already has achieved it, because she's coming
Yeah.
back again, just like your
She
granddad.
killed all the Skywalkers. I mean...
Yeah. Took their name.
If that ain't appropriation, I don't know what is, but yeah. Rey Skywalker. Strong and Grand sends in another 5. Thank you so much. I guess us toxic and misogynistic fans will be to blame if and when this Rey movie bombs. I choose to shoulder that burden. Das Volt. Is that how you say that? Or Deus Volt.
Deus Vult. It's
Deus. Latin. Okay. Deus Volt.
But Deus is God. Vult, I'm not in like wills, like
Godspeed?
will of God, maybe. Godspeed.
Let's
guess.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think this Rey movie is gonna fall flat on its fucking face.
I hope so.
Because it's not
And
gonna
you
have
know what?
anything to go for it at all.
And I hope that not only it will fall flat, but also the prequel, the one taking place in like the High Republic era, because that's obviously going to set up the Rey movie.
Yeah. And I know they're trying to tease a lot of people with Thrawn or whatever it was in that trailer. I didn't even watch the Ahsoka trailer, but yeah. A lot of people are like, oh, don't tease us with this, but yeah.
We've been like Mikey Sutton has been reported that Thrawn is coming for years. Now it's finally here.
Well, it's all they've got besides Grogu to really generate any kind of interest.
Yeah, exactly.
Whift says, what's your first thought? Well, that's his thing. What's your first thought is what it stands for. Now he put that in there. So
There we go. That's interesting.
it's not a radio station. It's what's your first thought? Disney Star Wars Ahsoka looks bad. Is it just me or even the lightsaber looks trash? How do you screw that up even? Well, it's funny. We were just talking about that just now. I hadn't seen the trailer yet. Still haven't watched it. I've heard a lot of people say it feels like fan bait, especially with Thrawn, but they weren't bringing up the lightsaber bits.
Yeah,
So
I haven't even seen the trailer. I'm honestly not interested. I'll check it out later. So yeah,
fan
I
bait
don't
has
think anyone
been
cares.
the one thing I've been hearing about it, though. Sandrock says, I would be down for someone purchasing Lucasfilm if it were possible. Yeah, I just don't see it happening. I mean, I see the machinations going on to where you could get that, but it's like either Disney's going to sell themselves as a whole or whatever, because I don't see them parting with Lucasfilm or Marvel, especially since they haven't parted with anything of these other properties they could have.
Because here's like the thing, that an argument can be made that all of Lucasfilm right now isn't worth more than $2. But Disney isn't going to be willing to part with it just for the prestige for less than $10 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
Meaning they're going to charge more than it's worth, meaning it's not going to get sold. So that means Tom is right. Lucasfilm ain't going anywhere, lest it be with all of Disney being sold to Apple.
Or somebody who can actually. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be Apple. Maybe Amazon would buy them. We haven't even thought of that
Amazon,
plausibility.
or any other company that has the financial muscle to actually buy all of Disney. Unless that happens, Lucasfilm ain't going anywhere.
Because I'll be honest with you, I've said this before, and this is my main point, and then we'll move on from this, is that Amazon surprised the piss out of me when they bought MGM. That was like a huge corporation buying like a huge car corporation buying like a used car dealership out in the middle of nowhere. It made no fucking sense whatsoever. It makes more sense for Amazon to, if they want to go big, to get in with a big name. Because they're not even really utilizing MGM all that much. I mean, they're using it more than Disney is with Fox. But that's what made my head scratch, was like, I can't believe they didn't go after Fox or Paramount yet. Because that would have made more sense. So who knows if Amazon wouldn't make a big play for Disney. That would make complete sense, make them a big player in this game now.
It would, yeah.
And that's what they would have, is a huge studio underneath them on top of everything else. And I could see Disney parting with the entertainment side of things and just keeping the parks and some other things, ESPN and the networks, and just parting with Disney. I don't see that as a impossibility. But we'll have to see. I'd see Sony doing that first, divulging themselves of the entertainment department and just keeping the games in the and that's I could see them going for that first. But we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. I think there's going to be a lot of shakeups in Hollywood in the next few years. I don't know from your financial perspective, Andre, if you see that coming or not, but yeah. Sandrock says, I would be down for some. Oh yeah, we got this one. Guru Lady says, not to mention indie web series like Lackadaisy and Hell of a Boss are getting so much more attention than anything Marvel or Disney can put together. Or put out, sorry. Yeah, I've never heard of Lackadaisy, but I have heard something about Hell of a Boss. So there you go. There's other alternative entertainments out there.
I have honestly never heard of either, but I'm sure they're better than anything Disney can muster these days.
Well, and the beauty of it is, especially in the world of one-camera comedies and such, it is not that expensive to produce a television show compared to what it used to be. So, your imagination is all your limitation has, basically, at this point. Liam John Smith says Star Wars isn't now dead. It was long, long ago. Yeah. Back in 2015, to be precise. Truck Driven Gamer says, Mario, I'm seeing it tonight. My suburban Phoenix theater has over 40 showings today. Nearly all of them are already sold out. This movie has legs. Yeah. This was one of the few times where I don't know if you caught this, Andre, because I'm sure you were sleeping through any and all the streams I brought it up, and I haven't brought it up yet today. I had a private screening of Mario. There was nobody else in the theater.
Oh.
But I didn't think that was a part of the problem. It was a smaller 3D screening, and it was the last screening before school got out. The school is still in session here.
Yeah.
But when I went out in that lobby after the movie was over, it was chock full of fucking kids. I guarantee you they're all going to see Mario. They sure as hell ain't going to see anything else.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think so.
But my theater also, and this is why I was able to find the screening they had like he was saying here, like not even being hyperbolic, like 40 showings of the movie. So that's probably why. And one person come into the wrong theater, like that was the only time I thought there was somebody else coming in. Because there was it said there was a couple of seats reserved, but they didn't show up. They must have opted out of the 3D showing or went to a different showing or something. But yeah, I ended up being the only one in my theater through the whole film. But
yeah, well, I think that's the only empty screening there's going to be anywhere for quite some time.
No, and again, I don't think it was indicative of the film because, like I said, on my way out, they actually have the screens out front of the theater showing you, what seats are taken and which ones aren't. They're lit up in red if they're taken. Like all the other screenings of Mario that I was passing, all the 2D screenings and such, they were all chock full up. So it's like, I clearly, and like I said, once I got to the lobby, like it was just full of kids. I hadn't seen that many kids in a while in one place at once. So yeah. So I think this movie has big legs. I think you're right, Truck Driving Gamer. Damien says, great show. Well, thank you, Damien, especially for the 19.99 pound donation. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. That is very much appreciated, and it does help keep the lights on here. So thanks to everyone who is sending these super chats, and we will go through them all.
And then Liam John Smith says, and where to find each recent live stream, and that would be Midnight's Edge Archive. Yes.
Well, here's the thing that we still have to we are behind on re-uploading the full streams, because what we used to do is that we would just take the unlisted streams from the main channel and put them in the playlist on Live Archives. But for some weird reason, YouTube no longer allows us to take clips from the main channel and put in playlists over on Live Archives. So now I have to actually re-upload the full clips there. And I am, 20 episodes or so behind. So you will find the full live stream clip on Midnight's Edge Live Archives eventually. But if you can't wait for me to catch up, what I would recommend you do is you go to the Midnight's Edge official Twitter account, and there you will find the daily links to the streams. And that link, even when we unlist the video from the main channel, it's just unlisted. You click on that link, you'll still go straight to that stream.
Yeah. And if you are subscribed and have your bell icon set to notify, it should still show up in your announced streams, even if it's been unlisted. But that doesn't always happen. So that's why we recommend you follow us either on Twitter, or we do actually have a Facebook group too, and I do try to post them in there as well. So that's also a good way of keeping up with us.
And all of the best clips eventually show up as separate videos on Midnight's Edge Live Archives.
But yeah, we do try to make them available. It's just they keep changing things on YouTube.
They keep changing things around, and and just when we have like adapted to one way of doing it, then they change it around completely. So yeah.
We got Dark King here who sends in 5 Australian. Says, for free tickets to the Mario movie, press up, up, down, down, left, left, right, right, BA start. I thought it was AB start. Just ask permission from the ticket salesperson first. That's funny. Good one. Then we got Ted D who says, thanks for the chat. Gents, excellent work. And thank you for the $19.99. Wow, you guys are just firing in donations today.
Yes,
thank you so much. Which means you must have just been enjoying the conversation, which is good. Tennille says, Culture Casino. Oh, sorry, we didn't get this when Culture was here, but what I will do is screenshot this to Neil, and he will be around.
We'll get to it on Monday.
And if not, maybe he'll get to it today on his show. So what I'll do is I'll send it to him personally, and I'll let him know when we're done. So maybe he can address it over there. How's that sound? And we can send you guys over to his program if he's still alive. All right, just sent it to him, and maybe he'll even respond to it, so I'll get you an answer if not. And then we've got Marksman 117B who says, Spider-Verse or War of the Half-Bloods the movie. I don't know what War of the Half-Bloods is. What's that?
I don't know anything about War of the Half-Bloods. I would imagine it's some Dungeons and Dragons thing, because right now, last I understood, they have banned Half-Bloods because it's like narcissist or something. So at this point, I'm gonna go with that, because that has the chance to be good. Whereas the Spider-Verse movies has already let it known where it stands.
Tried to tell you folks. I saw it.
Yeah.
And don't underestimate Amy Pascal. That's what I posted under when people started posting the pictures of that stuff. Andre's like, did you guys forget who's in charge of this shit? And I posted a picture of her. All frazzled hair and everything. It's a junk to the spider might have meant to you. Girl power. What's funny is the story about her throwing a sandwich, kids. She told that fucking story. That wasn't a rumor. She threw a fucking sandwich at Kevin Feige.
This is true, but we have plenty of super chats to go through here, so let's do that.
Anyway, GRG Project says, I just pre-ordered Jedi Survivor, which aptly named the last Survivor of the Dead franchise. So you could say Cal Kestis is the last Jedi.
Yeah, this is nothing I am familiar with, but it sounds like another novel, which is probably better than anything we'll be getting on screen.
There you go. Just Nova 1138 says, I would rather watch Ace Ventura 3 speaking from his behind than watch new Disney Star Wars. Well, I think you're supposed to be getting an Ace Ventura 3, according to Jim Carrey, but we'll have to see. Elizabeth Young sends in $4.99, says Apple could buy Disney. They have the money. Yep, absolutely. Question, should they? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm hoping Apple stays well away from Disney.
Yeah, so do I. So do I.
I think most
Apple,
people
they
do.
should do it, but I don't want to see it happen.
Yeah. Waldy's Nuts says thoughts on the idea of, say, the Yuzan Vong wiping out everyone. And I mean everyone in the current Star Wars universe is a hard reset. Sure. I don't care.
I think it's a really bad idea because, again, then you're doing an in-continuity reboot where you've already made it so that nothing that happened before matters in the most disrespectful way possible. So I would be opposed to that.
And they're saying it's a sequel to Jedi Fallen Order, so that's a video game, isn't it? Or is that?
I think so.
I don't know. I don't keep up with Star Wars anymore. Panax sends in $2 and says Grand Admiral Yas Queen Ray Sloan is coming. Help. Yeah.
Help indeed. And that actually reminds me.
We got this one.
We had one more super chat from before the show started that I have to get to here so we don't forget about it completely. And that was Teague, who said for $10. So Teague, sorry that this came late, but we've had plenty super chats today. And Teague asked for those $10. Why do you feel the Mario movie will make $1 billion when Detective Pikachu didn't? Pokemon to me is a bigger franchise with it being popular in different mediums. They were both hyped up too. So Tom, let's have your answer to that. Why is this Super Mario movie a bigger deal than the Pikachu movie was?
Because the Pikachu movie wasn't a Pokemon movie. It was Who Framed Roger Rabbit with Pikachu, basically, from what I was told. Which may be based on one of the games. It's not what made the franchise popular, though. Now, if they'd have done a live-action CGI Pokemon movie, we'd be having a different discussion right now. Like, that's something that could actually give Mario a run for its money. At least from my perspective. I don't know shit about Pokemon, but I know every kid knows what a Pokemon is, and whenever one of the big Pokemon games comes out, that's all they talk about. So I know that's one of the few things that can compete with Mario. Andre?
Yeah, no, I kind of agree that if this Pokemon movie had been made in the same style as Mario, given the same treatment, then we could have a conversation. Until that happens, I think that Mario is the bigger brand. Because the Pikachu movie was off-brand.
Yep.
And nothing off-brand is going to be as big as something on-brand could be.
I mean, you can have success once in a great while. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, that's not, to me, that was the biggest mistake of trying to introduce any type of Pokemon into a live action, and I'm doing the air quotes right now, live action setting, was doing it as the Detective Pikachu was dumb. That's why. But yeah, no, if they, like Andre's correct, 100%, because every time they've done a Pokemon movie, they've knocked it out of the park. Like, they've all made money. They've done great. So, Bayou Nola says, a new documentary on Prime, Disenchanted Kingdom, reaffirms everything you all have said. Oh, really? Disenchanted Kingdom. That sounds interesting. On Amazon Prime? I'll have to see if I can check that out.
And Tom, just as I brought up the other one, there was a super chat on screen. Did we get that one? The one that was on screen, just as I
believe
said
that was
before?
the one. I'm pretty sure. I can go back and check. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that was the one.
it was like purple, so it should be like $50 or something.
That was the one we got earlier, that we got way earlier. I just took it down because I forgot to
install
install
it. Yeah, fine. Just
that was the one that had all the SNL and all that kind of stuff references.
Right, because we hate leaving super chats behind. Because
I'm doing my best.
Yeah, so am I.
Fat Steven says,
we have for everyone who's waiting, we apologize for the wait, but we have a backlog and guests with limited time. So we are just trying to pull it together as good as we can here.
And we don't have 6 on top of it all.
Yes, exactly. So we have to multitask.
Steven's in the house. He says, inspired me to design a new logo for Rey's Jedi. Oh, did you tag me in this or something on Facebook or Twitter? I suppose. I'm not seeing it, Steven. So if you did, just DM it to me. Because I get tagged in a few things. So yeah. I can imagine what you put together, though. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says, for all the future of Star Wars previews, the Emperor's distinguished crackle will be replaced with a disembodied voice saying, I bypassed the compressor. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be something.
I said crackle. I meant cackle.
Yeah, his cackle.
Tipping Barn has become a member. Thank you so very much. Aaron Stone says, life, liberty, and the pursuit of Schadenfreude and 1970s Bush. Yes. Oh, yes. Never forget.
All good, worthwhile things to pursue.
Yes. So Neil says, Lucasfilm is the girl that cried at that announcement. We'll see if any of this makes past the PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, I think we broke it down pretty well. I think it's a pretty good chance that we get the Mandalorian wrap up, but everything else is anybody's guess at this point. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says, if Lucasfilm gets sold to Apple, the fans won.
I'm not so sure about that, because then that means if there's a company that's woke to the core, it's Apple. I think that's something that you would refer to as a Pyrrhic victory. I mean. I'm not so sure you want that.
But at the same time, I'm almost positive we're getting out of this woke shit. I think it's going to come to a quicker end than a lot of us think it will, because like I said, we've already got it to where Universal has hopped over the woke and jumped right onto the environmental bandwagon with the migration movie. Right? So this is the next thing, kids. But,
yeah.
Marksman 117B says, dead naming, so Rey was a man. I effing knew. Well, she stole her shit from a man. Yeah. Black Wolf Inc. says, it's time to like this. I'm glad Andre and Tom are the barometer for the entertainment. Or for my entertainment, sorry. I trust Andre's judgment, and I trust Tom when he's cautious. Well, again, I would not dream of telling you what you should or shouldn't watch. But that's not a bad way to kind of sift through some of this shit, because that's kind of what a lot of us used to do, is pick a few reviewers and kind of trust our instincts off of what those reviewers are saying.
Yeah, that's the best way of doing it. Find someone that can be used as like a weather vane, but the ultimate barometer is, of course, your own individual taste.
Yep. And I wouldn't say just go by us as my point too. Find a few others you tend to agree with.
And then average it out. Like for instance,
be your own Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I was just about to say, like, for instance, when I went to check the weather here in Oslo, we have like a couple of different weather services. So I look at two of them side by side and I kind of like averaged them out to get to what I think is going to
happen. You kind of have to anymore, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it weird how, like, that's the one thing Back to the Future 2 kind of got wrong, is that the weather predictions have gotten worse, or forecasts, I should say, because somebody called me to task for that.
Well, they certainly not gotten better.
I should have known that, considering I went to school that was broached in my schooling, but yes. Yes. Bamagrad says, unfortunately, as long as Iger has consulting contract, his influence will still be felt long after his stint as CEO over than 2 years. Yeah, I think his stint is going to be over a lot sooner than that 2 years, guys. I mean, this might be a wild prediction now, and it's kind of in that KK will be gone kind of range. But look, after this last week, the Emperor has no fucking clothes now, and he knows it.
And he's the architect, and everyone knows that.
So this whole thing, and this is why I'm saying with this whole woke thing is going to come crashing down faster than I think a lot of us think it was. We'll still see the remnants of it in some of the movies and TV shows just because of how long those things take to be made. But I think this last week, with a couple of the other things we've seen in the last few months, was like the knockout punch. Like that was a big, huge fucking like ba-boom.
If I may draw a Star Wars parallel, the shadows of the Empire will remain with us for some time to come.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was definitely the explosion of the Death Star. I mean, there may be another Death Star we have to explode yet, but it ain't going to nearly be as big of a deal as the first one. Let's be real. Like, nobody really remembers the second one. I mean, we do as fans. Yes, I'm just being, Anyway. Unfortunately, yeah, you're right, Bamagrad. This is true. The shadow of the Empire will loom. Mike and Ayers says Filoni said to USA Today he's changing the course of the timeline. At worst, maybe they're splitting the canon. See, I'm not sure what to read into this. I think that, because that could mean so many things. The course of the timeline, what timeline? Do you mean the timeline that's been established? Or do you just mean that in a way like they're just telling you like things are never going to be the same after this, like they always say in every fucking show?
Yeah, that doesn't really mean anything. But what I think it could mean is that they're trying to, because this is actually in line with what we have heard, or one of the things we have heard, where they won't change the sequel trilogy so much as they're going to add in new information before and after that will reframe the sequel trilogy. And he could be referring to that.
That I could see. Like, that's the thing, is I don't see them retconning anything like that. Like, completely out of existence.
Yeah.
Maverick Christian says, I genuinely want to see a good Rey Skywalker movie, but the disappointing writing of the sequel trilogy severely enervates my enthusiasm. Ugh. Starting to stutter. Sorry.
Yeah. I see exactly what you're saying.
We had 3 chances at a good Rey Skywalker movie.
and they struck out 3 times. So what's the chance that this one is going to be any better from a no-name director with very little in her resume to suggest that she's capable of directing a big blockbuster movie like a Star Wars movie is going to be?
No, and they chose door number 3, which was the stupidest fucking door with this character. Either A, make her like a Solo or a Skywalker, B, make her an absolute nobody, or C, what did they do? Made her a fucking Palpatine. Like, what the fuck?
It does defy belief.
I wasn't even against this character to begin with. I knew a lot of people who stuck up for this character after Force Awakens, but by The Last Jedi were just like, we got nothing. We can't, there's nowhere to go anymore. You said it best when your first this was the first fucking thing I swear Andre said to me after we got back, all of us, from watching The Last Jedi. And we're like, what did y'all think? He's like, is this supposed to be a trilogy? Yeah. They ended it right here. Yeah. Like, I don't feel like there's anywhere to go. That was almost his exact fucking words.
Yeah, pretty much. Because those were my thoughts. It was like, this would have been a pretty decent episode 9. Problem is, it's episode 8. And there's nowhere, you ended the whole story. There's nowhere to go here. You ended the villains, that's gone. You ended the conflict, that's gone. You have you killed Luke Skywalker, and he's now living in legend, inspiring the next generation, which is kind of like probably where episode 9 should have ended. But now what the hell do you do for episode 9? They have nowhere to go. And that was exactly true.
Exactly. Papa Palpatine. Anyway, we got to move along here, folks. Thank you so much, Maverick. And then we got Tennille again, who says, Tom, true. Case in point, cock rings of sadness. I imagine you guys can now found your own town, Midnight's Edgemonton. I wish we made that kind of money off this stuff, but it gets to a point where you almost have to get yourself around the sadness of what they're doing to your franchise and look at the bright side. As Monty Python says, always look on the bright side of life. So you got to find a way to get through it. Luca Rock says Jedi origin movie. I smell Star Wars versions of Doctor Who's Timeless Child. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that's I would not put that past them.
Rewriting history.
Yeah.
200 Watt Studio says in the first scene of Rey's film, there is a flashback of her desperately digging in the desert for lightsabers she buried while Finn Pace is yelling, Rey, we don't have time. Rey, come on, Rey. And not only that, what's worse is they just reuse shots from the first 3 films. They don't even really film anything. Because I still am not convinced that there's like 2 or 3 shots in The Rise of Skywalker that weren't from other films of when he runs up and yells Rey. Like they're almost exactly the same. And in one shot, his hand moves really funky to his side right after he screams it. It's like, that looks like CGI'd him. Anyway, Dark King says, Tom's insults to Grace lack variety, do better. Well, there was a great variety. It just happened to be that was the one that came out the most. Master Clockwork says, I find this
what he
fascinating.
means is that you have to like, you can't just use terms like bitch.
Oh, I know.
You have to vary it with like wench and.
There was a few
super
cunts and
terms
twats
you
in there
hear.
too.
Yeah.
No. I get what he's saying. Master Clockwork says, I find this fascinating. It is one thing for there to be bad reviews for Mario movie, but the critics are actively bitching. They hate it. Yeah. The Grace Randolph, and this is why I think her review is getting so much attention, is because she is the epitome of how bad these reviewers don't understand fundamentally what they're even reviewing. At least back in the day. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say, even back in the day, guys like Roger Ebert and stuff would say, I know this movie isn't made for me. I know I'm not meant to understand it, but it does obviously cater to the audience it's meant for, right?
Yeah.
They would concede those points.
Yeah. But also, here's the thing. Many reviewers said far worse, far more misinformed things than her, but they did it in writing. And all of their publications are failing. Their staff is being let go, and it's probably a matter of time before they will be replaced by ChatGPT, right? Whereas Grace said it on video for a shit ton more people to see her madness.
Yeah, she actually evokes the batshit craziness of these people that can hide behind a keyboard normally. You're right.
Yes, exactly.
100%.
That is why. It wasn't that her review was a particularly bad one compared to the others. It's just that it was on video, and it makes it so much more visible and so much easier to put down.
I think she went over the top with the kitty furry thing. Like, that was the moment I think even most reviewers didn't even.
And also, Tom, I just remembered, you should have varied and added in a mewling quim in there sometime.
I should add that one to my mewling quim. I need to add that to my repertoire. I definitely do. Well, my best reaction, though, was on Mr. H's, because that was my first time seeing it in full. Because up to that point, I'd only seen the kitty clip and one other clip. I didn't see where she was bitching about Bowser. I lost my fucking shit.
Yeah. It was problematic with such a villain in the post-Me Too era.
Like,
Bowser
that's what a fucking villain is. I'm like, you stupid cow. What the fuck? And I said, right there is fundamentally the problem with the writers and people in this fucking movement right here. They don't understand the difference between a hero and a villain, and what makes a hero and what makes a villain a villain. End of discussion. Rod Thunderheart is here with another super chat. It says, Hail Midnight Sedge in the morning. Guests got up, got ready, and went into work with coffee and lunch. First clue, traffic was thin. Second clue, gate at work was closed. Is long haul driver, I have remote for gate. Late at night arrivals. Walk-in office, alarm goes off. Uh-oh. So then he called the boss, who sleepily answered and said, it's Good Friday. Go home and have a go to shut off the alarm. Just a funny. Uh-oh. He went to school on a holiday story just for you. That's funny, Rod. So you didn't realize it was Good Friday. Oh, hey.
Those are always fun stories.
At least you can laugh about it, right? At least you didn't have like a horrible time getting there and, you know, all that kind of crap. And you know, it's just like, you know, that's my luck usually. And then on that note of Grace Randolph, Elizabeth Young says, now, Tom, it's not your fault that she's mentally challenged. I know that's probably her parents' fault for dropping her on her head so much. Fat Steven says, Jennifer Lawrence is the first Jedi, though, huh? Well, yeah, we all knew that. That's in all the history books. Jim Watari sends in $20 and says, hard times create strong men. Oh, we got this one already, but it's a good quote. I agree with it. Strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. Yes, they do.
Yeah, we had fun discussing this earlier.
Pinochet's helicopter tour says, to understand culture war, check out James Lindsay. Yes. Matthias Fredrickson says, Tom, you're going to have to do this one.
Matthias Fredriksson says, in Norwegian and not Swedish by the looks of it.
It looks like du hast
en fantastisk amerikansk fyr, which translates to, Tom, you are still an awesome American dude.
Aw, I got fantastique out of that. That was an American. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then we got Gonzalo Bergali, who sends in 75. That's Uruguayan pesos, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo. And says, I think it's safe to assume that Filoni has become the KK guy. He always has been. Or at least like one of the super chats mentioned earlier, he's always been in alignment with her ideology. Kind of like another Ryan Johnson. What is it with these guys and their fucking round ass heads?
Well, I guess that
it's like a common trait.
Probably it's something that Kathleen Kennedy finds nice and non-threatening.
Must be. And they all got like little whiny voices. Midnight's Edge, a tipping barn has been Tipping Barn has been welcomed to the Midnight's Edge Edgelord level. Thank you so very much. If I could talk today, it'd be an amazing job. Alan Octavian Moldovan Ed is also an edgelord. Says, I just wanted today the latest indie trailer. I had to dislike it. I hated every scene with the goddaughter. They are pimping her out. Disappointed. Yeah, that's what I noticed too. Is like whatever we got away with in that first trailer for not getting to see her much at all, they quadrupled down on her here in this one. So I even had a little thing with script in the background. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is a completely different trailer than the other one. He's like, well, it doesn't give you any new information. I'm like, yeah, but it sure has a lot of fucking Fleabag in it. So yeah, did you get a chance to check out this trailer yet, Andre?
I have not, but I've gotten the impression that well, I didn't like the previous trailer all that much. I mean, it was better than I thought it was going to be, but I get that this is worse. So so color me uninterested, and I'll check it out, and I'll give my brief thoughts on Monday or something. But
I know
you hear my enthusiasm, so yeah.
I know a few people who said that the last trailer didn't feel like an Indiana Jones trailer. This one definitely don't feel like an Indiana Jones trailer. Spicy tacos to go. Jesus. Says one of the Star Wars trailers foreshadows this is a new beginning and prepare for the worst. This just says my opinion of the movies and shows for Star Wars. Oh yeah, I didn't even see the trailers. That's pretty on the nose.
Yeah.
Joel Rise, who's also been here for a few months, says, is Bene Gesserit now Reverend Mother Jedi? She has memories of other Jedi.
Yeah,
so of course
she's a Bene Gesserit now.
Yeah, I must have missed that in the translation onto one to the other.
Yeah, no, it's just that the Lord is combined with the word Rey. That's why.
Oh, I see it. There it is. You're right.
Yeah.
My eyes are getting fuzzy. I need to eat. So of course she is a Jedi Master now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly like the Reverend Mother who has the memories of all other Reverend Mothers. You're
Dune,
right.
yeah.
I hadn't caught that, but they totally stole that from Dune. You are right.
Jatari Heem has become a member now. Thank you so much. Jesus Avila gifted 5 Midnight's Edge memberships. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Seaman Viking says, how would the future of layoffs play into this? They can announce all they want, but if layoffs hit Lucasfilm hard, they're still committed to delivering on the announcements. Okay, well, I get what you're saying here, but they're two different worlds here. The layoffs are happening more or less on the office levels, in the parks, all the inter-company stuff. When you make a movie, as far as like the internal people that are involved are mainly just like producers and shit like that. They hire a director. They hire a writer. You hire all the rest of the crew and all that kind of stuff. They even hire out their special effects a lot of the time, even though they own Industrial Light and Magic. They'll hire them out to other studios and then use other cheaper studios for their shit. That's another reason why all these Marvel and Star Wars things don't look as good as they usually do. So like, yeah, that's the difference there. Those layoffs aren't really going to hit the spots that we see unless it hits them on a corporate level. That's the only way we're going to see that. Now, there may be some people at Lucasfilm who will get the shaft, but they aren't going to be people that we necessarily notice outside of, a change in the quality, perhaps. Like if it's somebody who's been part of Lucasfilm forever, and there's somebody who knows and understands a lot of the designs and stuff like that, you may notice a big change in the designs that we don't get because that person's been let go. That kind of stuff, maybe, but you'll never notice it on a surface level until it gets to that point. That's where these layoffs come in, unless you got another take on it, Andre.
That does sum it up very well. The only thought that hit me is that maybe these announcements are a way of Lucasfilm trying to shield themselves from firings, trying to say, no, We need all the people to make these movies.
That's just it. On the corporate side of things, like within the company, only a handful of people really work on a project at a time. I mean, the writers and certain things like that, they spit out certain things, but if you noticed, all these big movies and other projects, they're hiring outside writers and other things, right? Like, so it's not like, you know, the Lucasfilm team is working on a movie. No, it was Lindelof, and then it was whoever else that took it over, Steve DeKnight or whatever his name was. And, you know, so that's what I'm saying. They're not like pulling people from in the studio to work on these things. Just a few production folks, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like on the producer side. So, I don't know. And then who's to say they won't just, you know, I guess what you're saying is like maybe to try and use like a lot of the crew for Mandalorian into the movies. No, that won't be the same.
Yeah, no, I think that's more like the story group and everything. Like, no, we're
Yeah.
needed for this.
Maybe, but I don't know. Dub City just sends in $5. Didn't say anything, but thank you so much for the
Thanks for the
donation.
support, much appreciated.
Indeed. Tennille says their end goal is getting to the next moment.
Yeah, that would go with not being fired. Like, okay, we now
Yep.
need to make it to the next month. So let's announce this. Yeah.
Yeah. Mecha J says, imagine Iger's reaction to seeing Super Mario Brothers doing really well at the box office.
Yeah, that's going to be a sad end to a sad week.
Exactly. That's like another kick to the shins after he's already
Yeah,
had his nuts demolished.
What's left
Brian-
of those shins?
Yeah. Brian W says Star Wars tabletop gaming is even catering
Cratering in sales.
X-Wing, which I used to play, seems to be effectively dead. Armada is hanging on by life.
I'm not surprised because, like, when they kill all the interest and they overexpose the brand and everything, this is what happens. This is what happens when they let Mandalorian go to hell. That was kind of like the final straw, and with that, I mean, just look to Star Trek. I mean, when Discovery and everything just killed everyone's interest, even merch sales of the original stuff tanked. And it wasn't until recently that they started like coming back a little bit.
Yeah. Lifelong Gamer says I'm seeing Mario 3D for the first time, or the second time tonight. Sorry, Jesus. For Easter eggs, the CGI is top notch. No woke nonsense. Thank you, Japan. The whole fam can enjoy it. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Also, on that note, make sure to head on over to Midnight's Edge Espanol to check out Pablo's review of the movie to see what he has to say for those that speak Spanish. So head on over to Midnight's Edge Espanol and check that out.
And yeah. Then we got Jatari Him, who sends in $10 and says, watched Mario IMAX with my nieces Wednesday. They loved it. Going back with friends tonight to watch in 3D. I loved it, especially Peach. Modern feminists just hate feminine, strong female characters.
Yes, that's what I've been saying too. I mean, is there some girl bossiness to her? Yeah, but there's only one blink and you miss it truly toxic moment in there. Everything else is just fine. Good, decent role model who needs Mario to actually win here. She can't do it without him. This is don't need no man, toxic feminist. So yeah.
Yeah, this is just one of those examples, like a few others we've seen here in the last couple of years, where it's like the movie or the show itself isn't necessarily woke, but there's always one stupid line, one stupid toss away line that if you just remove that stupid line or changed it a little bit, it would have made all the difference in the world. So I agree, and I think we're talking about the same line here, even though I haven't heard you actually say it.
They just cut that one line. They had like the perfect end. It was just like, just end it after, like, you're just saying that to make me feel better.
Yep,
just
exactly. We're in the same spot.
Just
Yep.
end it right there, and it's perfect. In a fan edit of that movie, all you have to do is cut those 3 seconds, and it's perfect.
No, I agree, because other than that, like I've even pointed out, there's way, like, without getting into spoilers, that whole get up that scene ends, the whole scene leads up to the idea is that basically I think that's her way of saying she needs him, but she wants to make sure he's ready. And after that, she makes a few mistakes, and she kind of has to pay for those mistakes. So she's not necessarily in the traditional Mary Sue sense doing everything right and being boss lady winning. Like her first gut instinct was wrong, kind of, in a way, I guess, or at least led to a failure of sorts without getting, like I said, into spoilers at all, but it also sets up the third act. And this is what I was going to ask earlier, Andre, too, is real quick here. Since we're on the subject, did you notice what I noticed too? And that was that the first act and the third act had a lot of similarities to the 93 movie.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, I wasn't alone.
No.
And the reason, I think there's a reason for this, and it has not, and it's not a bash on the movie at all. And I wonder if you came to the same conclusion. I think the reason for this is because that original movie had been rewritten like a dozen times. Okay. I think the original script of the original film was probably a lot like this. That's why.
Probably.
And it just, those elements stayed in there where the rest of it ended up shifting. But I know you and I also enjoy the original film for totally different reasons than most people hate it. So, or for the exact reasons people hate it, or however you want to put it.
Exactly.
So I'm glad I wasn't alone in noticing that, because I've been the only one pointing that out so far. I'm like, boy, there's a lot of similarities here. Yami Bliss says, there was a 90s cartoon called Captain N and the Game Master. Yes, I remember it.
Yeah,
They connected all the Nintendo world from that time. And I have a feeling that may be something they use. You never know.
I would be shocked if we don't get some kind of a Captain N return in the next few years here.
That's a perfect way to facilitate a Super Smash Brothers situation.
Yeah, exactly.
So don't be surprised. And I think that's kind of what WDW was also alluding to in a way. Darren Hughes is a Viking, and he says, howdy, Midnight's Edge panel in chat. If Disney releases Mandalorian Blu-ray set, would you buy it?
No.
Probably not. And that's because I only really cared for the first season, and there was elements of the second season I liked. It wasn't until like the latter part of the second season I came back on board. But even then, I was one of the few people who wasn't wowed by the Luke return. And I just thought it was like, really bad CGI. So no, I wouldn't. And I have only seen one episode of the new season, and I couldn't be bothered to go back. No.
Yeah, and from what we've heard, like 5 or so episodes in, there's nothing to go back to. It only gets worse.
Yeah. Then we got Darius Munchausen, who sends us popcorn. Thank you so very much, Darius. We've needed that today and all this week. Tennille says, my granddad was a World War II veteran, and even he knew Mario. Exactly. And thank you to your grandfather for his service. And that's the thing. Everybody, my dad knows who Mario is. Everybody knows who Mario is.
Yes, indeed. And thank your granddad for your service from me as well. Here in Europe, we did need that service.
Valentine's Tube says, Sega, stay away from Nintendo.
From Nintendo,
Sega does what Nintendo don't. Well, and I think the answer is going to come here soon. I think that this is history is going to repeat itself a little bit. And it'll be interesting. Maybe we'll get some interesting videos out of this when things like Streets of Rage come out.
I can't wait for that.
And we start to see how Sega takes advantage of the fact that they aren't Nintendo.
Exactly. That's the beauty. Sega can do adult. Nintendo can't. Sega can do R-rated Streets of Rage. Sega can do R-rated Golden Axe. Nintendo can't.
Exactly. And not that it matters, because none of Nintendo's properties really lend themselves to an R-rated situation, but that's going to be the interesting part here. Is it's going to kind of be where I think Sega will take advantage of that. At least I would hope they would anyway.
I would hope they will as well. I would hope that they see that, okay, we can diversify. We can't just be Sonic all the time. We can diversify here, so let's do that. And the fact that they have given Streets of Rage to the John Wick guys who are doing it for John Wick Studio Lionsgate gives me hope that they'd realize.
That tells me it's probably R-rated, yeah.
Yeah.
If not a hard PG-13 for sure.
Well, that would work. I mean, it doesn't need, like, really, that's
the beauty of America. We'll give a violent ass movie a PG-13. Just don't have any tits or swearing.
Exactly. No, I don't mind any of those in movies, but hey, if I have to give those up for the movie to thrive, then just give me an unrated version.
And I know you understand that, but that might be one of the few things that some foreigners outside of the US don't quite get about us, is that yes, for some reason our ratings board, you can kill tons of fucking people. Look at, like, some of the graphic violence we've had in plenty of PG-13 movies. God forbid you show a tit or say fuck. That's where we draw the line here.
Don't come to Norway and watch our commercials, so I say.
Oh shit. That's part of the, honestly, Andre, the weirdest thing is that's probably one of the reasons why the woke culture is kind of, and I think a lot of it comes from the Puritan bullshit that America has wallowed in.
Yeah, well, basically, since its origins, since Puritans were among the first immigrants, yeah.
I think that's a big part of the problem that I can't, I'm not giving them an excuse, but I'm saying where I understand where some of this movement is coming from. But at the same time, now they've taken it so far that it's over that line, right? I was with them to a point, but then I'm like, okay, now you've gone too far, right? And we know exactly where those lines were crossed, and we don't even need to get into that for YouTube's sake. But Just Nova says, I think critics are expecting Toy Story 1 when you argue Woody began as the antagonist. Mario was at his core was save the princess or rescue someone. Maybe I see where you're coming from this. But Toy Story wasn't really all that complicated either. See, that's the thing is there's just disingenuousness in these reviews and these critics that are bashing the film needlessly over its story. It's like, what did you expect for a story?
Well, they're grasping at straws to dislike
exactly.
it. That's what it is.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. So it's like, to me, they're just making excuses. Because Toy Story 1 is very much a very simplistic story. And I guarantee you a lot of these same critics that are bitching about Mario, how much you want to bet they loved The Secret Life of Pets, Andre?
A lot.
Because I'll tell you what, right now, newsflash, Secret Life of Pets is just Toy Story 1 all over again. You may not have realized it till I just said it, but then think about the story. No. But think about the story. It's about a pet they get a new pet in the house, so he tries to get rid of said pet, and they wind up on adventure. What does that sound like to you? It's Toy Story all over again. So basically, point being, and of course the other part, you make it even more hit home, is the pets have secret lives when the people aren't around, like the toys. Yeah. So don't act like you're pissed because Mario Brothers isn't breaking any new ground. No, all Mario Brothers is doing is bringing back traditional family entertainment and telling a straightforward ABC story. That's what it's doing. Right? Because that's the hard part, is to talk about this movie without spoilers. There's really nothing to so much spoil. The spoiler element might come out of certain characters showing up perhaps, or maybe a certain story element where it could go in the future. Because at this point, what they introduce us to here is nothing that it didn't subvert any expectations in a good way. The only expectations I had that were subverted going in is I just had, with my cursory knowledge of Super Mario, I didn't know about this whole history with Peach and Bowser. So that was a bit of a humorous surprise to me.
Oh, yeah.
But even if that wasn't something that was a part of the story before, it worked perfectly for the tone of the film. And it's something that you go, okay, we have to take this short story or this small idea or something that doesn't have a grand epic story like Lord of the Rings, and we have to give it some sort of substance. How do you do that? Well, that's how you do it. You give the characters a little bit more to work with. Well, they've already gotten that they've got plenty of years of Mario stuff to pull from. And to me, it was not confusing. I enjoyed it from beginning to end. Was it the greatest movie of the year? No. Was it the greatest movie of the decade? No. But guess what? Your 8-year-old is going to think it's the best movie ever. That's what matters.
Exactly. That's what matters to Universal here.
Anyway, what's your first thought? Says the biggest problem with some of these movie reviewers, going back to that note, says they will not give an honest opinion out of fear of losing their in with some studios. This is true as well. And they will never change if that is the case. And you know what? This is, I think, a clear point where we're showing who has the bigger sway here with people. Disney, clearly, because they ain't afraid to give Universal a bad review. But guess what? Universal's a kind of sleeping giant right now. They're the ones that are gaining in the kids' market while Disney's losing ground. And a lot of these kids who used to watch Cars, guess what? They're watching Fast and Furious now. That's my kid. You may have weaned them on Cars, but they moved on. Exactly. Waltman Ford says, oddly enough, The Atlantic admitted that game journals were out of touch when it came to Hogwarts Legacy and how normies didn't care about journal takes. Well, we could have said this.
Yeah, but
yes,
you know what? That's good.
Yeah.
That's the first
That's
step
the beginning.
to admit that it's the same thing with film criticism.
Don't be surprised if in the next week we see similar kind of stories for Mario. So anyway, you brought this up on screen, Andre?
Yes, this is a super chat that came in earlier. We had it marked, but we lost it here, so we're bringing
Sorry
it up
about
again.
that.
Walter Tomasevsky said for $4.99.
This is one I
Off
like.
topic. Is film stock a dead recording medium? If so, why did Kodak go out of business, but not Fujifilm? Tom, this is a technical question and right up your alley.
In America, yes. I hate to fucking say it. Yes. Outside of America, not so much. But there's going to be a few directors over time that are going to make movies on film, and it's going to make a comeback at some point, but it's never going to be what it used to be, sadly. And it's sad. It is very sad because to me, digital does not look and feel the same as film. It never will, no matter what they've done to it. They just can't find that algorithm. There's a special magic that can only happen on film because it isn't digital pixels. Each frame of film is not the same as the last frame. And a computer cannot quite grasp how a film works. But that being said, there still are films from time to time that do get shot on film. Tarantino still shoots on film. Spielberg mostly shoots on film for the most part. People like Scorsese have just finally moved over to like things on digital. So it's a dying thing, but it's not completely gone. And that's why Fujifilm is still around. And I think you've answered your question is a lot of the foreign companies are still doing it. But in the US, there's like 3 theaters in the whole country that could show a movie on 35 millimeter right now. And Tarantino owns one of them.
Even internationally, it's going away, and there's fewer and fewer cinemas that can do it, especially like the big chain cinemas. They can't.
No.
But the smaller independent cinemas, like the ones you always have in every town, they still have the projectors necessary to do it.
I was gonna say, funnily enough, a lot of the places that still have these, I bet, are in like smaller third world areas where they haven't been able to transfer over to digital yet.
Yeah,
they just still happen to have this old technology. But not only that, for the studios, it's just so fucking expensive. But they've moved those expenses over to the other side of things, which is unfortunate for them. But hey, maybe they'll get back around to realizing what really makes it important. I would like to think that film would go back, make a comeback, but it's just probably not going to. And anybody who has a nice 4K collection knows exactly what I'm talking about. You can tell the difference between something that was shot digitally and something that was shot on film initially. It looks so much better in 4K. Anyway, moving on. Waltman Force says, we got this one, didn't we? Yes. Iranian Putin has become a new member. Well, thank you, Iranian Putin. That's an interesting name. Cryam, says, Peach's character that we got reminded me of Leia, a princess not afraid to get her hands dirty or be a leader, but gets in over her head and needs help. Disney, take note, strong does not mean no limits. Exactly. I agree. Yeah. This is the best take right here. She was a very Princess Leia character. I agree. She's a little overconfident, and that plays into her, one of the first mistakes she makes in the movie. So yeah.
Exactly.
Mr. Tickle Trunk says Princess Peach has been a playable character since Mario 2. This is also true. And she almost has like a cheating feature that she kind of show off in the movie too, with the ability to float around, Jonas J. Campbell's in the house and says, I'm kind of a Luigi. Yeah, I think a lot of people relate to Luigi. And that's what I come to find out in that quick research I did. It's like, oh, I'm surprised. Then again, I shouldn't be. It's kind of like the whole thing with the chipmunks. The most popular one is usually, depending on the era, Theodore. So there you go. Shaman McLamy. Did I say that right? Or McLamy? Sorry if I butchered your name. Says for Nintendo.
I would imagine Shaman McLamy.
I should get it right. No, but yeah. For the Nintendo movies to succeed, it will require the corporate heads at Nintendo to intervene and stop these woke creators, like they did with Mario.
Yes,
I'm not
they,
even.
they cannot rest. They have to stay on them all the time.
I'm curious though how much of that was really a problem. I know Pro said that he had heard that, but I have not seen or heard or read anything that myself. Like, to me, Illumination really hasn't had a woke problem. They've been one of the few studios where, like, with the Minions and shit like that, they've had no problems like that I've heard of. So I don't know. And Trolls is made by DreamWorks. That thing looked like a weird bit, but different strokes for different folks, I guess. And that's what Universal seems to be like. They're not staying away from woke, but they're not shoving it into the things that already worked. The closest they came to it was some of the Jurassic Park stuff, but even there you could tell it was either trimmed out or it's very subtle, especially in the last one anyway. But I don't know. Universal seems to have they've kind of kept their head down when it comes to the woke shit. They've never really completely bought into it as a whole studio. And then Tennille has the obvious answer for Pac-Man, Gregory Peck. I am going to pack all day.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Don't give him ideas. They'll resurrect him in AI voice form. Actually, you know what would make the perfect Pac-Man? You ghost better run because I got a power pellet.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm Marlon Brando. I'm a Pac-Man. I'm gonna pack you down. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
And Star Peanut 1
Let's
asked
keep
for
going.
$2. Who would play a good Star Fox?
Here's where Chris Pratt should have been. He would have been perfect for Star Fox.
He would have, yeah.
And I want to see a Star Fox. This is my choice for a franchise. I didn't really chime in when we've ever talked about this too much. But if I had to pick a franchise from Nintendo that I want to see as a movie, Star Fox. And Chris Pratt would have even been a perfect little callback or wink wink to him being Star-Lord. You know what I mean? Anyway, Shaman McLamey comes in again with another super chat and says, crazy idea. Metroid movie with no talking whatsoever, just like the games, pure visual entertainment like Primal or Samurai Jack episodes.
Well,
they wouldn't be able to do that in a movie, but yeah, go ahead on.
Yeah, that will never work in a movie. The only way something like that would work is if you were to do it animated short episodes, kind of like what was that series from the 90s, Aeon Flux. You could do that Aeon Flux style. That could work, but in a movie, no way, not happening. But I'd watch an Aeon Flux series of Metroid made in that vein, yeah.
There you go.
And
I agree.
So would you?
Yeah, like Metroid, maybe if you did it as like a net series or a streaming series where it was no talking, I'm sure they could get away with it, but not in a movie. But I get what you're saying. It would be kind of neat to see.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, but that's why Primal and Samurai Jack are episodes and shows, because they can get away with that kind of a thing.
Exactly.
Cryam says Kirby versus Pac-Man a la Batman versus Superman. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
That'd be fun.
Thing is, Pac-Man's under they're not owned by Nintendo, are they? They're owned by Pac-Man's
it was on
Konami,
Nintendo.
isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's on Nintendo, but it's not owned by Nintendo. And that's like an issue with like many of the brands that people associate with Nintendo aren't actually owned by Nintendo. Like
Namco, I'm sorry. Thank you guys. Namco.
Yeah.
No, it'd be fun to see this, but yeah, that's what I've been kind of hearing little rumblings on too, and that's where I was like, the next thing is going to be, the next fad is going to be superheroes again, just like 30 years ago, because the studios are out there poking around to find out which IPs they can get their hands on right now.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised also if Nintendo doesn't scoop up some other deals with some of these other companies just to kind of preserve them for a Smash Brothers situation. Because Lord knows we probably won't see Sonic in a Smash Brothers movies now. So.
Not anytime soon.
No.
I would not count on that the next 10 years.
And STR Red Wolf says, wait, Disney is Soylent Green. Yes, it's people. This was to my Gremlins 2 reference. Then we've got David Fitzsimmons. Thank you so much for the $5. Says chaotic the other day. Couldn't think of the anime name in regards to StarCraft. I bet the anime was Space Pirate, Captain Harlock. Movie was awful. Oh, okay. I've never seen that.
I think this is an autocorrect. I believe he meant to say Chato. The other day, you couldn't think of an anime movie.
Let me screenshot
I bet
that.
the
then.
anime was Space Pirate, Captain Harlock movies. Yeah, we'll screen grab this, and we will make sure that Chato gets it come Monday.
So sorry, I missed that earlier. My bad. Yeah.
We
Damn
missed
autocorrect.
we were visually scanning for Chato, and chaotic didn't read as Chato at that time. So sorry about that.
Yep, that's exactly it. And then call sign Alucard says, if you have Lizzo as Ms. Pac-Man, at least she wouldn't have to wear a fat suit. Oh. Yeah. Jonas J. Campbell.
Then she could ruin Pac-Man in addition to Star Wars and Rammstein.
Right. Jonas J. Campbell says, peaches, 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 peaches. Yeah, that's not on the soundtrack for some reason. I'm kind of pissed. It's just the score. Dark King says it's not Paul. It's an AI called Chato GPT. That's true. Sorry we missed this during the Paul when he was here too. He had to run suddenly. So that's a problem too.
That would be why.
Stian Mondstad also became a new member. I should have to look and see if they have a pop soundtrack coming for Mario Brothers. Tennille says, at Tom, to be fair, Seth Rogen existing is reason enough to cause at least some consternation and or fear of the evolution of humanity as a whole. I know. And to think, this is the motherfucker that handed over Teenage Mutant Ninja of all the fucking people in the world. Why didn't they just give it to JJ? Been better off. Maverick Christian says, Requiescent in pace.
Yeah, he
means
says,
rest in peace in Latin. Yes.
Exactly. So that explains an earlier super chat.
Yes.
That we were struggling with. Requiescent in pace is no
Pace?
pace. Yeah, no pace. Because
I'm not good with the Latin
during
shit.
the Latin era, C was always pronounced hard C, always and without exception, meaning K. That it being
Mikey, my Latin brother, help me.
Yeah, that's a later perversion of the C, which so now you get confused.
Yeah, Mikey's in the chat, but I'm sure he's busy. So yeah, I was kidding.
Yeah.
But Multi-Hunter Bro says, amazing explanation regarding civilization, building, and destruction. You really should watch the What I file.
The What He Felt This YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
He even explains the woke narrative. You guys are honestly the cure for the woke. Oh, well, thank you. I'll be happy to check it out. We are actually aware of all of this stuff. We just want to be careful about how we phrase it, because this channel is supposed to be about entertainment first and foremost. And all of these matters are things that go a little bit beyond it. So we just have to be careful with how we phrase ourselves. But I'll be interested to check that channel out right there.
And it may be the wrong kind of Latin, but he'd still probably know better than me. Because Mikey is smart. Wolven Weaver says, for a long time, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was the last Marvel movie I wanted to see. Now I have little faith in Disney that I can shake the suspicion they'll ruin it.
And this is exactly the point that I was making. Well, actually, before we went live, when I expressed to my fellow panelists before we went live, that I don't think that Guardians is going to do all that well, because I think the damage to the Marvel brand is now so significant that even something that should sell itself, like Guardians, is going to be impacted by the brand damage, whether it's good or bad.
Yeah. Disney's like an impacted colon right now. Iranian Putin says special military operation on Disney. Well, if you can pull it off, my friend, I don't know what you'd do. But,
yeah, well, I'm sure Putin has plenty other special military operations that are further up on the list of priorities before he gets there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Pinochet's helicopter tour says Indiana Jones and the subversion of expectations. Is it really subversion of expectations anymore when we really expect this shit?
At this point, the subversion would be if the Dial of Destiny is actually good. That would be the true subversion of expectations.
Mario kind of did subvert expectations in a way by being so.
It was better than it had any right to be.
Just by being so normal and just like a regular movie. It's pretty sad when I go, it's a regular movie, I have to give it a good rating. Dark Vader says, concerning Disney Star Wars, George Lucas is rolling over in his grave and the guy isn't even friggin' dead yet.
Yeah, no, he's just being tortured in his retirement years.
Yeah. I wish they'd kill me already.
Yeah.
Put me out of my misery. Luigi Sakari, am I saying that right? Says, I'm behind in the video, but I am one who identifies with Luigi. Well, I can see why.
Oh, well, thank you, Luigi. That is, and thank you for the $20 for the support. That is much appreciated.
If that's your real last name, I'd imagine that's a pretty Italian looking name there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll be sure to add the hedge to the video. Not be so extreme about no one identifying with.
I
Luigi.
think he wins though by being able to. I think he wins by identifying the most, is my point.
Like you win the Luigi of the Day prize.
If you got a brother named Mario, then you're doubly winner. So like,
exactly.
There you go. London 1965-7 says, those fun-loving Germans are probably just joking.
Yeah, this is about banning fossil fuel cars by 2030 or something, and going all electric in a country that now doesn't have electricity. So yeah, I would also say that probably are joking unless they fire up a bunch of new nuclear power plants.
That's what's funny is in the U.S. we have these huge spots of blackouts and brownouts all over the place. It's like, yeah, you're pushing electric cars when there's no electricity.
Yeah,
Jack, what?
Yeah, that's the beauty how the West has become the third world with unstable power supply.
Imagine
funny
that.
We didn't have that just a couple of years ago,
right? Jack White sends in $20. It says, saw the Star Wars announcement. Lovely. So throwing good money after bad. A potential good news is with Mando not doing well means that people probably won't be going to see these new Star Wars movies.
Yeah,
well, they're already compensating for that by doing a stories ending movie, right?
Yeah. So basically they're already announced that it's coming to an end with all the implications that go with that. But yeah, thank you, Jack, for the support. And you're right. They are throwing good money after bad. They really, really are.
Yeah, that's one of your favorite sayings.
Yeah.
We got another one
but
for
they
Paul.
make it. But they keep doing it.
They are that baby in the meme where they just keep throwing money out the window.
Yeah.
And then Action Comm says, Paul, where's a chauffeur hat? You or your son? Sorry, we missed that when he was here, my friend. But we will pass that along to him. I did screenshot it. And then Just Nova says, if George had kept his mouth shut to Bob, sold Lucasfilm to his family, maybe Lucasfilm wouldn't be where it is now. George was the only hope. His family didn't want anything to do with it. That was the problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. He didn't have any relative that was going to continue. So honestly, it was this or it was nothing. Nothing probably would have been better.
George was it's weird how George's life has kind of mirrored the Star Wars films in a weird way, to where even he was duped at the end, kind of like how we all were duped by Palpatine. Disney being Palpatine here in this equation. And I feel sorry for the guy. I really do. He thought he was giving his baby up to a good cause, and instead it turned out to be its destruction. So yeah. Ben Medic says, let's crowdfund Midnight's Edge can buy Lucasfilm. I can dream. That's a great idea, Ben. Not that it would ever work out or happen, because they would have to sell it first.
Yeah, that'd be one hell of a crowdfunding campaign, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, and not only that, we'd have to do better than any of the Comicsgate or anything else has ever done in the past. Like, we need Eric July and everybody to come in and help us with this baby.
No. We needed to do what every single crowdfunding campaign has done in history combined, and then double it and triple it and multiply it by 20, and then we could be talking.
And at the same time, I was just going to say there's probably a half a dozen other things that I would go after before I would. Lucasfilm is almost like a dead cause at this point.
Yeah. Well, we'll find some other property instead.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Is there's at least other things. Star Trek would be a more viable situation than Star Wars.
Star Wars would be easier to bring back,
but Star Trek would be cheaper, and you can do more with it.
Yeah, and before we move on, I just want to point out that Joel adds in that in 2 years, those $2 will be enough. Yeah, that's inflation for you right there.
Right? No shit.
So yeah, but anyway, carry on with the one.
No, but even something like Ninja Turtles or something like that would be something more I'd rather get my hands. Something that we know we could actually do good with. Because first of all, Andre and I are probably not the best people to pick to run Star Wars.
Oh no, hell no.
No.
Well, actually, here's the thing:
we'd be better at what we got, but yeah,
we are smart enough to know what we don't know, and we are smart enough to identify who would be smart enough to run it.
Right. Like
so
I did, guys.
We could be good managers and find someone else with the vision and everything like that to actually run it, and then get the hell out of their way and just make sure that they continue to be the best persons for it.
We'd put together a team like with the Echo Base guys, Six, all the Uber Star Wars fans that we know, Jay, probably Drunk 3PO, for instance, people like that. Then step out of the way, like Andre said.
Yeah.
Because that is not our forte.
And then only make sure that they don't go nuts and they don't get blind on their own ideas or something.
Script doctor, etc., like that. Like, And Conan, that would be something more like Andre and I would take on. Ninja Turtles would be something more like
but same thing there. Yeah. I would not run it myself, because the moment I would do that, I would see myself blind on it and I would lose objectivity. I would just step back, find someone to do the day-to-day operations and come up with the vision and just make sure that they are the right fit and that they continue to be the right fit.
Now, people are saying the Muppets. That's more my alley. That's something I could do something with. Exactly. Like I could bring the Muppets back to some glory for sure. But again, like if it was something else I knew I wasn't even remotely capable of doing, Andre's 100% correct. In most cases, I would just put the people, I would be a good producer for that kind of a thing, but not a good creative necessarily.
Yeah. I wouldn't be a good creative for anything, but the more I know about it, the better producer I would be.
I would be better served in the role of producing and then like maybe jumping in as Kermit or something like that and offering my services that way and not actually writing the shit, but maybe punching it up with my thoughts because see, Script Doctor knows how to write shit. I'm good at throwing shit out there and he's good at either soaking it up or batting it away basically. That's what you need is somebody who can do that. But anyhow, Tennille89 says there's 40K quote I quite like that seems to apt here. Few are short-sighted as those who lose power, cough Disney. Unconvincing cough. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're in the midst of seeing that power that they've had just kind of melt away, basically, and quickly. And that's where I said I think this is a seminal moment in this whole thing the last few weeks. Jack White says, Andre, you would be better off checking out the trailers for new Rurouni Kenshin anime.
Than the Indiana Jones trailer?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. I'd probably be better off checking those out.
Yeah. Shaman McLamy, which he corrected us, Andre. That's how we're supposed to say it.
Okay.
McLamy.
Shaman McLamy. All right. Well, there we go. Well, thanks for the correction.
Yes. Says George Lucas said Star Wars is about learning to let go. Disney sure forced me to learn to let go of Star Wars, especially its future. Yeah.
This is very, very true. I mean, that's some meta lesson right there. I mean, if George Lucas with Star Wars was to learn and teach you to let go, what better way than to teach the audience that lesson in a meta way than to sell it to Disney? Maybe he knew all along what they would do with it and wanted to send that message. Just let go and move on.
I see how poignant that would be, especially considering what he went through with the prequels. But at the end of the day, I know the truth is that he is probably very deeply hurt by this whole thing because people don't realize how much of a connection George had with Disney. He was there on opening day of Disney World. Like he is he's a huge Disney fan. In fact, he cited Walt Disney as one of his main inspirations for getting into this. He had said that he wanted to sell Star Wars to Disney for years. The whole Star Tours thing was a beginning of what he thought was a relationship. I mean, Bob Iger was a friend to him. Kathleen Kennedy was a friend to him. And they both stabbed him in the back. It was just, I feel sorry for the guy. I really do. Mecha J says, I couldn't say that I was sad to see where Star Wars has ended up, but I'm at the point where I just don't care if it's beyond fixing. Yeah, I don't know if Andre's right or not about it being beyond fixing or not, like his recent statement here, but I'm kind of with you, Mecha J. I'm at that point where it is beyond fixing. Star Trek has more, as Spock would put it, possibilities.
Yeah, it would be much easier to bring that back at this point.
Because Star Wars
now, like there is now so much more bad Star Wars than there is good Star Wars. If you just look at the hours of content produced, most of the hours of content produced under the Star Wars banner is now unwatchable.
Well, and I just say that not just because of that aspect of it, because that's true. I'm not going to say you're wrong. But the side of it I'm looking at is Star Wars has always been in one linear storyline. Star Trek, on the other hand, has had multiple storylines. They can easily do something to reinvigorate it in some way. And a reboot doesn't necessarily mean a reboot in the Star Trek universe. That's the beauty of it. So
skip forward a few years.
Well, that's just it. There's ways around things in that universe, and it's been around long enough. There's so many possibilities there that you can work with that there's more potential with that than something like Star Wars. And I'm just using that as one example. You can insert several franchises here because there's so many more franchises that Star Wars has this sad thing that's on its back now, is that you can't really reboot it. You can't. And it is stuck in this linear storyline that's where we were talking earlier with the whole timeline changing thing or whatever. That's not going to happen. At least not in the way that anybody would like it to happen. When they mean timeline altering events, they mean something that, like I said, I'm sure of it. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure they just mean it's going to be some big event. But it's not going to affect the sequel trilogy in any fucking way. It's not going to fix Star Wars in any way. That chance went out the window with the load-bearing pillar.
Yeah.
And this announcement with bringing Rey back is almost like, it's like just a sign of defeat. To me. That's the way I see it. Samurai Vader says, got the D-Box seats for Mario, was pretty great. Oh, I bet you that was fun. Especially in the Mario Kart scenes, I can imagine. Yeah, I would love to go see this in like a 4DX theater or something like that. That'd be great. Sean the Movie Man 71 says Disney would rather remake the original Star Wars trilogy for modern audience and sell it to get the message across. They will die on that hill. This is
whether
the thing.
They want to or not.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to remake the original trilogy, but yeah, I see what you're saying here.
But I think there's different aspects of the company. Like Disney is not one person, but many different persons with different and competing agendas. So someone in Disney, I guarantee you, wants that. Others in Disney, not so much. So it's also something of a power struggle between them.
Yeah. Joe Doyen says, has Daisy signed a contract yet?
We do not know that she has signed a contract, but we have heard her speaking of the movie or speaking of returning to Rey. And today it was officially announced that the movie is happening with her. So it stands to reason that if she hasn't signed yet, it's just a matter of time. And all of the formalities have been largely agreed. That's the way these things usually happen.
I think she's got a contract, or they wouldn't have.
I would think so too.
Infinite Wanderer says, to summarize D&D now, interracial children are now racist. Apparently, the phrase mixed race is verboten by Google. Jesus Christ.
It's just worse and worse.
The idiots are running the shit.
Well, if you feel like seeing Super Mario this weekend instead of Dungeons and Dragons, I don't blame you. I'll just
Sending a message. Sending a message.
Yeah.
Joe Doyen says, don't you think these new Star Wars movies depend on a lot of the success of Indy 5? Well, one specifically does, I brought up earlier. That is Mangold's. Guaranteed. If Indy actually does manage to flop, and we're talking flop, then I guarantee you Mangold's project is going to go out the door real quick.
Yeah.
Because that is KK's MO. And it is not faltered yet. And almost every single time she manages to pick people who are on this huge, like, spree of winning. And as soon as they have a loss, she kicks them out the door. Mangold's an exception because he's been around for years. He's actually, a veteran director. But he was supposed to do a Boba Fett project. That didn't happen. So he got Indy 5 when Spielberg stepped away. Don't you think for 1 minute if Indy 5 fails to live up to expectations that they ain't going to give his project the boot? I don't know if you disagree or agree, Andre, but yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're entirely right. You are entirely right.
Because she is like that.
Yeah.
And that's why I think we haven't heard dick all about Taika Waititi's project, because I think the moment Thor failed to do what it was supposed to do, that went out the door. Tipping Barnes says, looking forward to Midnight's Edge car talk. Not with me. That's for sure. Maybe with Paul and Paul and Andre could maybe do that. But yeah. Here's another one for you, Andre.
Yeah, no, you give it a try.
Good påske. See you Monday.
Yeah. That means God påske or God påske. See you Monday, which means Happy Easter. See you Monday, because tomorrow is Easter Eve.
It is. Corey Stigen says, for Andre, what is the proper Norwegian pronunciation for my last name?
Stigen. The proper pronunciation for your surname is Stigen. And I can also tell you that this is derived from an ancient Norse name, like which is like a first name, most commonly Stig. Stigen, I can only imagine, would be like a shortened version of son of Stig, would be my best guess. Stig is ancient Norse for a path, or to rise. Basically, you walk and you progress along a path. The modern usage for a stige in Norwegian and other Scandinavian languages is a ladder, but it is derived from path or to rise as you walk forwards.
Alex says I can speak Danish. I think you're mistaken. I can speak Swedish Chef.
Well, that is all you need is a little bit more drink. That's almost perfect fluent Danish.
And then you started this one, I think. Sanders says, what about Star Trek?
Yeah, we have like some Star Trek news and rumors. There's loads of stuff happening there, but we are already at 4.5 hours. So I think we'll save that for Monday.
Yeah, I think so.
That's the only point I wanted to make there.
ActionCom says, when you go to your video essay about Grace, find Roger Ebert's review of The Wizard. He hated it. It'll be interesting to compare and contrast. Here's the difference between Roger Ebert's review of The Wizard and Grace. Roger wasn't wrong. Here's the difference there. He flat out said basically this movie's a ripoff of Rain Man, and these kids will be able to know in the movie that is not this level of Ninja Turtles, because I fucking played Ninja Turtles, and that's not that level. See, he was a fucking nerd. He loved Nintendo. That is where he called that movie out because of its not being correct. And he wasn't wrong. Like, I love the movie, don't get me wrong, but like in that respect, he was right. The only reason anybody went to see that movie was to see footage of Mario Brothers 3, let's be real.
Yeah.
But Ebert would have some bad takes from time to time, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. And I appreciate the suggestion, and I appreciate ActionCom so incredibly much for everything he does, for coming up with the time codes, which is fantastic for everyone that does the rewatch. Really helpful for me when I do clips. So ActionCom, love you. But I think I'm going to pass on this one, because I'm not going to honor Grace Randolph, the mule in Quim, by having her in the same breath as Roger Ebert.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Roger deserves the respect. No, like even though he had some of the worst takes on horror films, when it came to shit like that, he knew what he was talking about. But no, I would never want to do that to
Yeah,
Roger.
but beyond that, all praise be to ActionCom, and everyone to thank him in the
Please.
comments for the incredible work he does.
He does do the timestamps. What video is Tom? See, I already did a rant. You could see it on Midnight's Edge After Dark last night, and I also did some of it on Mr. H's stream. So there you go.
Yeah, those two. That's where you want to go check it out. I'm sure that Mr. H is going to clip it and put it in Mr. H Drive.
I'm sure he will. Brian Nielsen says, I'm a U.S. Army vet who lived in Germany for 2 years, and the German news had an uncensored piece on topless barbers. Primetime news, mind you. Yeah,
well, that's Europe for you. I mean, I remember when I was young and Baywatch was on TV. Like, because we got it at the same time you, like in the mid 90s, like the height of civilization. And I thought the show was so unbelievably stupid. You want to know why? Because you had like this show of these women in these bathing suits running in slow motion, looking all sexy and everything like that, meant to tease because they were still in bathing suits, because this was for American TV, meant to drive the 12-year-old target audience horny. Cut to commercial, and then you have the Norwegian commercials for like shampoo and soap and stuff with equally attractive women, full frontal nudity in the commercials in prime time. So yeah, it's like the Baywatch seemed tame compared to the commercial breaks.
What's funny is that when I first kind of became aware of this, I was somewhat younger, probably middle school at best, because my cousin's grandma had an exchange student stay at their place from Switzerland, and he was always talking about how the TV here was just so tame and how he's so used to seeing all this kind of stuff that you just said and stuff like that. So that was kind of my first understanding of that shit. It's like, oh, wow, really? He's like, yeah, it's not like that over there.
Yeah. Like I first experienced this like when I came to America the first time on summer vacation in the year 1995. And we went to the beach in Virginia Beach. And I was like, why is there no one topless here? Because that's what I was used to in Europe.
You know what's cool though is he gave me a yellow CD.
Yeah, and then also seeing Life Brian on TV, and the nudity in it was censored. I was like, oh yeah, shit, this is different.
Yeah, but he introduced me to Yellow. I mean, I knew of them from the movies, but he's like, you ever heard of Yellow? I'm like, no, not that I know. He's like, I bet you have. And he put the headphones on me. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Caffeinated Me said the first story is a direct ripoff of Christmas Toy. It is. I've heard this before, too. The thing is I hate using the term ripoff in this sense because it's just a traditional kind of story, right? Really. I was just making a point. I'm not trying to put down Secret Life of Pets, but it is basically the same story. It's, just a traditional kind of story. So that's all Mario Brothers is as well. Valentine's Tube says Sega is for teens and adults. Sonic greater than Mario. Sega has an equal but better universe. Also, I will shoot on film and its magic is celluloid. Yes, it is. It's a chemical and physiological. Last Millennial says if another production wanted to license Star Wars to make a trilogy, how much do you guys think would they have to pay Disney? 50 million, 100 million, or 150 million? The problem with this Millennial is that they would want certain controls, and whoever would license it would want like toy rights and things like that. Because that's the thing you got to remember as well is when it comes to licensing something, more comes with it usually than just making a movie or making a TV show. There's all these ancillary things. And that's where guys like J.J. Abrams and shit tried to get in. Because they didn't just want to make a Star Trek movie. No. He wanted all the toys and the video games and the books and the comic books and all that shit. Right, Andre?
You know what they would do? They would do what the CBS did when they got the Star Trek rights and Paramount wanted to do Star Trek.
Yep.
They'd create a separate 25% different license.
I was waiting
and
for
charge bucket loads for it. They would do that in a given situation.
Yeah, I set him up and he knocks him down. That's pretty much what I was getting at. So in this case, that's pretty much what happened. And
So you
Lord
you
knows.
would not want that.
Yeah. Last Millennial then says, "Don't you guys think if production co-paid Disney?" Oh, he said it twice. Okay. Sorry.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for the support. And yeah, but the answer is still the same.
Yeah. And then this is the one I already got. So there we go. Camelbot Killer says, I said that Disney was going to burn months ago. Yeah. Yeah. Sad to see Disney burning, though. Glad I have anime. Well, there you go.
And here's like the thing. This is, I mean, it's very easy to feel schadenfreude and stuff like that, but really, Disney going down in flames is not something to celebrate it, because what has happened here is that Disney as an institution hasn't really done anything wrong. What has happened is that Disney has been hijacked by evil people that want to see culture burn and are very happy to destroy Disney to that particular end. And by walking out on Disney completely, you're kind of just giving them what they want. So I'm not saying support the woke stuff from Disney, quite far from it. Instead, preserve what the brand used to be and retain the nostalgia, so that if Disney is ever able to root out the evil people that has hijacked it, and it's ever able to return to its former glory, return to it.
And then before we do get back into the super chats we can bring up on screen, we've got quite a few member chats here that I haven't been able to keep up with, but thank you to D. Bud Martin and Mr. Tickle Trunk who have been helping me this morning. Jason Fox has been a member for 11 months. Thank you. Iranian Putin is also a member. We got that one. Let's see here. Brandon the anime guy says, Disney loves necrophilia. They keep on screwing dead IPs. It's revolting. Daily reminder to hashtag Duck Disney. While we are at it, also includes Sony, Paramount, and Warner Brothers. Only one who is okay-ish is Universal. Yeah, to a point. Yeah, I mean, Warner has their moments, but yeah, Sony also has their moments. Paramount has their moments. Disney's the one that I really just kind of hold up. Like, nothing that they've done has been any good. The rest of the companies have had some good to it, but yeah, not that one. And then we've got, do you have anything to say to that, Andre?
No, not really. Thanks for the support.
Yeah. Sean the Movie Man has been a member for 21 months. Thank you so much. And that brings us up to speed on those. So we can get back into the super chats here. We got Aspera P, who says, Doomcock saying Indy 5 is a mess and KK fighting Myth Mangold, yet she hired him again. At what point is Doomcock just a grifter and grifting on Hope?
Well, here's like the thing. Doomcock, he has his sources, and his sources have often been wrong. And just because they are fighting, or let's just say that they are fighting on that one movie, who knows what they're fighting about and what personal that fight is. It doesn't have to mean that they won't work on anything else. Like, one thing does not have to exclude another. So I would say just sit and wait instead of making any brash judgment calls on that.
And I'm not so sure you worded it the way you wanted it there, Andre, but like, I believe, going off of what Andre is just saying, that Doomcock believes his sources. Some of the things that he has reported have come to be, some of them have not. Some of them we have yet to see, right? And it's kind of the same thing with us and a lot of other people in this sphere. And one thing you got to remember is when they say something is rumor, like even we try to heavily warn people when we get into rumor territory. As far as grifting, though, grifting on hope, can you really grift on somebody's hope so much? I mean, there has to be some kind of exchange there to me in their part. And it's not like Doomcock is offering up a better Indiana Jones or anything. So I think it's more so he's just reporting it as he hears it. Other than that, he's just an entertainer. So, I mean, just take what he's reporting with as a grain of salt. I mean, yeah, I don't know how else to put it other than that. But, you know, not everything that gets reported is always accurate. just the way it goes. Camelbot Killer says, if I had the money to buy Star Wars from Disney, I'd buy the understanding that it's mine. I can manage anything, including the timeline. See, and this is where we were talking about earlier, where Star Wars wouldn't, or Disney wouldn't want Star Wars to be put in a position like that. They would give a 25% different license, is what they would do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what they would do.
Yeah. And then E, that's Indian rupees, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
220 of them. It says, why are you worried about Star Wars is dead? There are no new lovable content coming up. All of the game, comic, and YA novels, please create something original that we can talk about. Well,
and when Disney does, we will be talking about that. Until then, as long as they are determined to keep on flogging the dead horse that is Star Wars, we'll be here covering what they do to create a contemporary record so that others learn from their mistakes. And then ActionCom had a question for you. You remember that movie, The Thing? There's a Norwegian at the beginning, and he garbled some noises to begin with that are never really translated in the movie itself, though any Norwegian will understand it with effort, because that guy speaks with an accent. He may be of Norwegian descent, but he is not a fluent Norwegian speaker. So, can you speak The Thing Norwegian?
No.
Well, actually, the answer is if you get the words in front of you and read them out loud, yes, you can.
Probably could if you give me a
struggle
script.
with understanding that, but
I can't even read English, man.
Oh yeah, this is true. But for those that wonder what the guy says in the beginning of The Thing, because those are actual words, and even though he says them with an accent, if memory serves me right, what he says is, "Move, you idiots. That is not a doggy. It is some kind of a thing."
Just not that fluently is what you're saying.
Yeah, so he does say that. And so it's what a Norwegian would say, including doggy, but it's not very fluent.
I think people have already translated it on YouTube.
Yeah. ActionCom understood goddamn Idiota. That's
yeah, I was gonna say that. I think I understood. Maybe. Yeah, I haven't watched The Thing in, like, here's the thing. The Thing was The Thing. It was never one of my favorite John Carpenter movies growing up. I didn't really warm up to The Thing until more recently. So yeah, I've only actually seen it like 3 times in my life. So yeah, it wasn't one of my favorites, but it's slowly become one. When's the Frogger movie coming? MV, you joke about that now. Remember we got Battleship? Don't be surprised. Camelbot Killer also says shareholders has to stage a coup d'etat. How do you say that? Coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat. Yeah.
Yeah. At Disney.
Actually, yeah, that would go a far way. Unless, because here's like the thing to keep in mind, because it's very easy to get freaked out. But the point that I made in the previous editorial is that it may seem that Iger is doubling down, but what he's doing is firing tons and tons and tons of people. And among the people he fires is the woke. And you know what I did? I went back and I listened to what he said. And in those, I'll do a separate video about it. But in that video where he talks about like wokeness and stuff like that, he is talking about what should be and what he thinks that Disney needs to do. But at no point does he actually say that, yeah, what we've been doing the past few years has been the right course of action. He's actually not doubling down, although it's very easy to get that impression. So yeah, I'll be following up on that. But I think that the coup d'etat already happened.
Maybe. But we're out of super chats.
Yeah.
Now would be the time to tell us if you think we missed any of your super chats, because Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got them all, but I can't guarantee it.
Yeah, exactly, because 6 came in later, but with the 2 of us trying to running it while managing guests, managing how long they have, everything like that, managing the chat and what have you, sometimes some can slip by. So if someone are missing their super chat, especially since we had so many today, and we are very grateful for that, and we had more than 2,500 watching at the most, then yeah, now is the time to let us know. 6 thinks we missed about 7. Oh, that's helpful.
Probably. I would
Well,
not be surprised. Because I'm
then we
horrible
will
at
have
this.
to get back to them. But for now, I just want to say thanks to everyone who came to watch us today. Thanks to our esteemed panel of guests. Links to every single one of them can be found in the description. And with that, it is, after long last, after almost 5 hours, so the longest show in a while, time for some koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given. Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given.
Last minute super chat to make me suffer. No